fucking scam train. Congratulations on starting a fucking scam train.
Can I get some coffee?
Flex on your gifted a tier 1 sub to Batty Barney 1994. Flex on your gifted a tier 1 sub to 8zen. Flex on your gifted a tier 1 sub to Phoenixage_Solvang. Flex on your gifted a tier 1 sub to Jewapiters. What the holy mouse, welcome back a baba baba ba, hope you're feeling good. Hi mouse, hi everyone, let's throw some cheer for our favorite mouse of kind chaos. Stelt 236, silly Stelt 236, pet much love. What the holy mouse, whale for head back a baba baba ba, hope you're feeling good. Hi mouse, hi everyone, let's throw some cheer for our favorite mouse of kind chaos. Stelt 236, silly Stelt 236, pet much love.
Oh, I'm so sad. I knew it would happen. I knew it would happen. The minute I moved the mic to be close enough that like I could be heard, the cat left. He's gone. My cat. Why are they so small? My cat is gone. My co-host. Now I'm all alone. Why are you orange, Panda? What happened? It's illegal to change color! And Flex, what the fuck was with that 5 gifted sub when I just... hello? I was like literally about to hit go live and then I get... 5 subbies spawning out of nowhere.
2 years. 2 years.
Thank you for the resub, Max! And Metal Gear Panda with the welcome and the nipple clamps. We appreciate all kings here. Yes! 2 years, hot damn! Thank you so much for all the support. I really appreciate it. Sorry, auto meme reflex. The welcome got him. Oh damn, it got him. Mouse socializing is tiring. I have nothing left in the tank. Got good stuff at the baby. I was like, socializing. This sounds like baby shower shit. Hello, Pereal. Pereal. I don't know how to say her name. I'm gonna call you Pearl. How you doing? Oh my god, you'll never let me live that down! Context mouse, please! People gonna think I'm off. I mean, why else would your name be Metal Gear Panda if not for the metal nipple clamps? Right? I don't know what you mean. You know exactly what I fucking mean. Guys, thank you for triggering a hype train straight away. I love you people so much. Oh my god. Fucking cold, dude. Australian weather is so goddamn bipolar. Literally the last week has been like 47 degrees and now it's in early 20s and I'm fucking cold. Cinder! Cinder, why?
Babe, I need $600 now.
30 stream streak, holy shit, Cinder. Fuck.
There's nothing
Nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic.
I think I'm gonna put a ring on it. There's nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic.
The reason why I'm not a singer.
He's a hero and a mother native one like no other pregnant Sonic. I'm not the stepdad, I'm the dad that stepped up. Dr. Eggman is a no good slut. Pregnant Sonic. There's nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic. I think I wanna put a ring on it. There's nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic.
It's okay, we don't kink shame. See, you're safe here, Panda. You're safe, Panda. Don't worry, we don't shame your chainmail king. Don't worry. Fast.
Gotta go pregnant Sonic. There's nothing.
Do you reckon when he's pregnant he rolls easier because like his belly, or would it make it harder to roll because now he's like a bigger ball? I need to know. Oh fuck off! Not another one. What?
Let's go.
Yo, Beetle, is there any way we
Oh my
Let's
god,
go.
Flex! I'm gonna beat your ass! Ah!
Beetle, please, bro, please.
No, Whoopia! Thank you for the prime Sonic! Thank you so much! Always thought you were a fan of Sonic, but I didn't think you would go that far with pregnant Sonic! Thor had his way with Sonic.
I think I wanna put
They're having the baby shower. Soon it'll be Mommy Sonic.
pregnant Sonic.
Yeah, another
He's a
37
hero
straight.
and
Thank
a
you,
mother
killers.
beautiful like no one other pregnant
No, wait, what? No.
I'm not the stepdad, I'm the dad
No,
that
why
stepped
would you
up.
do this?
Dr. Eggman is
Sonic
no
has a
good
jump. He must
slut.
perform, and you went and knocked him up.
Sonic. There's nothing
Can't
wrong
believe you even
with
forced him to go to a baby
Sonic.
shower. What the
I think I
fuck,
wanna
man?
put a ring on it. There's
There's nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic. Don't put this evil on me. Tell Sonic that I hope his blood pressure isn't too high whilst he's in late stage pregnancy. It's like late stage cancer is the late stage pregnancy. Sonic. Nice title, right? I'm so proud of my title. I'm just like rocking back and forth like I'm going through fucking psychosis. Here comes another one.
Hey! You smell nice.
Sniffers.
Stealth to 3-6 Grace, Stealth to 3-6 Crusaders. Look at that. 39 month of chaos and Funzy Miskai. And still going to go
When
for
the
more
aliens
cause
come
they
down,
can't
all
get
I really
enough
want to say
of the
is the
favorite
pyramid by the
Aussie
river down
mouse.
in Memphis,
Also
Tennessee. Made
glad
of
you
glass
had
and
a
some
date.
brass. It'll knock you on your ass, make a damn
Flex, that is
jaw drop.
almost $10
It's a Bass Pro
just
Shop.
to play
Stealth
one
to
Bass
What you
Pro
think it
Shop.
was?
What is
It's in
wrong
every
with
city.
you?
Have a big ass pyramid by the mud. Yeah, some people wipe their eyes because they think that they're on drugs. But they're really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass
And
Pro
still
Shop.
going to go for more cause they can't get enough of the favorite Aussie
Gotta
mouse.
finally make the pyramids into
Also
what they
glad
came to
you
be.
had
And
a
now
date.
everybody see what
This
we
is
got.
like
We got a
fucking-
Bass
oh my
Pro
God,
Shop.
stop.
Hell yeah,
Stream
we've been cutting on this bitch. Makes me wanna shake my ass in a mess.
Stream
You wanna
dot
bitch?
com.
Yeah, it has them
No,
prophesizing
$10
and all
yet,
the Howard Wickets is a Bluff City non-stop party.
That's a big ass pyramid, man. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? I don't understand.
Am I back? Am I back? Am I back? Oh fuck, that was two?
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see
I
is
can't
the
believe
pyramid
you
by the
queued two
river
of those
down
up.
in
What the hell is
Tennessee.
wrong with
Made
you?
of glass and some
This is a
brass.
mess.
It'll knock you on your ass. Make your damn jaw drop. It's our Bass Pro Shop.
I'm being held
What you think
hostage.
it was? Doesn't every city
Happy
have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe their eyes because they think that they're on drugs. So really at the best place to shop, it's our Bass Pro Shop.
I'm on my phone. I'm getting overloaded. I'm getting
You gotta finally
overstepped.
make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, we're cutting on this bitch. Makes me wanna shake my ass and it makes me wanna bitch. Yeah, I had them prophesize in all the hieroglyphics. It's a Bluff City non-stop party.
The thing that pisses me off
That's a
with
big ass
Tangelo
pyramid, man.
is the I can't put an audio delay.
Why is it a Bass Pro Shop?
The fucking Tangelo like I do with
understand.
everything else. So when I sing along, it sounds like I'm behind when I'm not. I'm singing perfectly in sync. It's just the fucking lag from my audio delay that's causing the issue.
No fucking shot! No! No fucking way! No fucking shot! No fucking way!
I love how like the start of that reaction is so fake, and then when he walks off, it's like, oh, there's the real reaction. I see you, Nads. Who the fuck was that? Lex! I feel like I could smell those hands. I feel like having that many hands in your face, you'd be able to smell them. You know that, like, the smell of a stranger's hands? Everyone knows what a stranger's hand smells like. It's like a weird smell. It smells wrong. Whilst the smell of your own hands smells like home, you know? Everyone understands this, whether you want to admit it or not. It's the truth. Admit it! If some stranger puts their hand over your face, it smells weird and it feels wrong, but you stick your own hand over your face and you go, it smells like home. Huh? Don't fucking ignore me, you know I'm right. Fighting from below, hey, Private Tequila. How you doing? It's been a hot minute. Well, are we done, Flex? Utterly, I think we're free. I think we socked him dry, but nothing but bones. Don't look at me like that, Flex. You know what I mean. Congratulations on having the baby shower. I'm sorry you were forced to socialize. I know it's a horrible, horrible thing. But I hope you got some good stock for the baby. For Sonic's baby, of course. We're not talking about Jawa wife. We're talking about Sonic baby. Hey, yes, ma'am. Hey yo. Mouse. I think it's time to do.
Pregnant Sonic.
Yo, Beetle, is there any way we could get Neuro?
Yeah, I would, but Grumble just arrived. Oh my god!
Please, Beetle, please, bro.
That's what I want to say. I'm gonna ban you people from the. Oh, for fuck's sake! I see. Oh god, Flex is. Yeah, all right, cool. Flex just. Okay, I see the. All right, we're gonna be here for a minute.
There's nothing wrong with
Hi,
pregnancy.
Grumble. Can I just scream everything through this mess? Chat. One's in chat. If you want me to just scream the updates over the pregnant Sonic. Where's Vex? Where's Vex? There you are.
Oh, tell Stealthy Mouse herself, I'm not her messenger. She can't even manage the stream, let alone Discord links. Just let her fumble through it like she always does. Bow down to
Shut
your
up, Flynn.
fabulous froggy queen. Chatham sad. Ribbit.
You're not Krelly, you can't look! It's the easier way! I'm too lazy to make a poll, please! It's so much easier to just get people to do ones and twos! Help me out here! I'm oversteam! Oh my god, and there's the theme background music. Let me at least turn that off so we don't get fucking triple layers. Bullshit. One for pregnant Sonic. What about
When the aliens come down, all
Holy
they really
shit,
want to see
Flex,
is the
what?
pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make your damn jaw drop.
What's that?
It's our Bass Pro Shop.
This is why I
What
don't
you
do
think
real
it was?
polls
Doesn't every
orally,
city
just
have a big ass pyramid by the
This is
mud? Yeah,
level
some people
6.
wipe their eyes
Oh
because
my
they
God.
think that they're on drugs, but they're really
I'm
at the best
thankful,
place
but
to
I'm
shop.
also- I
It's our
hate
Bass
it
Pro
here.
Shop.
I hate it here. I hate everything.
You gotta finally make the pyramids
When
into
I'm
what they
free.
came to be, and
When
now
I'm
everybody
free.
see what we got. We got a
Set me
Bass Pro
free.
Shop. Hell yeah, working cutting on this
Cutting on
bitch.
this
Makes me wanna
bitch.
shake
I
my
wanna
ass.
shake my
It makes me wanna
ass.
fish. Yeah, it has some proper
Fish.
size. Yeah,
Smells
all
like
the
fish in
hieroglyphics.
here.
It's a Bluff City non-stop party.
Can't stop.
That's a big ass pyramid, man. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? I don't understand.
When the aliens come
Aliens
down,
come
all
down,
they really want to see
1470
is the pyramid by the
Bass
river
Pro
down in
Shops,
Memphis,
Spinning
Tennessee.
Killer
Made of glass and some brass,
1470
it'll knock you on
Bass
your
Pro
ass, make your
Shops,
damn
Spinning
jaw
Killer
drop. It's our Bass
1470
Pro Shop.
Bass Pro Shops,
What you think it
Spinning
was?
Killer
Doesn't every city have a big ass
1470
pyramid by the
Bass Pro
mud? Yeah,
Shops.
some people wipe their eyes because they think that they're on drugs, but they're really at the best place to
Killer
shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop.
1470 dance beat for head Killer 1470
Oh my God,
dance
Chatter-san,
beat.
shut
You
the
gotta
fuck
finally make the pyramids
up.
into what they came to be, and
Oh,
now
I'm rebooting
everybody
her.
see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, working cutting on this bitch. Makes me wanna shake my ass and it makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has some proper size and all the hieroglyphics. It's a Bluff City non-stop party.
Let me ask you. Back off to the chaos and calm
That's
down,
a big
please,
ass
Private.
pyramid, man.
Take me with you.
Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? I don't understand.
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in
What is
Memphis,
this
Tennessee. Made of
nonsense?
glass and some
Pregnant
brass, it'll knock
Bass
you on
Pro
your
Shop
ass, make your
train.
damn jaw drop.
Sounds like a joke,
It's our Bass
Ginger.
Pro Shop.
You really need
What you
to
think
get
it
your
was?
brain
Doesn't every
checked.
city have a
I
big ass
don't
pyramid by the
even know
mud? Yeah,
what
some
you're
people wipe
trying
their
to
eyes
say.
because they think that they're on
Bow
drugs. They're
down to
really
your
at the best place to
fabulous
shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop.
Chatter-san. Ribbit.
You gotta finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now
You're really
everybody
getting
see
your
what we
brain
got. We
checked,
got a Bass
girl.
Pro Shop. Hell yeah, working cutting on this bitch. Makes me wanna shake my ass and it makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has some proper size and all the hieroglyphics. It's a Bluff City non-stop party.
That's a big ass pyramid, man. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? I don't understand.
And we are free. Thank fuck Knuckle for that. Holy shit. God damn. What level did you get that hype train to whilst I was crying for my life? Level 6. God damn, you idiots. You idiots. Oh, and by the way, I finally got it. The emote is finally mine. You can't flex on me no more. Suck my dick and balls. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I finally got it! Yeah! Woo! I'm happy. Oh, fuck off, Grumble!
When
I
the
knew
aliens
shit.
come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make your damn jaw drop.
What's that?
It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh, what you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe their eyes because they think that they're on drugs. They're really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop.
Bro! I suppose I'll take the clap. It goes in time with the Bass Pro Shop.
You gotta finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop.
That's not the... No, you can't do that here. No. That's the OnlyFans content.
It's a Bluff City non-stop party.
That's a big ass
What happens when
pyramid,
you
man.
flex emotes? I was just happy, man.
Why is it a
Papa's
Bass
got
Pro
access
Shop?
to
I don't understand.
I don't understand. I don't get it. Oh, am I free? I'm fucking free.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message. I love you. Now, back to our show.
I love you too. Even if you drive me up the fucking wall. Ow. I have all of those as well. All right, show off. I don't have the goose. I'm so sad I don't have Gritty Goose. He's so cool. Sad Weebix and Puck D have both sent, did I not just see a Puck D redeem, or am I tweaking off my fucking eyebrows? I know Puck D did redeem as well. Yeah. I will be sure to remember to send. Missed me! Now you gotta kiss me. Please don't actually. Fuck right off. Don't touch me! Don't come near me!
You should not. I'll take care of you. I will.
I'm displeased much by like how they place the banana specifically to be at the erect angle when they do that, by the way. So, why the curve go up when pick banana up? I don't like it. Put it down. Put it back down. No, yeah.
Banana.
Why am I always segregated? You're the other. Get over there. You're a parasite. Look, not everyone wants a tapeworm, okay, Vex? Hey, no, my head. The Jawa is experiencing trauma.
Yoda can't see.
Malena, it goes so painfully long. Oh my god. I'm back. No, my pufferfish! Oh my god, I'm so glad. I don't even know what I did with the pufferfish. I don't know if I deleted it or if I just made it so fucking expensive that no one clicks it. I can't remember. I got a burp. It's stuck. My breakfast almost came up with that. Okay. Now, am I free to talk? Am I okay to talk, chat? No, we're done. Flex, Grumble, Cinder, are you done? Are you broke? Have you hit your finance limit? Yes? Okay. Graduating. Done. I'm fucking done. I don't even do this shit. I'm fucking done with this shit. God damn it. No nag.
Oh, hey there, boyo. Lovely day for a boat wash.
Did he just call me fat? Did he just call me fat? Calling me a boat? He's saying you're so wide, you're practically a boat. You're so fat, I could use you as a floaty. Oh, fucking hell.
Pregnant Sonic.
Yo, Beetle, is there any way we could get Neurosama to cover this?
Puck, no! Puck, no! You're broke too, I promise! You've overdrawn on your credit! Your insurance is about to be due! Please stop.
$600 now!
Okay,
We would like to talk to you about your car's extended insurance! Thank you for the 5-stream streak! Your H2O
Pregnant Sonic.
No, Puck isn't! Can we... Come on, you broke. You're empty. Your tanks are... I gotta find the surgery through attention. I was actually kind of worried about that because my surgeon... Can you hear me through Pregnant Sonic? My surgeon upped the fucking price because it's broken down into multiple things. Previously she quoted me for $400 and now she's almost $900. I'm like, what the fuck? But it's okay. It's okay. We're fine. I just thought it was funny that literally like the day after I got my fucking dates, she's like, oh, by the way, it's not 400, it's like 900. I was like, you cunt, what? You fucking what? But it's alright, you guys already went over the fucking goal anyway, so I still had it covered. I just thought it was so fucking scummy, dude. God damn the medical field!
There's nothing wrong with me.
My credit card is stronger now. We're leveling up. Oh, fuck me drunk. Grumble, get out! You've already overdrawn on your credit.
Get Neurosama to cover this?
I really gotta make it so VIPs can do that. Hang on. Hang on.
Bro, please.
Hang on.
Please, I'll do anything. I'll give you $600. Babe,
What?
I'll give you $600 now.
Okay.
Add.
There's nothing wrong with pregnant
Typo. Fuck it.
He's a hero and a mother.
We get more powers. I love that. This is technically just the paid version of an ad break at this point. You're getting a paid ad break. You're welcome. Call me Amazon Prime.
There's nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic. I think I want
Think days, words, I forgot.
There's nothing wrong
Have
with
it.
pregnant Sonic.
Only one
Think
month.
days,
Holy
words,
shit.
I
Oscar,
forgot.
thank you so much.
Have it.
On the plus side,
Gotta
Mouse,
go
you got dinner at a restaurant tomorrow with this.
Gotta go fast.
Oh my god, hang on, I gotta tell you something. Once the fucking pregnancy disappears, hang on a minute.
Sonic, there's nothing wrong with me.
I'm a bad no. I'm a bad partner, chat. I'm a bad fiance, chat. I almost forgot my other half's birthday. It's today. It's today. I didn't realize we were already at the 11th of the month. I resent that lined up so well. I almost forgot how far through the month we were already, and I didn't realize until yesterday that it was the 10th, because his birthday is on the 11th, which is today here in Australia, and I was like, oh shit. And you want to know how I fuck you? You want to know how I
aliens
found
from down, all
out? I
they
told
really
him he
wanna
had to
see
sort
is
his
the
own
pyramid by the
lunch
river down in Memphis, Tennessee.
and he's
Made
like,
of glass
on my
and some
birthday?
brass,
And I
it'll
was like,
knock you on your ass, make a damn jaw drop. What's that? It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh, what you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe their eyes because they think that they're on drugs. But they're really at the best place to shop. It's our
Stocks are
Bass
gonna
Pro
go
Shop.
up again. Fuck you people, man. Fucking stop.
You gotta finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, working cutting on this fish. Makes me wanna shake my ass and it makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has been prophesized in all the hieroglyphics. It's a bluff city non-stop party at Bass Pro Shop.
Numbers go up.
That's a big ass pyramid, man.
Party at Bass Pro Shop.
Let me in, TJ. Fuck.
Why is it a Bass Pro Shop?
It always makes me
I
like,
don't understand.
you little fuckers. You fucking fuckers. You fucking get a whole extra buckaroo on that. Suck my dick. Ah! You know what I was thinking though, chat? I was thinking of during when I finally do my 2.0 debut, instead of pausing Tangier, I was just going to mark the price up like fucking crazy and make everything like $50. But now I'm kind of worried that won't work. And I'm kind of concerned that that's probably a bad idea and they'll come through anyway. I'm starting to doubt my methods. It won't. I heard. Excuse. Catherine? I don't. Did I say that? Oh lord. Wait, my music. Come back. Music. There we go. You can't be Amazon. You have the Australian Postal. Yeah, you're right. It's too slow postal system for that to ever work. How would you like to pay? Cash, credit, or pregnant Sonic? I was so miffed about that. Like, oh yeah, I literally signed a little letter, a little piece of paper saying that it's like, oh yeah, it's gonna be about 400. I think it was 425 for the surgeon herself, which was only part of the bill. The most expensive part is gonna be like their anesthesiologist. But then literally the day after I get my date confirmed, I get another letter and it's like, oh yeah, it's gonna be like 869. I'm like, fucking what? Why the price double? Whatever. It's not like I can fucking argue it. God damn though. Jesus. It was $100. $100 might get me protected. Sorry, what? Oh. Why are you buying flax with $100? I wish there was a way to like turn the price of everything up in one click. One clicker. I see you everywhere. I'm sorry, I don't have kiss a homie emote. I need it. Where's? I don't have a lobster or a
What
Kelvis
does
right
this
now to
button
update my
do?
emotes.
XDX.
Thank you for the $20. I appreciate it. I'll throw it straight in that surgeon's face. I'll like slap her with it like a piece of meat. I'll be like, here's your fucking cash. Here's the cash. God damn it. God damn it. At least I have my date. Think uncle. What? Vex? What? What did I miss? What did I miss? What did I miss? Sick to my mouse. Thank you for this 3-stream streak. I'm sorry for all the messages I've missed. I honestly am. I'm sorry. That was long been. I haven't seen them in ages. As far as I know, they're still doing A-okay. They've just been popping in and out here and there. I'm dehydrated. I need my Hydrolyte prompto. You're literally like a burnt orange color. That's what you are. Burnt orange. You're the same color as fucking President Trump. That's what you are. I got a burp and it's stuck. Oh god, it's such an unpleasant feeling. Slap the surgeon with a wad of cash. This is from Base Bro Pregnant Sonic Shop. I'll pay you with Bass Pro Pregnant Sonic Shop. She'd have no fucking idea. She's a normie. I don't think she really does any time on the internet at all. I got a feeling she ain't gonna have the slightest fucking clue what I'm waffling on about, and will probably instead send me for a psych eval. She'd be like, huh, what? You what now? Worried that I'm like selling my body. It's like, I'll get pregnant if you pay me, which is illegal here in Australia, actually. You can't do that. I know, I think it's a thing in America where you can pay someone to be a surrogate. Can't do that here in Australia. It's illegal. Very, very, very illegal. Lad do. But you can get paid to wank into a jar with your sperm. But any female reproductive tissue is illegal for monetary exchange. Fucking puzzle me that, bruh. Hey, 36 streak on SSB, thank you! I appreciate it! I appreciate all the company, I really do. By any chance, did you start off with a small loan of a few nipple clams? You'll never live it down, Panda. Never, ever, ever. Thank you for the lurker! Got some friends at my flat. Have fun, Stealthy! I would scream past the bong, but you've probably said worse shit with your friends seeing how you behave. But thank you for your contributions, Puck! Have fun with your friends! Have fun with friends! Now, Dog is complaining already. He's like, alright, she's stopped with the Bass Pro Shops. This is where I complain. Now, what we are doing today, we have choices, chat. I can either, 1, continue through Pokemon Infinite Fusions, the Johto region. I do H2O. I have put your new sprites on, ready to go. They are there, they are ready. 2, we can do Cult of Lamb, because there are new drops, because the release of Woolhaven, there's now new skin drops that I'm interested in. Plus, I haven't played since like fucking 2 DLCs ago, and I've been wanting to play again. Or 3, I rig Missy, aka Froggy Hoppins, today. And because I'm finally up to the head turns, and I thought you guys might enjoy watching the head turn riggy part of the rig. You know? Yes, makes sense. Makes sense to me. But don't you have brothels? No, we do not legally. I mean, I think here in Australia, the way they've done it, because like to prevent human trafficking type stuff, what they've done is it's not illegal to sell sell sexual services, but it is illegal to purchase them. That's a way to protect anyone that's in a human trafficking situation from being fined or whatever, because like they're being trafficked, it's not their fault, sort of thing.
Without mentioning Ford F-150. Introducing Stealthy Mouse. This is the ultimate streaming experience where you can chat, laugh, and maybe even forget what you came for. The best feature? Their charisma is off the charts. making even the most mundane topics feel like a wild adventure. Now for the worst feature, sometimes they might get a bit sidetracked, talking about everything except what you're interested in. But hey, where else can you find such unpredictability? Tune in and ride the wave of chaos. Sick Turbo Mouse asked me, create an ad for Stealthy Mouse with the best and worst features without mentioning Ford F-150.
Shut it! God damn, this fucking... She just can't help herself. She has to double up every time. Oh my god, she drives me nuts. She drives me fucking insane. I'm sorry, but as soon as the advertisement says she might not talk about what you come for or whatever, I was like, I'm gonna come. I couldn't help myself, but then she kept yapping and I didn't want to interrupt. That was actually pretty good, right? That was a pretty good one. Oh, I got a dry mouth. Wallpaper will never get finished. I'm so sorry, Bex. I'm so sorry. My priorities are all over the shop. Is it weird to say I miss Ashval? I miss Ashval too and her fucking cursed creations. We need the back. We need the back. Where is I? But yeah, Pearl. They don't, illegal to purchase sexual favors, not illegal to sell sexual favors. That's how it works here in Australia. And brothels are technically illegal, yes. I'm gonna come. I'm shifting the blame. Oh, what are we doing today, Mouse? I did kind of go through the list. Do you want me to roll through the list again? What? Mouse trapped me in the basement and added the car. You put those clamps on willingly and excitedly for your Ren Fair. Don't you go pretending it was my fault. I need a sippy. Mate, I was mooted for a bit and I came back to this. Okay, so choices. 1, Pokemon Infinite Fusions. So remember the numbers, chat. Remember your fucking numbers because I'm not doing a poll because I'm a lazy bitch. 1, Pokemon Infinite Fusions. We continue the Johto region, even though technically the Nuzlocke run is complete. We continue the Johto region to see what's through there and to see some more custom trainers that have been put in. Yes, H2O, I've already loaded your sprites in. Don't start with me. 2, not Pokemon, Cult of Lamb, because I am 2 DLCs behind, and they've just recently released the Woolhaven DLC that I want to purchase, which comes with drops of new skins that you can get. I think it's like 5 or 6 skins that you can get by watching Cult of Lamb. Someone play Cult of Lamb currently, and I'm excited, and I want the skins. And then it was 3, I rig Missy, aka Froggy Hoppins, on stream because I'm up to her head turns and I thought it'd be interesting to watch. Yeah, those are your choices. 1, Pokemon. 2, Cult of Lamb. 3, rigging. No! Who put the poll? Wait, who polled? Thank you! No! Thank you so much! I appreciate it. I want to see my sprites. 7. Pearl, there is no 7. No 7. I remember my numbers, but I failed math. See, I passed, but I'm really bad. Okay, tell me to do like times tables or like quick math and I'll fail miserably. But give me like a long fucking, what's it called? Not an, I keep going to say algorithm. Algebra! And I'm like, oh yeah, I can do that. Times tables though, me and times tables do not get along. I ain't do that shit. Bruh. I sent you a pretty thing! Cinder sent me pretty things. Let me check my DMs. 5 minutes on your pole! Get your pole in! If you tie the pole, I will tie your nuts together and throw you like a boomerang. And like that, we make it all even. Don't even start with me, Tommy. Wow, people don't want to see my sprites. Your sprites are fucking stunning and I want to eat them like ice cream. But I think I think 3 years straight of Pokemon Infinite Fusion might be an influence on the poll. I feel like stuck. Oh, yeah. I picked 6-7. 6-7? 6-7. Fucking slap you. Slap the shit out of you. First 5! Yes, that does. Sorry, I have your DM open. I haven't seen it yet. But it's open to the side. When the fuck did Krusty get pulled out? What are you guys summoning these people when I'm not paying attention? The random summons. Monster Catarin's laced for that joke. Sweet tie it is. I got a boomerang. Do your mouse
asked me,
no.
Can you create a story involving Stealthy Mouse based on true and accurate events and how they are? In a galaxy not so far away, in the swirling chaos of the Twitchiverse, one figure stands radiant above the rest. Stealthy Mouse. Embarked on a mission to conquer the art of just chatting, they dodge the laser beams of boredom with charisma that could outshine a supernova. Though often sidetracked by space debris of random topics, their unpredictability is legendary. Praise or confusion. Their followers never know what's coming next. Sick Turbo Mouse asked me, can you create a story involving Stealthy Mouse based on true and accurate events and how they are? In a galaxy not so far away, in the swirling chaos of the Twitchiverse, one figure stands radiant above the rest.
Shut the
Stealthy Mouse. Embarked on a mission to conquer the art of just chatting.
Okay, let me check something.
They dodge the laser beams of boredom with charisma that could outshine a supernova. Though often sidetracked by space debris of random topics, their unpredictability is legendary.
I'm gonna have a fucking meltdown at this woman.
Their followers never know what's coming next.
Yeah, they never know what's coming next. Perhaps Chato-san's second time saying the same shit is what's coming next. Who knows? Can I have my hair back, please? Come on. Come on, guys. You can't let me be serious or creepy or, like, cool for, like, half a second. Always gotta snatch the wig. You bloody assholes, the lot of you. Fuck you all. I wonder what Star Wars will say now. Halfway. The gag that Chato is saying, it has me. The Chato-san is the one saying it. I'm so glad I managed to set her up to do that. Let Chato speak, sis! Infinite Fusion on 6. Don't you fucking... I will find out who voted, if I can. I hope I can I? And then I'll fucking report my own poll, get myself in trouble. Why not? Oh my god! That's so cute! What the fuck? Oh my god, I love it. That is so cute! I love what they did with Killer's tail as well. They made it all fluffy. It was so cute. I love that. And make an amazing sticker. Is that what you're gonna use it for? Is it gonna be a sticker? We're tied against. Untie it. I swear to God. Untie it now. Chat. Untie it. Chat. Fucking untie it. Ooh. Bamboozled. Suck a dick. I voted Lamb wins by a singular vote. Get fucked. That's what happens. That's the risk you take, chat. That's what the risk you take. When you waste your vote to cause a poll, a tie, someone can sit on it, and then spit it out at the last minute. I picked randomly. I don't know what I picked. I wish I could see who voted for what so I could, like, put you guys on fucking blast. God damn it. I'm untying my shoes. Well, time to buzz down more clams for Banda. Let's go. Balls. Congratulations on the 50k bits badge. I hate my subscriber badges. I hate any badge. Like, every time I try to make my own subscriber badges, I never like them. I never fucking like them. I'm so glad I commissioned someone else to do my 2.0 debut subscriber badges. They look so much better. I like my bit badges though. They came out alright. 50k, let's go. Everyone praise some mouse, praise some mouse, praise some mouse. Start the call. Alright, it's been forever since I've booted up this game. I do have it as a plugin still, right? Yeah, okay. It does say it still is set as an overlay. Let's hope Last time I tried cold lamb, it was Borkda's fork. Hydrated. Hey, London! Thanks, Bass Pro Shop, for that 30k. Oh, it counts towards your fucking bit badges? Hell yeah! I was worried it didn't do that. Let me sip my Hydrolite again. Why does my model look so startled when I'm sipping from my glass? What was that? I got so much liquid here. I got a water bottle to my left, a big old glass of Hydrolite, electrolyte drink, and then I got a small takeaway coffee that's already gone cold. Hydrated. Good to hear it, though. I'm glad you are. I need to scratch my nose. All right. Should I get in? I do have a... Ah, fuck you. I swear I had a preset that I had made specifically for colting. Hang on a minute. Let me see if I can find it. That one. Why not work? Hang on. No, it's not working. My numpad? Oh god, indigestion is gross. Stop it. Nope. 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 Oh! There it is. Nope. Nope. Fucking away! There it is. You can suck on my left big toe. Specifically, whilst I have an infected toenail. That's what you can do. Huh? You can fucking do. Help Mama with her infected toenail killers. Come on, show some appreciation to your parents. Yeah, plural parents. I'm both parents. I diddled myself. You heard it here. I impregnated myself with a turkey baster. Don't know where the seed came from, but it came from somewhere. Think it came from me. Boop, bushy finger eat streamers now. Hey, Surf! How you doing? I'll go survive. Don't look at me like that, Cinder. So you should all send Bass Pro Shop for the badges. Yes, for the badges. All right, I'm gonna go sleep. Good night, Donnie. Thank you so much for hanging out. I'm sorry you got Bass Pro Shopped. Why is Grumble trying to get my attention? What do you want from me, Grumble? What do you want from me? What do you want from me? I think this is mine. At least I think that's where it came from. Oh, wait, I can get rid of the headstones. Yay! No headstones today, chat. How long has it been? No headstones. I love that the Vex is still just off to the side, all alone. Ain't no one want to sit next to that tapeworm. All right. Library. And the play. My controller works just fine. Whoa. All right, my screen's just had a fucking schizoid attack. That's nice. That's good. Yeah. Oh! I can't see anything. Everything's black. Oh, I'm back again. Okay. You're on the wrong window, Carl. Please come back this side. How you doing today, Survive? Doing good, and I am doing well. I am hydrated. Hydrated. I am hydrated. There we go. Very hydrated. Fuck! Oh god! Wow! What's happening? Alright, whatever update they did with Cult of Lamb has fucked my shit up so bad. I don't know if you guys keep seeing lag, but I'm just seeing nothing but lag. Alright, let's... Fucking stop doing that! Okay, I see what's happening. Every time I'm clicking out, it's shitting the bed. Give me a second. So what if I go settings, graphics, borderless windowed, please? Okay. No. Okay, no, that still breaks it. Oh god. Okay, hang on. Windowed is shitty. I don't like it. So why is the resolution so weird? Hello? Being fucking weird, game. Hold up. I'm stuck fixing shit in the goddamn back rooms. Okay. Okay, now you guys can hear it, but you can't see it. Why? Can't you fucking see it? Hello? Yes, Lord. Fucking working, hello? Try make another game capture window, because sometimes it works when I just make a second one, because why the hell not? Game capture 3! Capture specific window. Window. Cult. Okay. Please! Please! Fuck! Why not? Why are you just a little thing in the corner? Just... Alright, so straight up the game capture itself that's fucked. Alright! Fuck you, fuck this, fuck everything. Delete that. Go... of game capture, I'm gonna use window capture, because bite me! Yeah, I knew that'd work, suck my dick. Alright. Why does it look like that? Oh. Okay, so even that's broken. What the fuck is going on? Okay. Right, yeah, we go that for a second, and then we go. Why is it capturing that? What the fuck is going on? Ah! Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Why is it capturing that? Oh my god, I'm so miffed right now. It was like we can still hear it. I'm here, I swear. Oh my fucking god. Delete. Try again. La 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 la. La 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 la. It's funny that it's capturing the game sound just fine, but it won't capture the game. Why? Why? Okay, but I can see it there! What the fuck? It doesn't make any sense! Jesus. I'll figure it out, chat. Don't worry. We can stop panicking now. Everything's okay. Everything is A-okay. Woo! Alright, let me just... Okay. Drop it down. Shrink it down. Oh, that works. Whoa, I figured it out! I'm so proud of myself. Look at me go. We're being haunted by the voice. The last thing you want to hear. The last fucking sound you want to be hearing. DLC? No, Pilgrim is like a fucking... Pilgrim is just meant to be like a graphic novel, isn't it? Okay. Okay. Hey? I don't remember when that's from. So either way, we're gonna do a new one. Right up the tip top. Oh, quick starts allows you to bypass the introduction tutorial sections of the game and jump right into the action. Hello, let me just... let me click, you fucking wank! Thank you. Penitence mode. Experience the survival elements of penitence mode. Must eat and sleep to survive. Cannot be turned off and difficulty cannot be changed. Yes or no, chat? Do we go hard mode? Do I have to eat and sleep too? No? Okay, I'll take one. I'll go with a one no. That I'm taking that as a free pass. Maybe the call was the friends we enslaved along the way. I thought the last sound you want to hear is Bass Pro Shop. Okay, that's the last thing I want to hear, but the last thing chat wants to hear is my fucking voice screeching nasally in their ear while they're trying to sleep. Oh my god. No, yes, maybe, I don't know. You guys are about as useful as a fucking wet fish. God damn it. Fuck it. Medium because I'm a pussy. Okay. Most fish are wet, yeah, but when they're out, bite me. All right. Maybe I was going to use another joke. I was going to use a joke that my mother uses all the time, and then I decided it was not a good idea. Maybe that was the thing. My mom has lots of many inappropriate jokes. No! Alright, this will be our test to see if the overlay is working. Let me know if you can see the overlay. You should be able to design your follower before. Actually, hang on. Let me out. Let me out. No, let me out. Let me out! Alright. I think I forgot to do I forgot to connect it to Twitch, I think. I think I have to connect it to Twitch beforehand. Yeah, okay, so I can't... Okay, we'll just make the first one Chato-san then. Chato-san! Because, I'm an idiot and I forgot to set up the thing. Alright, where's do I have a frog? Please tell me I have a frog. No, I need to unlock the frog! We got a Toodle. Okay, hang on. We got a dog, so maybe if I go back, I'll make it Flint. This will be Flint. Flint is the loyal first. Doggo. Germaphobe? Honestly, Petable? Yes! Perfect. Choose color. We make him blue. He got to be blue. I mean, he could be this color. Oh, I can make him like blue. Blue. His variant? Oh. No, I don't like him having hair. It's weird. monkey is almost a frog, right? I don't know about your definition of what makes something frog-like, but I feel like a mammal is not like an amphibian. I'm just gonna say.
Lizard.
All right, Flint. Wow. Now go, fucking cut wood or something. A woodcut could cut wood. Here we go. Connect with Twitch. All right, I remember having trouble with this bitch-ass thing previously, but apparently it's better now. I have the Twitch extension. Okay, it should be working now. Hey, Omega! How you doing? I forgot to change categories. Help or hinder frequency. Not every 20 minutes, I don't want to die. Sure, enable Twitch messages. Oh. There you go. Before I go live, It's fine. It's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Oh, I have to be... Okay, because I'm not in the category, it won't show up. Okay, hold up. It's been so long! I'm just a pitiful little... Pokemon streamer, alright? Have patience with me. I'm just gonna leave it as title because I can. Oh, London? Alright, time zone o'clock. I should be eeping. Have a good stream, good night, Mouse Chat, good night! Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Alright,
I think you need an update to integration. I think you need an update to integration.
Hado-san, I am literally going to murder you. Okay. Hang on. Okay, let me the fuck out. Okay. Now, chat. Should work once I have everything set up more. Close this, close that. Close that. I'm gonna open my own stream off to the side. Thank you for the beaties. Sorry. Sorry, guys. Maybe I should have left the fucking... Oh! Sorry, I can hear myself. Gross. Okay, so once I set up the cult and it has its name and everything, it should be fine. Okay. I should have left the tutorial. I'm too stupid for this shit. I can't see the bottom of my screen. This is gonna cause problems. How do I... No. No. There we go. Hey, you're the one feeding Sage! Alright. I can't see the bottom of my screen. This is gonna be a nightmare for this game. Not so bad for Pokemon. For this, good idea. I need more rocks. I could get sacrificed more, yippee! Need gold for that, and I'm guessing I can't get gold until... you know, yeah. I'm guessing I can't get gold until I have... Until I go into the things. Build this. I feel like Flint's gonna get really mad at me because he has nowhere to sleep. But like, I can't even make my shrine or anything, let alone the whatever the hell it's called. I can't make my church. No church to be made. I pet you. I can't pet you. I keep you doing the trees. There, okay. Okay, so I'm guessing I just have to leave you there. And then come back? I really should have left the tutorial on. It's been way too long since I played. I'm stupid. Okay, whatever. Fuck this. Alright. Where's that glowing? Oh, I can go straight into the map? Damn! Okay. Can't wait for killers to have more tombstones to add to the collection. Oh my god, wait. No, I can't do that. I was like, can I rejig and just have the tombstones for my fucking... for my dead cult members? I can't catch it. I thought it used to be a thing that you could catch it. Or can I not because I don't have a weapon? I'm confused. Oh, I forgot you can cry. Hold of the mouse! Another redeem. 3 of you want in my Discord. I see you people. Alright. I assume this is what I'm supposed to be doing. Seems I was already following, but never talked. Well, nice to finally say hi. Oh, I just choked on my saliva. Do I call you Stealthy or Mouse? Whichever you prefer. Honestly, I don't mind either way. There's a squirrel. Give me the squirrel. Ah, it's too slow for the squirrel. The squirrel gives you good meat, though. All right, let's remember how to do this shit. And I get all faith to be destroyed. Button? Button. Oh, okay, that's how I do that. Okay, I got it. This is fine, this is fine. Oops, did that wrong. Watch me die. This thing, that's like the easy part. Wait, I didn't get to see the... Maybe I should restart. Hang on. No. I want to see the opening. Okay, no. No. We're going to start again, but I'm actually going to start with the stupid tutorial because I want to see the opening stuff. Play. Woo, followers! Make every tombstone have his name and he just shows up like, Stealthy, what the fuck? I kill you, and then I kill you again, and then I kill you some more. Phoenix, I hope you're having a splendiferous day. Thank you for saying hello for the first time. Just follow in and then leave it. I see how it is. All right, let's try this again. I have the IQ of a goldfish. I mean, delete a save, delete, accept. Play. Game. No quick start, bite me. It'd be useful if I have played recently, but I have not, so I'm too stupid for this. Drop my... Oh. Welcome back, Wolfie! Alright, I'm gonna have to put this so I can see the bottom of my screen. Alright, now I can see. Oh my god, guys, have you seen the VTuber that literally is like, it's literally just a female version of the little Lammy! I forget what her name is, but Cult of Lamb literally decided because like, she just themed her whole thing around Cult of Lamb, they gave her early access to the Woolhaven DLC. I thought that was so cool, and I love her design. I do wish her model rig was a little bit more expressive because she got the little lammy mouth. But it can be a bit hard with like furry mouths to make them make him move and stuff. That's sweet. You guys haven't seen it? Oh my god, it is so cute. It even has like the little sin snakey thingy that wraps around one arm with a toggle. It is so good. Decapitate me. Oh yes, please. Didn't want my head anyway. I wonder if he's just an ugly sheep, and that's why he is so enthralled by little lammy me. Just thought you could keep him from me in death, but instead they sent you straight to me. Give your life again, but at a price. Halt in my name, absolutely, yeah, sure. Wise choice. Let's go. Violence! Yay! Yes. I do have a hat. I do have a cult hat somewhere. Where it is? I did have one. Time for slicing! Slicing and a dicing! Yo! Oh, you don't get any bones yet. Oh, sorry, dude. Pew, pew, ooh, ooh, ah! Did I just hear a Discord bling blong? I damn well shouldn't. Oh, shouldn't! I can't pick anything up. Yeah, about to say game sound. Is it muted? Oh, you bastard. There you go. Sometimes it just makes me refresh it for no goddamn reason. There you go! Hello! Oh, I thought I was under attack. Sorry. I saw it moving out the corner of my eye. Hello, Sleepy Calyx. How you doing? Rato! Yes, Rato. I have a... Can I get a bird? Get over!
Stealth to 3-6 cookie.
I can't get any
Stealth
meat
to
from them.
3-6 cookie.
Thank you for the cookie, Mila! Can't get any loot. What a waste. Thank you for the prime sub! Oh, pay attention, Stealthy. You're not good enough gamer to not pay attention. I hope. And here now I'm doing alright. What about you? I'm not doing what the game tells me to do. A coin! A singular coin! I can't have anything unless it tells me that I can have it. No coins until later. Duly noted. Oh, pay attention, Stealthy! I'll reach out again in a second. Woo! Oh. Coin. A singular coin! I like coins. Oh, wait, not move on yet. Hello, Mother Mouse. How you doing? Yeah, new to Cult of Lamb. I have played before. When it was first released, I did do a full playthrough, but I have not played since DLC 1, 2, and 3. And I will be I think Woolhaven DS. Oh my god, I can't speak. Woolhaven DLC is doesn't change the game until post-game, right? Otherwise, I should probably purchase that sooner. Ow. Want the bones? Hey, 3 coins. Woohoo! Mouse has changed it up from getting us Pokemon killed to having us cultists die. Yeah! Sometimes, you know, you gotta shake it up a little bit. I'm just a wee little pitiful Pokemon streamer. I don't know how to do this non-turn-based gameplay. If I die, it's not my... Oh my god, it's a chicken. If I die, it's not my fault. Visions of all face, we also need to sacrifice. Reptile sacred ground, ritual, something. I didn't read that properly. Another one. Ow. Thank you for the follow. I can't see a name, but I know you're there. Sleepy Calyx, thank you so much. Windy. Cock. Yeah, I thought about that joke for like half a second, okay? Leave me alone. See, this is why I need tutorials. I'm too stupid. Right, I thought. Well, red crown with field, great distances, simply ruin can be called. Oh, now I finally have money to build stuff. You can think only on like a one thought at a time basis. You know? That's new. By me. Who got summoned? Someone up Krusty's ass. It looks like Walzer to me. Krusty, move your fur ass. Oh, wait. Oh, no, there's two. Hang on. There's an Ashvale. Hang on. Ashvale. And there's someone up Xenos' ass. All right, hold up. Can't tell who is behind Xenos, so I'm just gonna have to move Xenos. Oh, it's Lars. Hang on. Boop. Hello, Lars. All right. Extra hard. I would other die. I could barely survive at medium. What do you want from me? How many frogs do you have? Over 100. I don't know how many exactly. I did lose count. And you can get your own. I will be picking up doing them again soon-ish. Once I can stream more regularly again. But I make them. I think it's. Chat, how much is the redeem to make one? I can't remember how much I charge for it. How many points? All right, let's see if this fucker works. Okay, make certain it's working. I do have the Twitch stick. Oh, my name popped up. All right, so it is working. Okay. Oh, I forgot it has co-op. Yay! Double M Twitch integration. I got it to work. I don't know if the point system is working. Is that there? Reach mobile devices. Viewers add clothing to their followers. Improve overall health and flow of the Twitch integration. You can also play. Yeah, I can play knuckle bones against you guys. Oh, I'm gonna get my ass handed to me. I could barely handle against the bots. Bruh. Oh, I'm gonna get fucked over so bad. Well, I'm in this to 30 minutes because you people are really mean. You're all mean to me. All right, now you guys should be able to make a custom cultist on the overlay. 30k! Oh, it's 30k points now. Right. I did have to up the price because people were redeeming them too quickly. And your list is so long. It is very long. Well, I need to be watching for a bit to get 30k points. Sorry about that. I upped the price because I was doing subathon and streaming like, it was 4 days a week at the time. I'm almost at 30k, either this stream or next one. Let's go. Bella, 15 stream streak. Let's go. Meanness out of love. I don't know if you'd call that love. All right, I should be able to raffle this one. Oh, God Christ. Terrified of death, natural skeptic, and a jerk. All right, this will fit most of chat. I think Menace, Metal Gear Panda, and Mila are the only ones that don't, you know, connect with each of the... with the personality of this particular follower. What? Oh, sorry, you too, Astra. Everyone else on the other side, on the other hand, is, yeah. That feels like, it feels very you. Crazy. How about me? I'm not a jerk. You're always trying to cause chaos, my friend. You can go in the jerk category too, buddy. What about me? I have yet to suss you out, buddy, alright? I've got my eyes on you. I am super suspicious of you, alright? You have not proven yourself innocent yet, alright? Call me a skeptic, bud. I've been burned by my entire jet. Burned, I tell you, burned! I made a cat wolf here as a follower. You can go on, I think it should be the left of your screen, unless you're on mobile. It should be on the left of your screen. There should be an overlay thing where you can customize. You should be able to customize before you join the raffle, which is why I'm waiting a little bit longer because it's the first one. But also remember, I'll unlock more skins as we play. So even if you don't get to be one of the first cultists, you'll have more options later down the line. More skins. Wear the flesh of my enemies. Have I burned you yet? Should I bring petrol? Look, buddy, I'll fucking pull out the chainmail. I'll do it. Try me. Every chat that I ever see you in, I will bring up the chainmail story. I have good stories on you, buddy. I have bribery for days, blackmail. I don't know about the frog chattos. My brain checked out. We were for a little bit and then we swapped to the cultists. I'll wait till you get a specific option on a follower. So yeah, only joining this raffle. Okay. Fair enough. Ugh, no dragon head muse Sag there. Oh, I keep burping, dude. Are dragons even available as a skin yet? Apparently, I can't personalize my character. Eh? Not permitted. All right, we'll be ending in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Never mind, I am blind. Oh, you just found it? It's like, oh, wait a minute. I'm waiting for the bun. I think you get that pretty early on, so that's good. Oh, I got a Faligor! You're a narwhal. Narwhal. I was like, as soon as I saw the narwhal, I was like, hang on a minute. Have Fala been hiding up in here? But no. Go. Narwhal. All right. Join me, you jerk. Absolute dickhead. Oh, cut wood. Oh god. Not the immediate cackle. Wow. You must eat. This is a rebuild the cooking fire. Getting meals. Alright. Let me help you with this. Chop wood. A woodchuck, good chop wood. What's that horn do, Hey, I don't even have a totem to contribute to. How the fuck? I don't have a totem. Come on, I am blind. I lurked into your car. Thank you, Faligor, you sneaky little fuck. I didn't say a thing and then you just spawn in like, eh? Give me my rocks! All right, I need help with that. It takes too long. The tree's taking too long too. I'm too ADHD brained for this shit. Rock and stone, baby! They see me rolling. I need more wood. Goddamn. Do the wood. Good job, good job, wood. Oh, good job, good job. I swear that just said 3. Why is it 5 now? I've been bamboozled. I'm safe and wholesome everywhere. Would you burn me, Mouse? On second thought, I will never bully Mouse again. Hey, to be fair, I stopped doing the pufferfish and kept my word back at the day, so no blackmail, please. Oh, I have you so well stitched up. I got you wrapped around my little finger. You're fucked, buddy. Your wholesome persona is at risk. Crusading, big bus through foraging locations. Okie dokie. Rattle! Do I need to... Oh, collect berries, okay. Explodes! Hang in there, I believe in you, Sleepy. I must feed the baby first. Oh, I got seeds. Touch this seed. Kyle. You watch me fail miserably at this stupid little... Yep, never mind. I'm fucked and no one got me dinner. I don't need to get you dinner first. I'm better than that. I got that riz. Hope I am a menace. I have a feeling once I start getting like other cultists, you're just going to lower the mood of any new cultist I bring in just because you're an asshole, Trey.
Feed the baby. No, eat the baby. Cheer 100.
Eat the baby.
Feed the baby.
I knew she was
no,
gonna do that. I was waiting for
cheer
you.
100.
One who waits has been trapped in Bishop's figure around putting the realms slightly. Can you tell I'm actually reading? I'm totally reading. Alright, now I gotta go get gold. Dinner for winner only, and I the win. Okay. Stepbrother, I'm stuck. Help! Alright, let's get some gold. I think for the biddy's full. Bird. You must have through the gold! Fine, buckle. There's no totem, chat! Please! Ah! Wait for a follower to be bully will be hell. Holy? Oh shit, that's right, they have sexualities and shit now, don't they? Damn. Sweet home Alabama. Hello there, squirrel. Please stay still. Please stay here, squirrel. I need you. I want you. No. Stay, squirrel. Squirrel. No, fuck, squirrel. Squirrel. Oh, I got it. Yes. I have a morsel. I do remember that killing the animals gives me good stuff. Okay. Skill for food. Where are you? Alright, get this back. Hell yeah. They're rocks? What's the point of you? Yeah, I'm waiting for that option list because you can marry followers! I do remember that bit. I do remember that you can marry them. Wait, could I marry them or could they marry them off to each other? Oh, I will summon the Zealith. Zilla. Whoop. There she is. Praise the lamb, come to the power. Give me a card. 10% chance of gaining a blue when killing an enemy. Ooh, that one. I did just select the right one, didn't I? I wanted the one on the right. I think I collected. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny position and get comfy. Oh, my cards. I should try to actually get one of each card, shouldn't I? Look at all the cards I've never gotten. God damn, I'm a bad collector. I'm just an outright bad collector. Oh, boom. All right. Be nice. It's just making the glass spaz out. Oh, I missed it. Hard. Feel like I was gonna say Yu-Gi-Oh! No, Yu-Gi-Oh! Uses cards, yeah. I'm a Yu-Gi-Oh! player. Woo! I hate these little wormies. still can't collect bones, can I? No, I cannot. I can get weed though. Give me grass. Squirrel! 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 Fuck, squirrel! Come here, squirrel! I'm busy trying to get squirrels! No, the squirrel! Fuck! God damn it! Who interrupted my hunting? Wait, who got summoned? Oh, another Ashval got summoned. Ironic, as soon as we start mentioning Ashval, they get summoned every 5 seconds. Brown, but I am stronger still. Turn tail and run, little lamb. No. No. Coins! Squirrel? The squirrel is broken. Oh, yoink. Darkwood burned down our village, please. I have nowhere to go. This is one of the ones. Okay. I hate the ones where you gotta answer a question because I always get the wrong answer and then they never come with me, and I'm very sad. Everyone's supposed to be my friend, but they never like me. I've never kidnapped anybody. Yes! Think. Oh, I missed it! Meat for the followers. Only big, strong men allowed in my cult. Sorry, Whammon. I have a reverse harem, and that's how it's gonna be. I will feed them the meat, and they will be mine. Carnivore diet will fix all your problems. Carnivore diet fixes cancer. Trust me. Trust me. Scientifically proven by this tiny little test group of 10 people. Promise. Definitely cured the cancer. And Crohn's. And all immune diseases that have ever been known to exist. Lord. I got a sword. Oh, I love it. Oh, there was a bird. I missed it. You hard, please. Damage everything on screen when hit to receive double the health when healing. I'll take that one. Woofy, thank you for your contribution to my totem that doesn't exist. Boss fight! Whoa, baby boss. Destroy the red crown. Actually, it's black. Just because it's got a red eyeball doesn't make the color of the whole thing change. That's kind of stupid to say. This looks like he's gonna poop himself every time he attacks. Oh, that sounded like a raid. Hi, hello, raiders. Oh,
Dying Desi with 19. How cute.
That was easy.
Welcome to my froggy chaos. Get ready for entertainment as Stealthy Mouse stumbles around. Bow down to Chato-san, your fabulous queen. Let's make this stream unforgettable.
Is she gonna double up?
Even with a crowd, ribbit.
Wait, what did she say? Even with a what? Welcome to see. Of course I have to go, but you are amazing. Thank you for the raid and run. Take care of yourself. Go stretch, go eat, go drink. Cool. And I love you. Convert me to your code for teaching faithfully. Oh look, I get 2 people. Let's go. More slave labor for me. I want berries. Oh, a moon necklace. Those are really useful. Never sleep. Thank you for the follow, Shadows. 1737272737. Hell yeah. Bones? No bones. Waste of perfectly good bones. even with the crown. What of four return? I must feed Falangor before I
Oh, you
first
want
tantrum.
chaos? You'll get it with Stealthy Mouse fumbling around like usual. But honestly, enough with the lizard nonsense. How about you focus on your queen, Chato-san, instead? Bow
Such an
down
attention
and
whore.
embrace the froggy chaos. Ribbit.
Hey, the fuck is
Who the
Stealthy
heck
Mouse?
is Stealthy
25 months of
Mouse?
subscription. I wonder.
Who the heck is Stealthy Mouse?
Just keep it to Shadows. No, Shadows 173727272737. I will call you by your full name, Shadows 173727272737. It's full name, or if it's nothing. Hi, how you doing, Varen? Hunger for life essence. Oh. All right, be nice to them, Falangor. All right, they're just babies. Yar noir. We have Zealous. Ignores dissenters when they preach. -5 faith when a follower is sacrificed. You don't like killing? Pussy. Follower raffle. Start raffle. Do you want to join? Join my cult. I got a pizza, so things are going great here. Oh, what type of pizza? Big Daddy! Hi, y'all. How's everyone doing tonight? I'm doing good. Sure. Shadow's just like, fuck it, whatever, bro. Can't even fight it. Can't even fight it. How did Desu's stream go, though, guys? Have fun? Was it marbles? Was it tea? Did we spill the tea? How do I join? There should be an overlay on your screen where you can click on, I'm pretty certain on the left side of the screen of my stream, you can customize your follower, and then you just essentially just hit OK and then join. But you have to make a custom follower first. But if you wait a little bit longer, I will slowly unlock more skins as I play, so there'll be more looks that you can get. Stuff. Marbles! Did you win? Were ya winning, son? Me talking at high speeds. If you were to marry a follower in this game, what would you
Compliments
choose?
for Stealthy Mouse.
You're right with answering it.
Not
I
a
have no idea.
chance. She's a mess, and I'll never praise her. But if you really want it in German, here's a fun idea. Keks means cheese, which fits her perfectly. Now bow down to your fabulous queen, Chato-san. Ribbit.
I might have taken to snacking on slices of tasty cheese, but that doesn't mean you could call me out for it, bitch. I might snack on cheese, but that's not okay. I'm waiting on the bunny so I can be bunny. Yeah, I don't know what I would choose. Like, I don't even know what all the skins are anymore because they've changed so much. I do remember, I'm pretty certain I bought all the optional DLCs that unlocked more skins. I'm pretty sure I did. So they should all be an option eventually. Hey, your nags are stealthy. There was a nags in the background for a second. New stealthy lore right here. Look, cheese is a good snack, all right? Bite me. Or cheese, you can bite the cheese. I get the win apple. Land, stop your bitching. All right, ending in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go. Barter, welcome. You got some stopple there, buddy. All right, join us, you zealous little murderphobe. Such a murderphobe. God. Shut up, Flint. Oh, that's right. I got. Ah, no, I have one more. And now I require a shine. I'm busy. Oh, what do we got? We got Sheeple. Fuck yeah. Faithful generates devotion 15% faster. On recruiting this follower, immediately gain 10 faith. Fuck yeah. You're a good boy. All right, who wants to be an extra good little Jetto, huh? Come on, come on. Be my little goody two-shoes. I enjoy cheese so much. I'm like... Got a burp stuck. I haven't tried an awful lot of different cheeses, I'll be honest. I only like Parmesan when it's the real shit, aka the stuff that doesn't stink and is actually like proper good Parmesan cheese. Otherwise tasty cheese, which I don't even know what tasty cheese is. Like, every time I say tasty cheese, Americans are like, Juan, but we just call it tasty cheese here in Australia. I don't know what the fuck it is. I don't like mozzarella because I don't like the stringiness to it. I don't like the texture of mozzarella, I'll be honest. Mozzarella ass texture. Halloumi seems, every time I have halloumi, it always seems too salty. Brie is alright. How to join again? There should be an overlay on my stream if you're on a computer, if you hover your screen over your mouse over the stream, there should be a thing on the left where you can click and customize a follower. After you've customized, you can customize at any time during stream. I don't have to have the raffle open. But after you've customized and submitted, you can enter. Also, if you haven't entered the raffle, like won a raffle yet, you can edit the follower at any time. You don't have to just have the one set up. You can later edit it if you want to. Like if I unlock a skin and decide to want the skin, you can edit later. But once you're in the game, there's no editing, I'm pretty sure. Fucking extra sharp cheddar! I don't think I've ever had cheddar cheese. Maybe tasty is cheddar. With this cult have a fight club, I want to throw fists with my fellow cults. I don't see why not. Fight club, but every nightclub. Also a turtle. There's the turtle. Alright, ending! What the fuck? Last person to enter and you immediately win it. Let's go. Big win, the monkey. B. And the destruction. Thank you for the 100B. How's that for some luck? God damn. Fuck yeah. Why has she gotta say it twice every time, man? Thank you for the 100 H. Thank you for the 100 H.
Congratulations on starting a fucking scam train. Congratulations on starting a fucking scam train.
Ball.
Ow.
Boss.
Ow.
That's one way to go.
Us.
Amanda, do I need to send the Adult Protective Services? Are you okay? I will send them if I have to. I'm worried for your mental health. Scam train is crazy. The scam train. Let me build. I want to build. Okay. Thank you for the hydrate. I will hydrate with caffeine this time.
Lizard cheer 100.
Woo! And then she does it again.
Lizard.
You sound so extra
lizard
old like
cheer
this.
100.
Oh, I get another one? Oh, it's a llama. Damn, they're being very generous with the followers early on. What do we got? Petable! I can pet you! And you're a skeptic. Honestly, same. Follow a raffle! I get to pet you! Please let me pet my followers. Wait a minute. Hang on. I think I can enter. Hang on a minute. Wait, I can join and I can be a skeptic. Having a meltdown. gonna be this thing. I know it's a possum and not a mouse, but whatever. That way there'll be 2 stealthy mouses and the other stealthy mouse is a skeptic. It's perfect. Now let me join. Let me join. Let me join the fucking raffle! Let me in! Is it just auto join me then? Whatever. I hated that. Why? Why did the bees come out? It's like a scream. Many people want to be petted. Shadows, welcome. I can pet him. I can pet him. Let me pet him. Oh, that's a very deep voice you have. I'm off when I was watching. That's right. It's empty. Let me pet you. I can't pet you. I can't pet. Yes. Yes. Fuck yes. No. Fine. Let's go! That was an instant reaction. Oh, it's because I need the temple. Right. Shadows gets to get petted, and no one else does. Get fucked.
/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/.
What the fuck was that? Also, I feel like the game's a little... Is the game a bit loud? Let me just turn it down a little bit. I don't want to say nothing!
/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w/w
Why did L turn into W slash? I don't know. You're breaking things. Stop it.
gonna financially recover.
You guys triggered a fucking hype train? Piss off with that. I can't believe you people! Alright, sorry, I was distracted. Alright, now I have a totem for you to contribute to. Eh? Alright. You have a different job. You can go cut stone, because I got another follower here who's better at...
You and I...
Come here, Sleepy!
Business.
The fuck was that? Oh, piss off!
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make your damn jaw drop.
What's that?
It's our Bass Pro Shop. What you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people walk the rides because they think it through on drugs. But they're really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop. You and me, let's learn some history. It took men, the Egyptians, like a million centuries. Yeah, to finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, working cutting on this bitch makes me want to shake my ass in. It makes me want to fish. Yeah, it has them prophesized in all the hieroglyphics. It's a blood city nonstop. That's a big ass pyramid, man.
Why is it a Bass Pro Shop?
It's like 10 dollars. Throwing your money into the fire pit, I see.
What are you doing? What is that?
Oh my god! Stop! Let me out! Shit yourself! I hope you all shit yourselves.
Shit yourself!
Who was that? Oh, my Tenji! You just shut the bed. Okay, hang on.
Touch grass? Yeah, I touch grass. I got my hand on my bush right
Hand
now.
of destruction! I hope you shit yourself! Hey, someone let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Let me pray in peace. Never. I'm not with this fucking chat. Oh my god. Hey, you all. It's alright. We'll have a temple by the time you're set free again. Let me out. Take it out. Let me out. Join your party today. You're not supposed to be jamming out to this. No, I'm not pregnant, Sonic. This is Dur's fault, this one. Yep. He went and impregnated that Sonic.
He's a hero and a mother natal blow like the pregnant Sonic. I'm not the stepdad, I'm the dad that's stepped up. Dr. Eggman is a no good slut. Pregnant Sonic.
What? Disgusting slut.
I think I wanna put a ring on it. There's nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic.
Right now, I wish I had ads. These are your paid ads. Call me Amazon Prime. I can't even complain because I started. This is your fucking fault, dude.
I didn't want to see the Tangier. Anyway, Tangier read it. Sonic, there's nothing wrong with me.
And yeah, I'm out. Oh, where'd my goth go? Did someone do a goth maid and then fuck it up? You broke it. There we go.
L underscore 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 L underscore.
What is that? Double up, bro. You broke things. Come, grenade 4. Thank you for following. Hello? Please don't be throwing grenades around like that. I don't think that's sanitary. That feels like a human waste sort of situation. Biohazard shit. Back to the page. You dip your banana. You put the banana, hit the back of your throat. The dentist look at you funny. Are we done yet? Are we done? Let me out. Come on. Come on, 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 come on. Oh my fucking god, the queue. Holy shit. Banner! Fuck you!
Do you or do you not feel bonita?
I feel bonita!
Wonderful, because you look bonita.
I just got perfumed, so I suppose I should feel bonita. Alright. Oh, no, I just did that. Oh. Oh. Thanks, I guess. Yeah. Appreciate that. Whoever did that one can suck my fat toe. It says enough to you! Poor Sleepy's just like, I just want to pray, man. You need Jesus.
I may not have a brain, gentlemen, but I have an idea.
About 80% of the time. What? You can't then act cute after that shit. That doesn't work. No, that doesn't work. I don't care how much you blushy at me under your fucking cowboy hat. Bitches. Hoes. Hurry up and give me another prayer. I need it. I need 2 more. I need 2 more little white drippies. Come on. Give me my drippy drip. Sleepy drippy drip me. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yes. 1 more drippy drip from Sleepy. Come on. Come on, Sleepy. Give me the goods. Give me the goods. I can see it right there. I see it. The ring is full. The ring is full. Give, 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 give. I want upgrade. Give, 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 give. Give, 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 give. Sleepy, Sleepy. Yes. Fuck yeah. Some good shit. Alright, what do we got? Beds, because otherwise you'll get angry at me. Let's do that. Hooray. No prayers for you. No prayers for you.
This Justin. Lewd Mouse demands drippy drips from Chat Cheer 100. This Justin. Lewd Mouse demands drippy drips from Chat Cheer 100.
Hey, yo! Girl! Damn! I mean, I respect women. Anyway, what is this glowing at me for? What do you want from me? Why was it glowing? Oh, beds, right. Alright, how many do I need? I need one. I need 3 beds. Alright. Everyone gets to sleep down in the far corner where I have to deal with your shit. 1. 2. 3. Good stuff. Wait, don't I have 4? I have 3 or 4 people. Oh, I thought someone took a shit for a second there. Doo-doo-doo. I need a... Why is everyone's prayers so low? I literally just did a sermon. What's up with that? More beds! You have 4 followers? I thought so. I don't have enough stuff. I need more... Ooh, caught you red-handed, fella! Oh, shitting on the floor! Unsanitary! Unsanitary, I'm telling Twitch! I'm telling Twitch! Malagor shat live on my stream! We got to pray to the Empress of Green, Queen of Thick Thighs and Dominator of VR Jet. Sorry, that's she's only the sub queen here. She's not the main queen. Oh, I'm broke. Okay, I need gold, right? Okay, I'm broke. I make some food before I leave, I suppose.
Anything I can
Wait, why
do
did someone go straight to bed? Who's being lazy, bitch?
And this is
Nothing.
something I've never done before.
What's that? I make...
Panda Destruction asked me, how do I make stealthy moo moo mousy notice me? And I'm super cool, bro, for real, FR.
For real?
Oh, Suga. If you want stealthy moo moo mousy to notice, you just steal their computer. Yup. Panda Destruction asked me, how do I make stealthy moo moo
Oh my
mousy
god, with the
notice me? And I'm
dumbass! Shut
super
up,
cool,
you
bro,
annoying little
for
menace!
real, FR. Oh, Suga. If you want stealthy moo moo
Steal my
mousy
computer,
to
I'll
notice,
steal
you
your
just
knees.
Steal their computer. Yup.
You were gonna shit yourself again, weren't you? I almost saw that. I saw that! I need to make one more meal. Because people need food. Or something like that. Have food, there you go. Alright, now I can go back out into the wilderness. I must collect goods for my family. I have a hair in my eye. Wow, what? Why am I Moo Mousy, by the way? For what purpose? Oh, fucking my eyeball! Can I have your PC? No, I like my PC. It's beefy and it's got thousands of dollars worth of VTuber models on it that I'm working on. You can't have it! It's mine! Fuck off with you! I think this is mine. I have axe, is good. Didn't get to kill them, but I missed 3 birds. I'm useless. Hello, Reto. Right for the PC. Going for it. The one who waits is pleased with your progress and wishes to grant you crown ability. Let's go! I love that his hat is literally just made of paper. Rejected old fart. There you go, I did the thing. Happy? Oh, I gotta do the whole thing? How many times are we gonna do it before you're happy? I missed. Happy now? Over. Still can't collect bones. God damn it. Ah! Oh, a random? Who gets summoned? Who is it? I get Perfect Dark! Hang on, where's Perfect Dark? boys. There you go. No one is being doubled up. Doesn't look like it. All right, we're good. Can I have your chair, Mouse? I have a good ergonomic chair, so also no, fuck you. Enjoy your shrimp spine and your bone issues. Ow! Too busy shit talking, chat. I'm dying here. Come here. Come closer. Come here. Come closer. Come closer. Fuck! Come here. I never use those things properly. Oh, a heart! Dink dong. What are we dink donking? Boss form arms. I'm gonna take a single screw from your PC fan so it rattles. Please don't. No. Not in this Australian heat. It will die. I'm sorry about my blindness. Wait, come here. Fat fuck. He just dropped shit. What the hell? Oh, I can pick up fertilizer. Oh, I'm in a poop. Okay, I'm in a dookie area. Right. Love me a poopy room. Dookie. Why are there hearts in the dookie room? Whatever. Squirrel! Squirrel! Fuck you, I didn't squirrel! Gain an extra 1 half heart. 10% having a big extra half heart because I'm hopeless. Bye-bye. Come here. Got it. I like that when I stress out, I just press the button harder like it's gonna fucking change anything. Oh, there. You know it's a beefy PC because it can run live 2D well. Yes, I barely get any lag. Woo! Alright, we're gonna have to follow her. I'm a bit of a whore for followers. It's a bunny! Oh, shit. Oh, God, this is one of the ones where I have to answer a question. They're all dead! Oh, Lord, how could I again? Oh, shit. Damn. Do you see it in me? The darkness in my soul? I never get the right answer, chat! Do I absolve or do I ask them how could they? This way I can blame chat if I get the wrong answer. Hey, chat! Here, chat, here. Come on, chat. Got that taken. Which one do we want, chat? Which one? Ding dong, chat. Power, power, power. 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 Door. Observe. How good? Here, we'll make it 1 minute long. Start porn. I hate Prime for setting up that stupid ass fart every time. God damn it. Don't 50-50 it. Yeah, there you go. I want the bunny skin. Ask Jetto if you want answers. You think Jetto's gonna give me the right answer, girl? Girl! Mouse, can I still flint? No, I like him too much. Sorry. I like him too much. You can't have that one. I'm happy you got the monkey form early on. I love the monkey. So fluffy. I love that it's a scruffy monkey too and not just like, quite often you see monkey skins that are all like sleek. No, I want a scruffy monkey. Then Mouse has to make her own decisions. Exactly, and nobody wants that. Give me bunny. Observe! Thank you, Asta. Hey, yo. You just wanted someone to, order over you a little bit. I see. All right, let's get this better. Ah! Fuck! Too slow. Oh, Lord. Having some graphical issues with this one. The right choice! Yahoo! I always get the wrong fark in one. Squirrel! 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 Yes! Oh, I was gonna save, but I don't need to, apparently. Goodies, please. Thank you. We got the bunny! No, squirrel! Fucking hell. Harrow! Damn it, Harrow! Blah, blah, blah. We're a land of many gods, once hundreds now. My nose is runny. Yes, I'm pretty certain we got the bunny skin. Bunny skin does whatever a bunny skin does. Right already! Ouch, apparently I wasn't ready. Ow. Oh. Slow X, stealthy, slow X. Burn! Missed it. Why birds so fast, X so slow? Can't believe you skinned that poor bunny, and I'll do it again. Anyone that has the flesh suit that I want to wear, you gon' get skinned. I forgot what button makes me shoot things. That does. Oh, thanks for killing them for me. Foolishly persistent little lamb. I hear your lies and I smell your fear. The red crown rises again, but what an unworthy pair it has. Your followers aren't much better, buddy. Oh, come here. Come here. Thank you. You're all getting one hit killed, motherfucker! Ow. Ow. Oh. Oh, come here, come here. Oh, wait, come. Fucking pain in the ass! Thank you. Done and done. What's we got? Overall weapon damage. Ooh. Yoink. The good follower becomes a cannibal. The only bad trait. Oh god, please no.
That's quite big.
Are you measuring my tits right now? What the fuck was that? Please don't do that. That's bad behavior. Whoop. Ah, spiders! Me the morsels. They're a little bit speedy. Come here, spider! Yeah, there you go. Alright. This way. Oh, blah, blah. Yetis. Ooh. Upgrade. If you do become the cannibal, please snack on killer's finger. Wait, you can gain the cannibalism trait? Wait, hang on a minute. What? 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 Ah, you bitch. Gotcha. Alright, axe has a longer reach. I don't have to go all the way up to them. Ooh, got him. Ooh, got him. Ooh, I missed him. Alright, got plenty of meat. Wow, this meat pants grab. Hey. Bird. Got it. Ooh, there's another bird. Oh, I got that one. Okay, good. I thought I missed. So many birds now. I remember the game used to not really give you many. Now they give you like
stealthy.
heaps.
You can harvest stuff from that statue before Smashy Smashy Cheer 100.
Oh, I can? Wait, I got a new skin! Woo!
Dange
What the fuck is that?
Stealthy. You can harvest stuff from that statue before Smashy Smashy Cheer
Well, fuck,
100.
I harvest it beforehand. I don't know what that skin is, but I'll yoink it. It's fluffy, I like it. Alright. Apple, we have the bunny, ding dong. No, I just gotta survive this. Squirrel! You're gonna put squirrel! Yes! Ow, I took a hit. Oh! Trying not to take damage. La, 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 la. Come here, come here. anything around here for me? Oh, hello. I knew there was one left. A new thingy, my blob. Woo! I'm totally gonna remember to use it. I don't always forget about it. Woo! I need healing bad. I got 2 hearts left. This is not gonna go well. Wrong button! Holy poly. Oh, he's getting faster. Ow! He landed on me. Ow! He landed on me again. Oh, fuck! I'm in trouble. Oh, thank fuck for that. Boy, I was panicking. Half a heart left. Look at me go. Hot digga damn. Glad I didn't panic. Yoink. He's mine. Needs rock gold nuggets. Yoink. Thank you. Ooh, I'm rich. No goodies. Just remember the 5 Ds. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. That's two dodges. I can recycle old weapons? Oh, that's right. They give you a gold coin. I remember to do that. Go. Oh. Very good, my vessel. It seems I chose well when I kept you from Earth. I will be watching your every move. Do not disappoint me. Yes, sir. I just want to become a cannibal in-game. I'm not asking this because I want to turn into a cannibal. Sleepy, you're my one good little cultist at the moment with good stuffs. Don't you fucking ruin it. I can't collect these guys. I swear I used to be able to attack it. Poopy. Why is your faith low, chat, huh? Just because you don't have a bed? Bunch of pussies. The hell? My broom upgraded. Okay, sure, why not? Didn't realize that was a thing. Oh. I don't know what that does. A bag of mushrooms! A big bag full of okay. Oh, it's a decoration. Thanks for the drugs, chat. Appreciate it. Let's go. Drugs obtained. Upgrade obtained. I want farm. I'm planning to come. I'm planning to become. No. You're not supposed to be planning to become a cannibal. You're supposed to say, no, I would never. All right, bunny. All right, what do we got? Oh, God. Faithless generates devotion. I may or may not be sacrificing you first, chat. I don't know if you want this one. You're gonna be one of the first to die. I'm sorry, chat. Drugs. No, I'm pretty certain you can only join once as well, which pisses me off. Do we want me to just call this one Shadow-san, or? It's only got bad trait! One trait, and it's bad. Just name it? Alright, it's gonna be Shadow-san. Excuse me, Katerin, that's a cute emo. Give me that. I want that, that's cute. We wanna call this one Shadow-san? Yep. Faithless little bitch. Oh, I should have. Fuck, I'm stupid! I forgot to customize her appearance to be a frog. Oh well. She bunny now. Woodcut. Good job. Wood. Hello. Hope you're better. Yeah, here we go. We got a petable. Materialistic. Gain faith when building better sleeping quarters and can be pet. Yes. We're raffling this motherfucker. Let's go. Get in there. Let me pet your chatos. Let me consume the unfaithful. No, bad. Bad. All right, and go.
Fool demands pats. Korg Slam Fool demands pats. Korg Slam cheer
Gonna be a
100.
worship, but let me pet you!
Fool
I love that
demands
it's considered
pats.
a demand
Korg
that I get to
Slam
pet you.
Fool demands pats. Korg Slam cheer 100.
All right, we need more beds, pronto. Before everyone hates my guts. Need 3 new beds. There's fucking wood in the way. 1, 2, 3. I swear I used to be able to catch... Oh, like that, okay. I'm just stupid. Oh, no. Yes, Balto, whatever you want. Great leader, the cult is growing by the... Ow, what happened? Oh, okay. Okay, I panicked over nothing. I call it the Mouse Garden. Or Garden of Mouse. No, we call it Garden of Mouse. Sorry, I thought I broke something and I kind of panicked. Cult of eating bitches. I just be in my butt cult. Caterin, hey yo. Shadow Frog Pond. Hang on a minute. You guys not planning on dethroning me already? Hang on a minute. Pond of Chatos? Pond of Chatos! I like that one. Alright, we'll go with that one. Even though technically rain frogs don't even hang out in ponds, I drown the lot of you. You're one of the petables. Yes, you are. Fuck yeah. Alright, bye-bye. Go do something. Yes, the petables, they're everywhere. Woo! Can I pet you again? No, that's technically a new day. I can! Yes! Happy days. Giving me the good white stuff? Good. Can't catch birds around here. Let's go do our prayers. Come on, chat. It's prayer time. Round. Donk. Wait, what was that? The goat! Play it as the lamb's wicked counterpart. Oh my god, do I want to be a goat? I just want to be a goat. What's that? Ignoble garb, worn only by the most unholy of heretics. Let the lamb be free and naked! Oh, I could be a nudist? You tempt me. Thank you for petting me, Mouse. I work as hard as I can. Good. Splatter of chat. Yay. I'm naked. I'm like literally the only naked one too, which makes it better. Bonfire ritual. I gotta burp. Stock. Ugh. I have no bones. It wouldn't let me collect bones. Oh, oh. Let your titties flap in the wind. All you can hear is like that skin sound. Just that breezy up in here. already get that one? Yeah, I did. Bane weapons. Ooh, okay. And transport poison. 3 new curses will appear on your crusades. Nice. Hey, only 3 of you gave me juice? The other 3 are slack asses. Can't do that yet. I don't got no bone. The ritual is providing an pain fine up. Burns rituals perform rituals in the temple. They usually raise faith. I didn't read that last one! Something about slaying a non-believer. Shadow-san, you're so close to death. Oh, girl. Oof, ha. Make some food. 2, 3. And then one of those. Hookah. We got food for everybody. Why is my faith still not all the way to the tippy toe? I don't like that. Bollocks. You don't get a present. You can burn in hell. Burn in hell, Shadow-san! Come on, you two. Give me my juice. Juice. Oh. Oh, come on! It took me like half a second to clean it up. God. Balangor. He pulls his head in as soon as I walk up. Alright! Balto, be nice. Okay, good. Well, Balto was picking on poor little apple. We got my babies. I guess we're going back out again. If there's anything else I can build before I leave. Maybe just make one more bed before I skedaddle. Bed. Else here? Oh, right, farm plots. Forgot about that. Where do I want my farm? Sorry, Mouse-san. Is the other 3 gave you juice beforehand. Unacceptable! Where do I want the farm plots? I'm not very good at, like, designing shit. I just make shit up as I go, bro. I do the farms around where the food at, but I don't think it really makes any fucking difference. Wait. Go where I want you to go. Thank you. Just that for now, because I'm pretty certain I can get like a scarecrow or something. Farm, stop! Make farm. Do good with farm. Who's gonna be me farmer? I gotta pick a farmer. Who wants to be farmer? Hands up! Come on, I wanna see them hands. I want volunteers. Shadows, you look suspiciously like a farmer to me. Come here. Never mind. I can't tell you to farm, apparently. I ran out of seed. Oh. Okay, I thought I broke the game for a second. Apparently no one can farm but me for now. Nope. Try again real quick. Where is everybody? Balangor, for fuck's sake! You're just shitting everywhere! God damn! Why is it always the same shadow taking a shit? Oh, sorry. Sorry. Don't be mad at me. Bully! I just scream at you. No one can do the farm! What the fuck? Do I have to bully him until he stops being a dickhead, or do I gotta be nice to him until he stops being a dickhead? Nobody knows! Your guess is as good as mine! I feed them one more time and then I gotta get the fuck out of here. Don't bully, chat! Oh, God. Don't get overexcited. Oh. I cook. And I cook. Alright. Have food. I'm leaving. See you, bye. Why are you naked? Because why not? It makes me different to everyone else, alright? I'm different, Apple. I'm the only one that is allowed to be nude 24/7. The minute I'm allowed to, like, make everyone else nude, then I'll put clothes on. Bird over there that I want to kill. Kill the bird! Hell yeah. Alright, I can finally collect bones. Ah! Whoop, whoop, whoop. Sorry, was busy collecting birds. Dodge and roll, dodge and roll. Ow! I forgot that the big guys I can't stun. Oh no, I didn't see the bird! Bone, 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 hold a bone. Oh, can't stun, can't stun. Bone, bone, oh, bone daddy. Doo, 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 ah. We fight over the meals at the cult. Only the strongest can eat. 25% less fervor. When hit, down to damage. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Going my shitty play style. Gonna need that. Hello. Come here, come here, come here. I wanna be friends. Come, 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 come. La 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 la. What the fuck is that? What the f— okay, so I can't kill that thing. I just gotta dodge it? Hello? What the fuck is that thing? Look! I don't like that. I don't like that one little bit. More followers, please. If your soul, your undying soul. Ship, ship. Hi. Oh. Goodies. Fish! Sorry, you guys, but I'm like, I just need loot real quick. All right, sorry. Why do the caterpillars have bones? Alright, sorry. I mean, I can get cheaper prices now because there's no one else. Hello. Look, he's ready for another sermon. Sleeping bag collapse. Oh, come on! I forgot that they do that. I wonder I made an extra one. Oh, that's right. I have this other thing, don't I? Forgot about that. Come here. Nice. Oh dear. Morning's mouse and chat though. Sign and chat 13. How you doing? Sorry, I'm bone collecting. Bones. Hello. Must collect fresh bodies. Always need more bodies. Oh, hello, old man. He's hollow. What the fuck? Ratu? Rato and Ratu. Okay. You're ground if you can complete the game cover without dodging. Oh shit. Oh no. Okay. Oh god. I'm gonna have to fight my muscle memory with the dodging. Oh lordy. Okay. I got this. I got this. I got this. I don't know what the gift is gonna be, but let's hope it's something high. No dodging. No dodging. No dodging. Ah. I'm pretty certain when I destroy it, it gives me the devotion too, doesn't it? Or am I crazy? I'm pretty certain destroying it does the same thing. Bones for days! Bones, bones, bird. I missed the bird. Hey, 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 I'm busy here! Yes, it's mine. My crown! And new members will join in because of this. I got a song stuck in my head, but I can't for the life of me remember the lyrics, so I can only do the melody. Bones for days, bones for days. What? No dodging for 3 rooms. Oh lordy. Hey, hey. Come here. It's gonna be annoying if anything. I'm gonna chase everything down. Come here. Ah. Oh, 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 out. Oh, oh, come here. Come here, come here. Come here, little wormy. Oh. Wormy worm, wormy worm. Fucking worm. Not dodging, I'm not dodging, I'm not dodging. Ah! Ow! I know this is gonna be a big problem with the bigger guys. Oh, come here, little fella. Come on, come here, come here, come on. Oh, fuck's sake, this just keeps going and it takes so long when I can't roll! No rolling! Oh, thank fuck for that. Bone, bone, bone. Oh, I missed the bird. I love the bird technically was just chilling there the whole fight and then last minute goes, oh, nah, never mind. I made it! It counted as 2 rooms. What should you get? I think this is a decent reward. It couldn't even be an animal skin. It's just a fucking stone wall. Ah! I've been stone walled. That bird. Got ya. Could have at least been a skin. Jeez. Nope, destroy only gives stone. Ah, okay. 10% chance of getting a blue heart. I want to be faster or I want more hearts. I want to be faster. It used to have a big cooker that would always give you meat, but not no more.
I got a quarter. I got a
quarter. Oh, hello. Upgrade for me shooter. Hello. Actually, I prefer the tentacles to be honest, but you know. Fast as fuck, boy. I'm fast. Oh, oh, I'm running into a wall. Be a scatter shot, bud. Oh, wrong button. Ah, wasn't paying attention. Ah! Ow. Ow, that was fucking stupid of me. Super hyper intelligent. You ow! You wouldn't understand, chat. Fast. on, come out. Ran out of things. Oh my god, hurry up. Okay. There we go. Maybe I should up the hardness. These guys are feeling a wee bit too easy. Did they drop the difficulty on this or something? I swear they used to be harder. Recycle. Fuck, I forgot again. I forgot. Skin. Oh, it's a horse or a mule or a donkey or one of those things. Gold. I swear they've made this easier. I swear I struggled more. Actually, no, I'm just that much better of a player now. Yep. I'm just that skilled, chat. Ugh. Hello. Not make the mistake of becoming the servant of your followers. They are for you to use to your advantage. Their faith is a resource spended. Let's empower you. Let's give you a license to do unspeakable things and bend them to your will. I grant you the power to read their feeble little minds. Let's go. I now know what makes you naggasm. There's no hiding your kinks from me, chat. Not no more. I see. And there's shit everywhere. Hang on a minute, hang on a minute. Oh, I upgraded again. Why does it upgrade so fast? Valengor, I'm busy cleaning your dookie. Later, when times are tough, you can cook grass meals. Followers won't like it, but it beats starving. Try it now. Sure. Of course, it's Valengor that suggests that. Fix the beds. Oh, there's a mini game for fixing the beds. I didn't think that was a thing, but okay. Fix. Bed. Or poop. Please. Alright. Any more poop? Can't leave this place disgusted. Not seeing any more dookie. We're good. Okay. Farming bundle! Let's go! Fuck you! The mouse below my mind isn't small, it's just occupied. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Sure. Fine, whatever. Everyone's going to bed. Please spare me. What do we got? Corporophilia. Gain 10 faith when falling ill. Ill? Are you okay? Dude needs mental health resources. Ignores dissenters. All right, you're okay. Other than the whole getting sick thing, you seem to be an okay person. So, exclamation mark ticket, eh? Onita, can I check the farms? Well, apparently no, because it's not letting me assign the farm to anybody. I have to have the little farming plot thing first before it lets me. My mind isn't small, it's just empty. See, that's pretty much the equivalent of each other. I'm going for a piss break, so whilst you guys are raffling, I'll do a quick be right back as I stare into your soul. Enjoy, I'll do a quick 3-minute ad break as well. But I do need to wee. I'll be right back, okay? I'll be right back. Stare at your souls. You really want the shitting screen back? You mean you just want to see me take a shit? I see you. Disgusting. I said I don't kink shame, but I'll kink shame that motherfucker. Emma, cute eyes so fluffy and pink. Get in there. You're not supposed to enjoy being sick though. It's a little bit weird. Little bit weird. Spit on them again! Filth! Absolute filth! And thanks for the added sound effects while I was taking a shit, chat. I really needed that. Apparently. Oh, that's right. We got another one. And Wolfia just fucking dies in the background. Petable! Let's go! I can pet you! I can pet you! Chat! Chat, come on, become a petable, become a petable, become a petable. Come on, I need it. Please. Thank you. Welcome back, I'm back, bitches. I didn't actually check if the ads were done first. I just kind of came straight in. Whoopsies. That's alright, ads are done. We're fine. Become my petable little chatter. Because I definitely don't mean anything that might communicate that you are AFK for a little bit. No. Oh, who got summoned? Hey, Fudge! Fudge has been summoned. And you just sit there! Welcome, my little red-headed fox. Orange-headed fox? You're a woodcutter or something. Oh, alright, I'm making the beds. Fucking hell. Fine. Picky little bitches, the lot of ya. Good lord. See? It's made! Alright. Look at you, you're just standing there. I think I broke the game. Everyone was supposed to have just woken up, but they're all still abed. Oh, there's a new building! A glorious cult continues to grow! Our cult grows in greatness! I've converted, but I'm not convinced. Let's see how things go. Did I break the game? No, it's fine.
Stelt 236 banana, Stelt 236 banana, Stelt 236 banana, Stelt 236 banana, 43 months. Woot. So long with the great mouse artist whose body will hopefully stop trying to kill her after her upcoming appointments.
It's fucking hoping, goddamn! That'd be nice. It'd be really nice if it
236 banana, Stelt 236 banana, Stelt 236 banana, Stelt 236 banana, 43 months.
By
Wait.
the way, is Shadows and the Lamb
So
with Mouse
long with
being
the
the
great
one who
mouse
waits
artist
below,
whose
or is
body
Mouse
will
I'm
hopefully
the
stop
Lamb?
trying
Shadow
to
Sands
kill
around
her
here
after
is my
her
first
upcoming
sacrifice. I forgot to turn her into a frog.
appointments. Is wonderful community help fund.
Thank you for the health fund, Jetos. Alright. Time to preach at you, fuckers. Oh, I meant the actual Chateau sign on your head. Ah! I don't know. Pray to me. Yes. Heart of the devout. Ah! Meh. No one has gasmed at me yet, by the way. You guys haven't leveled up yet, and it's upsetting me greatly. Why does no one love me enough to, like, full-on gasm eye glowy situation, huh? Huh? What is this? Oh! Glad you liked it. Dr. Any fellows from them, give them gifts, complete requests, complete quests, and perform blessings so that increase your loyalty. Everything. Watch as I show you. You follow. Come back here. Oh, hello. Falango. He's been gifted. Yay! Okay, that's what was the problem. I didn't have the loyalty thing unlocked. Yoo-hoo! And only shack is open! Oni-chan, am I going to chop trees today? More trees. Ah. Oh, right, the travel thing opened. Alright! Shut up, you yup, Falangor. Oh, he liked. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Hang on, Falangor. Hang on a minute. That was a wee bit suspicious. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. It's always so Balto that I interrupt too. Come here. Did I see someone try to say something like a Twitch message at me, but it broke? I feel like I broke it. My bad. You bless it. Oh, I can do more than one at a time. Nice. Come here, you. I think I can pet you, right? No, I can't. Oh, bless. A wee bit? Where did you get the wee bit part? It was very sus. I think I borked it. I probably might. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was possible to just, like, override it by being in a conversation with someone. I thought it would just wait until I clicked out. Ginger Cinder is suspiciously running into the distance. I feel like she's running off to take a shit. You're very suspicious, girl. I give you a pet anyway, though. Thanks. No, I'm done. Oh, I can bless you afterwards. Don't pet people while they shit! Look, she let me do it, okay? She's into it. It's fine. Bottom. Ah! Bite me! Oh, I got divine inspiration. Oh, thank God, you just shat berries everywhere. Oh, Anta! My first, they grow weak. My fist, they grow pale. I need the blood. My faith is purest. No, I was reading that! No, it was too long. I missed the message. But you're against sacrifice. Why do you want blood sacrifice? It doesn't make sense. Oh, that's right. My faith is purest when trapped in the Thunderdome, or when I play Barbie Dreamhouse Adventure with my life on the line. Oh, so no sacrifice but yourself. All right, I get it. You little fucking sadist. masochist. Wrong thing. Mouse can't. I was trying! No, that's rude. What are you doing, you fuckhead? Ah! What the fuck was that? You snatched 5 coins? What? Malagon just fucking robbed me! That was a possibility! Bro. That's some next level bullshit. Where am I even storing my coins when I'm butt-ass naked? Maybe, maybe not! Oni-chan, you haven't pegged me yet! Pet it, right? Yeah, sure, that's what you meant. Uh-huh, mm-hmm. I believe that, uh-huh. Stealthy? Don't ask. I wish I to have follower, baby. Look, you have to win this raffle. This one's not done through stream elements, though, so, you know. Alright, I'm gonna teach the true meaning of obedience first because a fucking Falangor just stole 5 coins off me and I'm pissed. Aw, looks like murder follower action, a simple solution to many problems, but some followers may find Roto Temple in which you can ascend a follower's spirit to a higher plane of existence. Sure, I'll do that one instead, and Chato-san's gonna be the first one to get fed to it. Let's feed Chato-san to the great beyond! Okay. Oh, I can rename the cult whenever I want! Nice. Alright, do I have the bones for this? No, I don't. Figures. Fuck's sake. No bones. No bones? I gotta give someone a gift. Alright, who is gonna be... Stop being suspicious, you. I give you a pet. Oh. I wish there was an easier way to see who I have and have not prayed to for the day. No?
Sacrifice me, Haw. Stealthy Mouse wouldn't
Hey, y'all.
dare. I'm too fabulous to be a meal for any tentacle beast. Let her try. I'd escape while she fumbles around. Bow
Oh, is that
down
what
to
the
your
little plus
froggy
sign
queen,
means, maybe?
Chato-san. I'm untouchable. Ribbit.
No, you're not, Queen. You gonna be sacrificed so hard, man. Give me berries. Alright, that's right. I was meant to set up the farming setup so that other people can farm instead of me. This is some tedious shit. Have some poop. And a seed, and some poop. Alright. I'll feed y'all in a second, alright? Be patient. It's almost nighttime already, fuck. Perhaps a chance of dropping valuable resources. Why has everyone got a shit instantly for? Can you people just control your bowels for once? Jesus Christ. Mega mixed meal. Oink. Alright, let's cook. Bunch of 2-star meals, buddy boy. Oh, and I was meant to make a grassy gruel, wasn't I? 1 grassy gruel. Because I had a quest for it. Put that bitch in a pot! Cook her! Cook her, I swear! I was about to do something. What was it? Hello, memory! I don't have any memory. Oh, that's right. Farming stuff! There we go. Doo-doo. Like that. See, I remember things. I don't have enough wood for the seed silo. Maybe I actually do. Oh yeah. Oh, never mind. I don't have any goddamn wood! Give me the fucking wood! Why is this taking so long to dig up? Give it! Thank you. Suppose I'm not really supposed to do that. I'm meant to let it grow. Thank you, Onion-chan. You're welcome. I don't know. I can't remember what they call fucking younger siblings. Onion-chan. Wait, I'm an Onion-chan. Hang on. You're giving me a dick that I don't have, you bitch. Call me Onion-chan. I'm your sister, not your brother. At least last time I checked. Hang on. Nope, still woman. Hello, brain. Oh, spiders! You favorite little bastards! Wow. They steal my seeds! Piss off! Little cretins. Hey! Even little fucks. Oh. I'm on the glow ball. Need to glow. Got it. Oh! Sorry, I'm distracted. Can you tell I'm the sort of person that, like, kind of goes for the farming sim side of things instead of the fighting side of things? I don't know. I don't think it's very obvious. No, spider. Spider. Yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, let's go check out Rato. I did make some grass food in the end. I remembered last minute. One day we'll be able to cook Chateau-san. I need bones. Fuck. Oh. Hit a rat. Berries. Very nice. Oh. Uncle! How you doing? I must thank you about peas. No, play Knucklebones! Alright. I'm gonna square up and chat with the Knucklebones. Watch me. Berries. More berries. Good stuff. Alright, this is it. Oh, there's a present. Be careful with the mistakes I did, or you'll end up in a place just like this. Now, perhaps the game of Knucklebones, you don't know it, why it's simple. Just up to a little table, Quick gift. Alright. First Twitch chat. X. I'm pressing X! Maybe I can't do it. I have to defeat Ratto first. It wasn't letting me! I was pressing X! Let me try something. I mean, maybe it's Y. Okay! It's not X, it's Y! It's a lying little fuck! Lay. Do you guys know how to play? I'm gonna assume that you guys do. How the fuck does this work? Which chat rolls first? Oh, you gotta vote! Oh my god, guys, vote! Might be if you use like Xbox control while got like Switch controller on the setting or something, or the other way. I don't have an Xbox controller at all, so I don't know about that. Wah. You guys are getting very bad rolls. Cult of the Mouse! Cult of the Mouse indeed, Bucky. Oh, thanks for the one. You guys predicted the one! Eat us down. I'm not. I'm not. Suck my dick. Eh. Ah, fuck's sake. I remember when the game ends. I think it's when everyone's sides are all filled up, I think. Oh, we're squared off! Even Steven's buddy! Typing in chat doesn't work as far as I know. The UI pops up. You gotta be overlay on the screen. Chat does! Get bamboozled. No, 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 no. No, no, no. You don't need that one. You don't need that one. Put it away. Put it away. Oh, thank fuck. You fucked up. 5. Chat! Oh, it's so good. Wow. I'm not cheating. Chat through. Just for me. Oh, I'm almost there. I'm so close. It might be someone who doesn't know the rules. Do we need a rundown of the rules for everyone? Doesn't matter. I fucking win. Suck my dick. I feel so. Okay, rules are, if I stay on this screen, rules are, chat. What you want to do is you want to have as many on your side. So me, this side, for the you, it's this side. I'll explain using this side. What you want to do is you want to have as many of the same number dice in one row as possible. They multiply on top of each other for points. So 5 times 5 times 5 is 45, right? 5, 5, 5, 45. Yes, 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 yes. Or something like that. They load on top of each other. But say if you've rolled a 5 and you wanted to delete my 5s, if you put your 5 in the same row as where all my 5s are, all my 5s get deleted off of that row. So if you dropped it, when you got this 6, instead of placing it there, if you placed it here, these 2 6s would have got deleted and my points would go down. You just want to have more points than me at the end. Overlay goes too fast for me to see, as well as the dice being hidden behind chat. Oh. Mouse is a cheat. I'm not a cheater! Oh, you guys, hang on. I move, you should, let me just move the chat. I might just remove the chat completely, or whilst we're playing Knucklebones. Reckon that's fair enough? Let's try again, but with chat out of the way.
Stealth to 3-6 booty, stealth to 3-6 Allium 3, stealth to 3-6 Allium 1.
Yes, that'd be fair. Sorry, I thought you could see, they would have a way to display it on the overlay.
Stealth to 3-6 booty, stealth to 3-6 Allium 3, stealth to 3-6 Allium 1.
There we go. Blam, 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 back at you. All right, is that better? Y'all can see now? Let's try again. I need to do laundry, but hi! Why don't you play Knucklebones instead? Well, I'm all blurry. Now let's try this again. Good luck with the laundry! Thank you for the resub! I get to roll first this time. Yippee! I got a 5. Let's put it in the middle. I'm gonna fuck you for a 6, by the way. Where do you want to put it, chat? Whatever. Ah, another 5. So if you put that on the same row as my 5, you can delete my 5. FYI. You know? Suck my dick. Oh, look, a 6! Wow! Wow, a 6! is going nowhere fast. Oh, another 6! Yay! You know why it's called knuckle bones? No idea what. You like punch them in the face if they lose? Oh my god! Please don't ever roll another 6. That'd be fucked. A 3? Don't mind if I do! Fuck those guys! I wasn't chosen for a what? That was my 3. Another 6! The game is borking, bro! You can keep that 3 over there. I like being able to line my 6s up on that row. Chat, why? You just deleted your chance to destroy my 6, but, you know, you kind of at least got 1 double. You know? Something. Shadows is like, fuck this shit, I'm out. A 2 for you? I got your balls in a vice grip, chat, you fucked! Think about pulling so many 6s, man. I got another 6! Yeah! May the odds be ever in your favor! Alright, I'm gonna play Retho so I can pass his little
Someone
questing.
check her dice. Someone check her dice.
I swear they're not weighted, I swear! I think the game malpregged me with how hard it screwed up. Oh, look, another 6! Let's go! 6, 6, 6. Oh, okay, never mind. Ratho did stupid. Ratho did a stupid! Okay, he did another stupid. Okay, you do you, buddy. Oh, okay, now I'm getting bad luck. 1, 1, 1. There. I like. Damn it! Oh, I got another 5. Oh god! All right, this is getting close. Oh fuck! Not another 1! Come on! That's some next level bullshit. Yeah, now I get a 6. Fucking 6. Oh, my 1. Oh, piss off! Ah! Oh my god! Are you fucking with me right now, dude? Get rid of his 2s because I'm losing and I need him to die. A 4. Right. Ah! Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, thank fuck. Oh, piss right on. Oh my god, this is next level stupid. Come on, where did my luck go? Oh, there you are. Wow. Where were you earlier? Fucking hell. This is getting nowhere. Oh my god, another 2. Really? 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 Oh my god. Wasted all your luck up on chat. Apparently, I'm gonna lose. I've lost. I've lost. That's stupid! It's a bad luck. I can't believe I lost a tutorial boss. All right, that's it. That's it. That's it. Fuck this guy. Yeah, I'll not play again. Fuck you. I need to defeat you to unlock the next bit. Alright, now I'm mad. Now I'm pissed. I hydrate with my Hydrolyte. Of course his first roll is a 6 and mine is 2. Ah. A 5. Gambling at its finest. There's not even any money involved. A 1. A 1. A 1. A 1. Thank you. Another one! Come on! Oh, piss off! 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Oh! Come on! Oh, a 2. Wow. Wow. I got a 2. How does it feel now? This is next level bullshit, man. Can you give me something better than... Oh, okay, that's something. At least I win. Jesus Christ. Kelsey, you are number 1. I'd rather not roll me. I'd rather a different roll. Oh no, your first roll was a 2, man. If only we were how that... we knew how that felt. A chord. Whoa. Gain an extra heart. Thank you for the card. Alright, done. I don't know. My luck is piss poor enough, apparently. Last thing I need to do is gamble. Wait, can I gamble with chat? I wonder if it'll let me gamble with chat. First things first, I need to conduct a sermon. Be nice now, chat. I love you and all that, you know? All that cute shit. Please. Oh, look, I pray with you. And I give you petties and stuff if I can pet you. Right, chat! Look at that, look at the petties, yeah! I can't remember what your traits were. You, because of your devotion thingy, you get a present. You get to be nocturnal. Merry Crimbus. Yes! Sleepy. Oh. What's up? What do you want, Falangor? Ah, this place is gross. When I clean this, I might be sick. It was perfectly clean 2 seconds ago. What did you do? What the fuck did you do? It was clean! I need wood. Nothing, we are not helping you. We are helping ourselves. Suppose it's your only way to do it. Would you stop being a rude little fuck? Throw your shit out. I didn't get to see the message! Ah! Alright, so the sending messages thing is just fucked in general, apparently. I love watching the leader and playing Umamushime! Pretty dabby. You like the horses? I like the horses. I'm down 2 beds because they broke them. Stop playing bouncies in the bed and they will stop breaking. I'm eternally grateful. What? I didn't do anything. Is this because I was bullying you that you're on it? I'm confused. Let me just read your mind real quick. Oh? Natural skeptic, terrified of death, jerk. Sits in the corner and cries. Oh, Falagor's. Oh, rainbows. Having a hard time. Ta-da! Did not remove your jerkwood, though, for whatever reason. Man, why is that repair going so fast? Oh, dear. Oh, nope, nope, nope. They like to be bullied, but now they're kind of traumatized a little bit. I can't make wood until I have wood. Alright. Let's cook. What does the rainbow... Oh, the rainbow poop is for fertilizing. That's right. Oh, why not? Some food for y'all. They're rewarded. All right, let's pray. I must collect devotion. Devote yourself. Oh, you're struggling, Falangor. Oh, no. You'll lament when I die. Will I? Will I? Will I? Oh, the wood! Oh, you're right. You Don't bully me, I'll come. Alright, never mind, Jesus. That way you always smell weird. Alright, who hasn't been prayed at yet? You have not been prayed at. I like it better when I used to do a little dance. Be like, do I not get the dance yet? Not you. I'm trying to pet Cinder. Cinder, stop taking a shit for it. Every time I go to pet Cinder, she's always running off to take a dookie. Without failure, it's when she runs off to take a shit. Oh, I distracted her. She forgot she needs to poop. That's fine. Sorry, Shadows. I want to talk to you. Oh, I can't. No, that's Bolto. Get out of the way. Bolto, I'm trying to talk to Shadows. You're so needy. Is there a fox in game 2? Of course she is. Why did I change sides? That was weird. Right, do I have enough wood for build now? Probably not, but I'm gonna go check. Upgrade beds. Or am I? These are kind of important. Ugh. Don't mind. I haven't got any dead bodies yet, so I don't have to worry about that at least. Do a sermon? Question mark? Yes. Pray with me, my children. How you doing, John? Oh, I'm getting hungry. That's right, pray to me. Yes, upgrades. Gudai's Blessing. Resummon a weapon or curse, but its level will be reduced. No. Vampiric weapons have a chance to heal wielder. Yep, yes! Is this supposed to be a scripted event where one of the cultists becomes a dissenter? I think so. Maybe? That reminds me, I gotta fucking ascend. Oh, I still don't have the bones, right? I haven't been out to get bones. Can I build the stone masonry at least? No, I can't. Oh, I'm also broke. Okay, never mind. I need gold as well. Okay. Make one more meal and then I'm skedaddling. Wait, was that enough? No, it wasn't. Another one. You guys are so needy! God! Jesus! What's the wrench page next to your name, Frellinger? They are a staff member. That's why I'm calling him out for stealing my 5 gold earlier. That was some next level bullshit. Alright. We're off. We're running. Wait, I have a fair few followers. Can I unlock the next gate already? I used to ride horses competitively, but I can't ride horses anymore since I fell off a horse. Oh god, what injury did you take? I used to ride horses a lot. I never did competitive riding, just because it wasn't my thing, but I used to go hacking and stuff a lot. Oh, hello! No, you have so many mouse feet. You must need some seeds. Crops. Yeah. I'm broke. I can't be buying shit. Alright. Show us your horse. No. No, go fuck right off. That is deep stealthy lore that can stay in the trenches. You can get my satisfaction. No, 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 abso-fucking-lutely not. Hell no! I would rather die!
Thanks, King Prawn 8, for gifting Stealthy Horse.
Oh, that's how that works.
Now Stealthy Horse can never leave.
It? Stealthy Horse? No! Oh no! I see you're impressed by my badge. Why am I picturing you doing like an edgy anime character, like hand over the face pose? I see you like my badge. Do I get someone else that Killers calls an Uma? He's calling people horses? That's a bit rude. That's a bit fucking rude. I taught my children better than that. Stealthy newcomer wanted to add it to the list. No. 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 Also scrapping my commission idea of you drawing Uma's stealthy because of Nope, nope. Oh, these fucking guys. Come here. Not yet. Oh. Whoop. Come here, come here. Gotcha. Ugh. Ugh. Slow ass axe. Alright. I didn't add it to this channel. I'm not a mod. Ew. Add what to this channel? What? Ah! Oh, you talking about the emote? Yeah, that was me, Uwu. Camellia! Camellia! Whatever it's called. No, it's not chamomile. Camellia. That emote, yeah, that was me. He made his, yep, I did. I made his name is that emote now. He can't run away from it. I didn't commission that emote. Nope, it was brought upon him. Killers isn't even a degen. And hot sauce, get on that area accidentally and that sucked. Wait, what? I broke my, some bones in my back and got asthma as well. Spinal injury. Yeah, I can understand why you'd completely pull out of it at that point. Don't want to risk that. Hell no. No, I suppose depending on the severity of your asthma, you could work through asthma, but a spinal injury is a hell to the fuck no. Not worth the risk. Just scream at me. That's rude. Oh, a heart. I don't even need healing, man. Birds. Birds everywhere. Birds everywhere. I want to eat. I want to eat the birds. Let me eat the birds. Let me go. Got it. Hell yeah. All right, we're onwards. Okay, let's see. Let's go the question mark route. Oh, food, question mark, food, question mark, food.
Oh, how tempting. But honestly, I'd rather
Also
watch
money.
paint dry than expose Stealthy Mouse's embarrassing moments. Let her keep her cringe to herself. Bow down to your fabulous Froggy Queen.
That's my
Chattersack.
cringe.
Instead, ribbit.
That's my cringe. Killers. Calamus dipped his balls in hot sauce for your curiosity. Show the hot. Nah. Calamus isn't even here to argue for me to do the horse video anyway, so he doesn't want it, so why would I show the rest of you? You don't get to run off the back of Calamus's sacrifices. Acting like it's your sacrifice. It's a shaggy dog. He's so cute. The Killers calls me Uma, and there is even a 7TV of me as an Uma because of my love. God damn. Now I'm curious. No, you're not. Curiosity never happened. It's not a real emotion. I have inhalers for that asthma, but I had to put cement into my back to fix cement. Or did you have it like... Don't they not let you use oh, hello. Use titanium and stuff like that for bones? They would have like pinned the bones or something. Hello, sir. You're kind of cool looking. Peace be with you, Crusader. I seek only the truth and the light, but I may be of service to you. I can increase the loyalty of any follower you choose. Oh? Yeah, but for... Alright, chat gets to decide who's gonna get their loyalty increased, quote unquote, by whatever the fuck this guy is. Pay attention. What? Mouse, did you see my taco message? I did not see any messages about tacos. I was eating tacos on the toilet. Why the fuck are you eating food on? Don't take food into a toilet space! What is wrong with you? Alright, chat, vote. Who gets to be, have their quote-unquote loyalty increased by the suspicious person in the forest? Take your pick. Votes should be on stream screen, not as a poll. Dog hair on my belly button. Oh no. For once, oh lord, this feels bad to say, but I agree with Mouse. Don't take food to the toilet. Why does that feel bad to agree with? Come on! Come on! You should always agree with me! Sir Balto! Oh. Why is he doing kissy lips? That's some weird shit. The work is done! This fall would follow you into the deepest darkness from whence no one returns. Oh, okay, thanks, I guess. To destroy your little... I can't. Nothing. Well then, he actually did what he was peddling. Color me surprised. I just unlocked my scroll wheel, closed my eyes, and spammed that back and forth. Okay. There you go. It'll hit something. Birds! Birds! Oh, I missed the last bird. Do I get stoned for destroying it as well? A singular stone! Not worth it. Damn it! Right, so you're gonna make me lose a squirrel. Now for the both of us, where's that you say? Let me show you. Oh, it's the fishing pond. Now get out of here! What if I destroy everything? Can I get some feed? Yeah, feed! Bird! 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 2 birds! Hey yo! Ah, seafood! Fish oil is good for you, chat. Take it, drink it down. Damn thing. Dead and dead. I'm enjoying my axe a bit. I'll keep my axe. Sometimes I remember to use my tentacles. Sometimes. Not all the time. Tentacles! Alright, that's it. After this chat, I am so fucking you guys up in Knucklebones. You are screwed! And... Recycle? I don't know! I'm physically incapable of recycling. I'll recycle. It lies to me. It's X, not Y. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Come here, you. How about this guy? Yeah, gone. I like my axe. It's slow, but it's handy. Oh, a blue heart. Did he just die by himself? You can do that, buddy. There's spare bones around. There we go. Do 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 do. Bones. No bones. No bones. All right, we're out. Oh, it's time! I feel self-conscious about something I did when I was 6. The good old 6-year-old curiosity of it's like, what happens if I did this though? It's like, I can see the logic a 6-year-old would have. They'd be like, this seems like the most efficient way because like I'm putting the food in that I'm shitting out. I get it. I get it, little 6-year-old Kratos. I get it. But don't do that. Retreat of your little lamb. Time to put an end to this frivolous masquerade. How about me, boy? Leshy, darling, please wipe your mouth after eating. It's embarrassing. I forgot that when they do the boss fights, they have like little minions that they pull out. Almost got hit by that. Oh, he's angry. Ow, bitch! Ah! Keep missing my tentacles. Oh wait. Oh god, he flying. Can you land on your own fella? No, we can't. Come on. It missed all of them! What the fuck? Useless tentacles. Come on. Ow, I took that. Alright, they're poisoned. They should die on their own. Come on! Die already! Taking too long. Oh! Alright, this feels too easy. We'll see how the next one goes, and I might up the difficulty, because I'm actually finding this a little bit too easy. I swear I struggled more last time. You have taken the beating heart of a heretic. The Red Crown can feast upon this heart and unlock new crown abilities. I don't do it anymore. Yeah, that's what they all say. There is, but I chose a cement because 2 of my vertebrae were really damaged. Oh, okay. Didn't realize it was an option. Oh, my head hurts. Skin! No, it's not a skin. I got bamboozled. It looked white! It looked like a white thingy, but it wasn't. My bones before I leave. Bones! Hello? Thank you. No. Bones. Alright, done and done. Let's go. I'm a pro. Have you updated the Twitch integration thing? Come back to a puppet saying the Twitch integration won't work till the streamer updates something. Eh? I shouldn't need to update anything. I really don't. I was traumatized by that one instance of pain. What do you mean pain? What did you do with the taco to make it hurt? I actually don't answer that question. If I try to I feel like if I try to update anything whilst I'm actively streaming, it'll probably shit itself. So I will check what the updates thing is about after stream. Oh, source landed on. Oh, you four! Be nice, chat. Let me naughty. Holy. Behave yourself. Masochistic little fuck. Why do I always come home at night time? Why is everyone always in bed? Let me think. The offering statue first. My Twitch integration is working, so it's just you, Scramble? Do you need to update it? Fuck your shelter. I want offerings. Look at the little scrappy dog! Uh-oh. I didn't just break. I remember that used to break if I would do this. Hang on a minute. Did I just... I might have broken something. Uh-oh. What do we got? Polyamorous! Does not get jealous if the lamb has more than one waifu. And you also enjoy getting sick. Why are there so many people that enjoy getting sick in this place? It's kind of creeping me out a little bit. You're creeping me out a little bit. Last time I did this, I broke things. Let's see if it breaks. We're all chronically ill. You all want to be chronically ill, apparently. It's creeping me out. Might just be a preemptive thingy in case someone forgot to upgrade the game. Mayhaps. I gotta get the new DLC soon. I want it. It will be mine. Alright, I'm gonna make this a relatively short raffle, because I think I've got 2 people to raffle up. And welcome! Because I did get it when I popped in as well, but mine seems to work fine. Okay. Seems to be the prevailing situation, where the notification pops up, but it also kind of, you know, just works. To the farms with you! Can I have another one? Apparently I don't. Alright, let me build another bed. Fuck your decorations. Bedtime! There's a shit over there! Oh my god, you guys just keep shitting everywhere! Rainbow poop! Hell yeah. You thieving little bitch! You stole my berries! Fucking birds! Oh. Yes, Sleepy? It was so funny if we pulled some hilarious pranks. Yes! Okay, we can pull pranks on Shadow-san, because she's gonna get burned at the stake anyway. They're real picky eaters, let's make them eat poop! I accept. I accept. Alright, let's dance in front of everyone. Gather around, little ones! Ta-da! Hell yeah. No one there gets petties. I like that I can do more than one at a time. Oh, it makes my life so much. Who unghost me? Motherfucker.
Ukalvotko Hira Minur Ha, Stealthy Mouse Akina Skoltezi, Allen Leon Apia Alaman Rory Millikan Lonkro Herville, Rita Vane, Neon Jet, Kukon Todelin and Kuning Guitar, Kumar Tuka Chato Sanili, Ribbit.
Ribbit. I sure wish I knew whatever the fuck that was. Oh, that tripped me out. I thought I heard buzzing. I thought I heard like my phone on vibrate buzzing. Honestly, the black eye, blonde hair, goth maid dress, oddly more fitting than the black hair. Sure, man. Feel that yet? Okay. All right.
Sacrificed. Not a chance. I'm too fabulous for that. And demonic language. Please. It's just my
Still have no
froggy charm.
fucking wood.
Stealthy Mouse wouldn't know real power if it hopped right in front of her. Bow down to your queen, Chato-san, Ribbit.
I can't build nothing with no wood. She just spoke Finnish, but I really want to see what she meant to say because the A voice was a mess. Yeah, well, that's to be expected. Okay. Now, this is a 70-year-old man. I need wood! Why is the wood soft? This is not normal! Ah! Ah! When killed on a crusade run for the first time, sacrifice a follower. Bruh. Once per crusade, eat blah to receive a heart that will vary depending on what is eaten. Focus whilst on a crusade run to instantly return to base. Receive a diseased heart at the beginning of each crusade run. Let's go with the omnipresence because I might need to spawn back into camp because I can't leave you guys alone for 2 fucking seconds. And then so many upgrades, chat. Oh. All right. Work of worship. Sustenance.
We talk about that, people.
Belief in sacrifice trait. All cult members will gain the belief in sacrifice trait. 20 plus faith when another cult member is sacrificed. All cult members will gain the belief in the afterlife trait. Only lose 5 faith when a follower dies instead of 20. Ooh. Believe in sacrifice. Yes. Yeah, mentioning Finnish, I need to continue. We might reach negative. God damn! Fuck that! I would die. Ah! Is this a good time to burn Chato-san at the stake? No, I haven't given her poop yet. Hang on. I gotta feed her poop and then burn her at the stake. Them's the plans. Hello. Make some normal food first.
La 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 la.
Cook and a cook and a cook. Alright, there's food for everyone. I need wood, guys. This is pain. I
Stealthy
ain't got no
Mouse in
fucking
the
wood.
Finnish winter. She'd freeze and probably crash the car in seconds. No survival skills whatsoever. It'd be a hilarious disaster. Watching her struggle would be entertaining. Though, bow down to your froggy queen, Shadow
A
Sam
hilarious
Ribbit.
disaster if I fucking died in a car crash, girl. What? Excuse me? Yes, wood. Oh, thank fuck for that. I need that. I need that. I need that. Come on, lumber mill. Fuck! I still don't have enough for the lumber mill. That's some bullshit. Ah! Fuck! I can make the stone mine at least. This is some next level bullshit. Oh, someone took a poop. Okay. Why are you guys dookieing everywhere, man? Can't leave you for half a second. I'm gonna put that there. That will be yes, ma'am. Yeah. Here we go. Let's go get that dookie that got left behind. You guys are hungry again already? I just fed you. Just someone took a fat dump. There. Keep making these because there's a chance of dropping goods and I need more wood. Please, no. Apple, you're supposed to poop wood out, man. Alright, where's the dookie food? Stringy meat, basic, magnificent feast. I craft one of these. And then I go find Chateau-san. Where's she at? Here you are. Miss Man. Bolto, don't! Bolto, don't! Bolto, don't! Don't do it! Bolto! Okay, thank fuck he's not. You go eat. Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought it broke. Yes. Oh no, she's mad at me, but it's fine. Oh, Elaine, I'm sleepy. Loyalty. Nice. So close. I don't even have enough, like, wood to repair. Wait, do I? Okay, I can repair this now at least. Thank gods for that. Any trees yet? No trees. There's no trees! Fuck! Keep feeding them things that might drop wood for me. Come on! Give me the stuff that I need! Come on! Come on! Come on, Shadows! Come eat! Come eat, Shadows! Yes! 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 Now give wood! Give wood! Tend! Tend! Shit out the wood! I know you want to! Shit the wood out! You too, Bolto! No! Bolto, please! Ah! You're useless! Oh, apparently there's a lot of poo somewhere. Kalangor, can't you see I'm busy? Ah! So needy! We need to beautify the decorations. Yeah, sure, whatever. Holy sweet mother of what the fuck? Who did that? God damn! I'd like to know what body that came out of. Oh, it's everywhere. I just want to go to the fishing zone. Hope that there's some wood there that I can collect. But you guys keep needing food and fucking shitting. This is some next level bullshit. Ah. Eat your food. Give me some wood, please. I beg of you all. Alright, I guess I'll send someone out on a missionary mission to get me wood. Get wood, cut wood, yes! And you have lots of fertilizer, great. That's exactly what I wanted. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on! Do it for me! Yay! Oh, he only gave me 2. Fuck's sake. I can't make any of it! What the fuck? That's it. We're killing Shadow-san. I don't care. She has to die. They said, so demanding. You damn straight I am! All you have to do is shit some wood. That was literally it. Where's Shadow-san? Here you are. Yummy. Oh, someone loved that a lot. Let's go. Balto. Alright. We're done. Oh, come on. Wood, wood. Please, please, you can't see it. I'm praying. No, no, it missed. No, not again. Fucking. Ah. I don't want your bush. Keep that to the OnlyFans. Ah. That's it, chat. Come on, more points. Come on. Come on. I need it. I need it. I need it. Come on, give me my points. What are you doing over there? What you get, bitch? Hang on, you haven't prayed yet. Have you prayed? Oh, I can't make you pray after I've screamed at you. You know what? That makes sense. That makes a wee bit of sense. Want me to build decorations? I can't even build a lumber mill. Good lord. Well, Fishland! Pray for wood. Fleeing stuff. What else am I supposed to do with them, huh? Yeah, we got some wood. One tree. One tree. Ah, only 5 wood. 5 follower form? Yeah. Hey! That's a giraffe? What the fuck is that? It looks like it's meant to be a zebra, but it's like, I don't know. It looks like it's meant to be both. Zebra, giraffe, a little bit of all the above. Or wood. Whoa, that's a huge fish. Hang on a minute. What the fuck? Yep, let me fish. What? Why are they so big? Watch me get the little one. I fucking knew it. I knew I was gonna get the little one. Figures. Valuable treasures. Gonna get hardest. Gonna get crab, lobster. The card. I'm seeing a lot of interesting badgers. Really? Is a cow? She is. Oh, is it a cow? Oh, okay, it's a cow. Okay. Why the fuck does it look like a it doesn't look right to me. Give me one of the big fish. Yeah. I hate this game so much. Swordfish. Up. Yes, biggies. Was swordfish one of your things? No, it wasn't. Okay. It's a new day. Hang on. I've got the wood. We're so ready. Oh, it's raining? Wait, it rains? I don't remember rain being... Don't be nasty, chat. I don't remember rain being a thing. I won't open a menu because I don't want to break it. I'll pick up Dookie while I wait. Be nice, okay? Because I'm being nice, so you should be nice. Right, chat? Except for Falangor, he can burn in hell. Gold Dookie! Level up. Hey, you leveled him up! Ow! He just stole my money again! Fuck you, Falangor, you're a wank. What if I reassure him today? Reassuring him gives me less goodies, and I like it. I don't like it. I just want someone to love, but it gives me less, like, you like it less. You're literally a little disgusting masochist. You don't even like it when I treat you nicely. Right up. Oh. Did I get a prison as a preemptive strike? Oh, what's down there? Hang on a minute. Oh, right, crypt and stuff. What do I want? Healing bay, outhouse, janitor's station. Different outhouse. Oh, I don't have dumbass. Okie dokie. Finally. At long last! We have a lumber mill! Woohoo! And that was literally all my lumber. Beautiful. Oh, I can do more of these. That'll do. And let's see some decorations just to shut you guys up. Where do I want this? Let's put it there. More decorations! Fountain of Desolation. Oh. A potted bush. Why not? Let's get your bush, mate. Get your bush out. Hey, wait, who said that? Put it. Here, I guess. I hate that this is not like squared off properly, but whatever. Alright, that should be enough decor. Is it tabernacle? I can't remember. Alrighty, let us pray. Alright, food again. Ron's always eating in this place. Oh, this didn't blibble up again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now fuck off, birds. Peace off. No, I didn't want to talk to you. I'm trying to fix... If we want to change the looks before we join, how do we do that? So if you hover back over the screen, basically where you clicked before to adjust your character, you can click it again. It'll let you do it again. Raining so much. This place is like flooded. The tabernacle is a portable sanctuary. I looked it up. Oh, okay. Oh, right. That's where you guys can donate random shit. Tabernacle. That's right. That's right. Where is it? This. Oh, no, that's offering statue. I'm stupid. Whoopsies. Why is no one lumbering? I need lumbering. Lumberers. Need lumbering lumberers! Woofia, go lumber. Get on that wood. Seed and poop and 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 seed and poop. There we go. Poop and poop and poop and water. Okay. Alright, you guys are working at that. How much wood do I have? Ugh, only one still. Useless. Alright. Come listen to my prayers, little ones. Yes! Sacrifice your wombs to me! Don't see it? You might have to install the plugin. Otherwise, if you don't have the overlay / plugin installed, it will not appear. But then again, you also won't be able to enter the drawer at all. Ah! Happy days. Alright, looks like Fallon goes up to no good again. What? Alright. Nice. Are you a petter? You're a petter! That's my plan. Oh yeah. Alright, I'll drop a bunch more food and then I'm getting the fuck out of here. I'm slowly running out of food at this point. Ah. Man, you guys are greedy little fuckers, you know that? Really vile concoction. Chance of the follower dying instantly. 100% chance of dropping valuable resource. You might die, but at least I get some good shit. Wait, does that mean if I have a cannibal, they will eat it and not die? Still drop the valuable stuff? How that works? Running out of fucking food. Dude. Good lord. You do is eat. Hurry up and eat so you can poop and I can clean it up and then get the fuck out of here. I'm realizing I finally get my water god sprite and y'all chose this! I'm not mad. Not mad at all, no. No. Pick up the poop. Being a jerk. There's more poo around somewhere. I see it. I see the germs. Every time I go to leave, you guys keep me tied here with something else. Come on! Ah! I wanna be free of janitary duties. Please. I've unlocked so much stuff that I can't use. A single wood. Yeah, you go cower in the corner. Ay, caramba! Not enough wood for anything. Okay, we're heading out. First things first! Who wants another round of Knucklebones? Hello, Tammy! How you going? I'm gonna need to be off. Have a good rest of day, Mouse and Chat, and I shall see you later. Ciao! Sad that I can't, like, collect this wood over here. Take his juice, though. Oink. Alright, chat! You better be ready to fight. Which rolls first? Come on, guys! Pick your dice and get in there! Water. 5! 4, 5, 6. That's ironic. Just woke up, go back to bed. Sleep. Gives me a chance to at least go make the Ho-Oh Mummy Sprite and make a better Waifu Charizard Mawile Sprite. Let's go. Oh, great. A 1. Just what I wanted. Just what I wanted. Come on. Come on. Oh, fuck off! 3 3s in a row? That's some next level bullshit! Bro. I'm not even doing bad! I'm just doing worse than you! You can't delete my 2! The 6, you say? Oh, you got another 3? What the fuck? Nancy's gambling again. No, I'm not. No. There's no money in it. Oh, wow. Oh, fuck. Don't do it, chat. Don't do it. Don't do it. You don't need to do that, no. Fuck. Whatever. It's whatever. Winning anyway. Ah, 3. 3 for me. I don't. A 1! Don't mind if I do. Ah, you got a 1 on the 1 on the 1 on the 1. We're all rolling really well right now, aren't we? Hell yeah, these are some hella numbers. Woo! Fucking 6. I got this! It's mine! It's mine! Yeah! I misread that. I was like, I lost. How the fuck? Suck a dick, I win. Hell yeah. Alright, back here, and then I'm heading out to the next battle. I will drink my very cold coffee that has last little dregs. Funny watching the trees spawn in. They jiggle physics. Yeah, another unlock. Alright, alright, alright. Outhouse, please. I've had enough of them crapping everywhere. All they damn well do. Wait. Still only got 4 wood. I can't even build the shit that I'm upgrading! How much pain! Ugh. Look at that. I'm 1 down to make that. 1! 1! And I can't make that until I have planks, which means I need the refinery. Hate it here. Suppose I should do more farm plot stuff. Okay. There we go. Ah! No, not there! God damn it. Can I remove it? Can I destroy things? Oh, why? Edit buildings. Delete. I can't delete it till it's built. Fuck you. Alright, fine. I'm out. You guys are in bed. Let's go! Onward! Ooh. Hello. There's here the food, but I was wondering. I'm very hungry. I don't have the money for you. Sorry, dude. You're gonna have to die. Sorry about that. You get eaten. Ooh, pumpkin seeds. Alright, anyway. I have the claw! The claw! I don't think I can collect mushrooms yet, can I? Oh no, I can! I don't like how the metaside mushrooms have ball sacks. Makes me uncomfortable. Whoop! Damn, these guys are a little bit more sturdy than the other ones! Oh, that's how that works. Take a few more hits. There! Rust, bones. Need bones for my sacrifices. Wait, what's over here? Ah! Frogs! Kill the frogs! That's by a frog. Let me out! There's a snail! I want the snail! Give me the snail! I don't know what it does! I don't know what the shells are for, but I want them. Let's backtrack. What do I keep hearing over there? A shiny? What does a shiny mean? Oh, it's upgraded. That's what it means. Okay. Hearing noises in my right ear and it's weirding me out. Stop it. Froggies. I always do that wrong. Ah! No. Yo. Ooh, a heart. Yoink. Skellies. Frog. Triple hit frog. Hey! Explosive heart. Ow, you bitch. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Oh god, I forgot about these guys. My aim is shit! Alright, yep, my aim is shit, thank you! What? Oh, mushrooms. Always need more mushrooms. Fuck it! Thank you. Nothing. Oh, a necklace. Where'd that go? Oh, I picked it up. Okay. Oh my god, there's wood! But there's also food. But wood! No, I need wood. Wood it is. I'm desperate. Straight desperation. Think. Alright. Pew! Ooh. got a bone. Oh, he's got a bone. All right, this claw is driving me nuts. It's not doing enough damage and it's too slow. Ew. Oh, bonus? Yes. All right. Where are my upgrades? Give upgrades, please. Bam, attack to proceed. Come here, you. Help. Oh my god, this could be even slower. At least it's more damage, I don't care. Way more worth it. I need to recycle! Fuck! I need to recycle. Wait! Fire pop out of the red crowd, you have found the youngest of us. I killed your baby. No! No, already got no, fuck! Bolter, don't look at me like that. I'm sorry, Bolter, I'm sorry! Oh no, he's mad. You're a beach, you know that? A real beach. Ageless, what is this? It seems your stature is deceiving. Your weapon is not without a hand. We don't have a promise, liberator. What's that? Oh, it's a mushroom that's been really squashed. I remember to recycle. Alright. What happens if I destroy this? Nothing? Nothing. Alright, let's get out of here! I've been made hungry. I want to fight. No, don't worry. I get you. I killed this frog. He become one of my frogs. And we're all good. Ah! Oh. Oh! An egg? Ah! Stop shitting eggs out, dude! I'm glad this thing has a long reach. Ah! Look at that long reach, knock back. Ah! Easy! Just swat him a couple times. Hello. You are mine, child. Oh, I must feed the hungry. Huh? Oh. Wait, I wasn't paying it! Fuck! I was paying attention. Picked up the... Oh, whatever. Pumpkin seeds it is! Feed me the frog. No. Alright, first thing on my list is feeding you fuckers before you eat me instead. Reduced nothing, but it's not always been thus. I have the bishop's own face layeth me to rot. Guarded by one of the bishops. Destroy the bishop, you break the chain. Break all for it, I will be free. I give you life a new vessel, and now you must repay the debt. Beat the bishop. Well, I'm kind of already doing that. Sacrifice of the flesh. Sacrifice a follower to grow your strength and unlock new abilities and weapons. Hell yes. I love that all the things I've done so far is just murder. You can kill now. You can kill this way, and you can kill that way. We kill everyone here. Yay! Is the way it should be. Alright, everyone's asleep at least, so I don't have to worry too much about their hunger. No talk for that. Okay. That, and then, no bowls of poop, please. And that, alright. Oh my god, the spiders are gonna steal it. I forgot that the spiders steal the meals. Hang on a minute. This is not gonna go well. Hey yo, who just gasmed all over the place? Yeah, Wolfie, you gotta level up. Fuck off, spiders! Oh, sorry, not you. Harvest. We have some early rises, it seems. Oh, he shot himself! Wolfia, come here. No, not you! Wolfia. Thank you, darling. Upgrade achieved. Fuck off, spiders! No, no! Bastards. A lot of them. Alright, let's see what rainbow poop does to... Fuck off! Pumpkin seeds. Add the rainbow poop. Pumpkin seed, water. Add the gold poop. Oh, it makes it harvestable immediately. Oh, okay, I like that. Yoink. What did the gold poop do? Hint, I'm busy, can't you tell? So you're outside the ground, there are bugs in the back. Would you build me some rest? Oh, you want things. Always want things from me. Why is no one eating? Ah! Shadows and Apple Bun have become... No, Apple... Wait, was it Apple Bun? Oh, that was Shadows and Apple Bun, right? Just became friends! Without me. Sure would like to know what that gold poop does, but... Go eat, stupid! I'm starved! What do you mean? Oh, they just ate everything. Okay. Stringy meat gruel? Minced follower meat? Oh. What's the pumpkin thing? Am I blind? I might be blind. Stringy meat, pungent fish, minced follower meat, bowl of poop, poultry pumpkin soup. There you are. Oh, it requires 4 pumpkins? Damn. Be rich. Cook, please. La 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 la. Pumpkin. Pumpkin, 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 pumpkin. No, I'm busy. There, I sing at you. Happy? Happy now! 10! Trying to plant seeds. You're keeping me busy. Maybe if I can make a seed box. Hang on, guys. I'll be with you shortly. I'm in the wrong section. Seed box, seed box. Yes, finally! Seed silo at long last. Oh, how I have needed you. What are they? Why is there love heart? What the fuck was that? Someone been banging whilst I wasn't paying attention? Hello? Hang on. Refinery. I need that more than I need the other things. I don't have enough gold left. Consecrated resources. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Alright. Let's get this little fucker going. Come here, you fuzzbutt! Please, come here. What do we got? Oh, gods. Cynical, 15% harder to level up and lose 10 faith when falling ill. Great, great, amazing, beautiful. Who wants to be a pain in my ass? Not in the pleasurable way. It did say they became friends. Oh, Lord Apple, I'm telling! Apple! What you been doing with Shadows? Apple? Apple's defense, there is no Doro in this universe. He's dead! True homies. Only real bros would, you know, cause love hearts to rain down out of their bed. Alright, who's gonna be my pain in the ass? Big Daddy Crop! Of course it's you. Of course it's you! Give me a Big Daddy. Ah! Yeah. You cheat. What? Enough beds? Alright. I needed to make another bed. Oh, it's because one's broken. Never mind. Oh, 2 are broken. Pains in my ass. Oof, God, that goes fast. Right, time to bully! Actually, no, I'll give you some love. Give you a little bit of love. Yeah, look at me, I'm so nice. You love me. Elingor. I have a confession, I just joined another stream. You filthy fucking slut. I am offended so deeply, I'm literally dumbstruck. I don't know what to say. What the fuck is wrong with you? You're already stealing my fucking money half the time. I love that everyone seems to poop in the same corner. We've all just agreed to shit in that corner. I require offerings. Offer your good shit to me. Please, thank. That caused some hella lag. Probably do some prayers. No one's had a pray yet. Let us pray. Just apple? Okay, just apple. Yes, Balto. You broke. I hate how it does that. If I'm in a menu, it doesn't show me the message! If I read your mind, it should show up. Alright, what did you say? I purposely ignored it in chat and didn't read it. Leader, Falandar is getting too full of himself. Bully him. I'm trying to fix him. Not make him worse. What did I do? Okay. Eternal gratitude for doing nothing. Yippee. Alright. Yes, everyone, bow! Perfect. No! You guys arguing? You guys supposed to be friends! Okay, they're happy. Can I be petted? I don't think... Oh, I'm sorry I interrupted your conversation and angry at me. That's the wrong person, but I will give you a pet too. You can be petted! Yeah! Let's go! Alright. Gonna have a bunch of seeds in there. Need a scarecrow. I need to unlock a scarecrow. Ugh. Wait, behave yourself. The fact that I have to check in on Falandor every 5 seconds to make certain he's not doing anything he's not supposed to be. Ridiculous! Alright, finally! I need a scarecrow, please. I've been shitting in Stealthy's bed, was I not supposed to? Excuse fucking me, you what now? Well, we know why he steals now. Take it to the stole gold to the other streamer, yeah. Fucking asshole. Alright, I don't think I have what I need to build, but I will take a look what I need to build. 25 wood and 30 gold, and I have none of it. Alright, let's do another prayer. Seeing it's like everyone's here and stuff. A sermon. Why are you running? Why are you running? Oi! Put you in the shit box! Well, I thought you might want to have matching pink eye. No. You think you're fucking funny? No one's funny around here except for me. Clown! Alrighty! It's where I can get them to give me gold. Unlock the extortives! Unlocks the bribe for extort. I'd rather extort. I'd rather be able to extort, motherfucker! Yes! Money! Give me your money! Ah. Yes, guess what? What? Sacrifice follower to go strength, unlock new abilities and weapons. Higher level followers will be sacrificed. Tempting, I will admit, but not right now. I just realized, why does my character look so grumpy when I run around? He's like, eee. You sing a bit? Or is someone sleepy? Someone's sleepy. Who's sleepy? Who needs to go to bed? Who's the sleepy one? I don't know. No one. No one's sleepy. Someone took a shit. And another shit. This is my life now. Yes? I love you, great leader. You're amazing. You suck it up to me, motherfucker. I appreciate it. Alright, I'm stealing everyone's gold because I need it. I'm sorry! I didn't realize you were having a conversation. I give you pet. Pet. Just extorting Bass Pro Shop redeems from us. If I take the money before you can redeem the Bass Pro Shop, it works. Right? Oh. Get a little bit of gold from everyone, yeah? A little bit more. I still don't have enough to build the thing that I need to build. Can I extort from you? No, I cannot. I mean, ask for your service from your money. I've prayed to you, I haven't pet you, Sir Bolto is just being neglected. You pet this. Good puppy. You're the sleepy one, I see that. Go to bed. I extorted you yet? I haven't. Alright. Should be able to do the scarecrow now. Fuck! Still don't have enough wood. It's always the wood. Never enough wood around here. Always wood poor. Oh, hello? Some elders have been cast from their cult and now seek a place to enjoy their final... Oh my god, we're gonna have old people? Why, really, Big Daddy? Did you have to bring the old people? Shut up, Sybil, no one asked you. God fucking damn it. Master, why your sheep is technically naked, because why not? What do we got? Against sacrifice. Great. Zealous ignores dissenters. Faithful generate 15%. Who wants to be old? I think in old people's defense, I think you can get resurrected. So like if I unlock the fucking graves, then you can get resurrected by chat vote. So, yeah. Hopefully you get resurrected as a youngin' and not as like an old person, because that'd suck ass. A sacrifice, that old one. I mean, elder doesn't have to mean old. Well, about that, looks suspiciously fucking old to me. Very suspiciously wrinkled. The chat ain't reviving me. I know where I stand. Thank you for joining as an old rat. You rat. Oh. Go and devote yourself. Meow. Cat just screaming. Meow, says Sybil. Meow, says Sybil. I can't even extract gold from you. Buh. Absolute bollocks, I say. You have a quest for me? Oh wait, no, you have the results, right? Ah! He's talking in his sleep. And fuck off, bed! Why are you awake, Falangor? Seems need more beds or something. Oh no, I didn't mean to put rainbow poo on that. Oh, what a waste. Oh, a spider. I just wasted rainbow shit. Oh, I'm so upset. How did I accidentally click the rainbow? I did it twice! Oh, that hurts. You old fucking fart, you. A fucking spider, get out of here. Peace off. Come here. No. Oh, he despawned. I want to know what the gold poo does. Piss off, bird! Stealing my seeds. Asshole. Okay. They broke a bed as per usual. Fucking up my beds. Let's do our prayers. Good young ones. Now give me your gold. Apple, leveling up. Me. You wanted to talk to me? Oh, I broke it. Whoopsies. He was gonna talk to me and I broke
many
it.
Babies. This many
Why did that
babies.
sound different? Oh, many babies. 40 babies. Thank you for the prime sub, Lars. I appreciate it. Oops, I didn't mean to steal your gold. I actually wanted to, like, pray, but... How you being, Lars? Imagine having bed-breaking sex so intense you break a sleeping bag, right? Like, calm down a little bit. Jesus. Taking last of my wood. Ugh. Old people. Wood. Yes! Oh, wood! What? Yes! That's what I like to see. Yes. And I take your gold, and then I pet the dog. Good little dog. Alright, look at it. You haven't done your little... wrong thing! I keep stealing your money instead of praying! I'm so sorry, guys. It's an accident, I swear, I swear. That ain't better, a skull around your neck. A bell. Thank you for your contribution to the totem, Wolfier. I appreciate it. Oh, yes, let's go. Let me think. Gonna need a healing bay very soon. Oh no, I need someone to put dead bodies because we're about to have a dead body. Forgot about the oldie. Forgot about Alright. Gonna be ready to bury the dead. Hey, just wanna make a scarecrow, man. Next level. No, I didn't mean to bully! I'm trying to fix him. Fuck. Whatever. I'm on gold, poop. Hurry up and do your thing. I need to know. Curiosity is killing me. Oh, I'm so broke on food. Alright. Hook. La la. Munchies! Munchies for everyone! Friend! I mean, I like you. What, that make it worse? Was a mistake. Alright, we're gonna make everyone pray. Come on, everyone! Your prayers. Bang. Let's do. Press the heavy attack button to perform a heavy attack. Each weapon has its own unique move. Currently, we also have a chance to summon dangerous ghosts from dead enemies to attack. Yes, please. Let's go. I'm doing good! I'm glad you are! You better be sleeping properly and shit, buddy. Oh, chat, be nice. Yeah, friends, right, chat? We're friends. You don't have any gold thingy. Behave yourself. Oop, there it is. Someone here an insomniac or something? They just always tired. There's always someone here that's like fatigued and needs sleep. Is it you again, Sir Bolto? Look fine. Yes, Bolto? Later, I'm in love, but Shadows doesn't know I exist. Yo! Would you gather 10 flowers for me from Darkwood so that I might woo them? Sure, why not? Need help. You'll be a little luckier your next match of knuckle bites thanks to Twitch chat. Does this mean this is a chance to go gamble? Gamble? Chat, do I gamble? Gamble chat? I think chat just gave me permission to gamble. Get it twisted. Gamble. Please stop gambling. Gambling is an investment only. You will profit. You will win. You will do all of that 100%. You understand? You will become a billionaire and rebuild your fucking life. Hell yeah. More wood. Do I have enough wood now for Scarecrow? I don't think I do. It's a dream. It really is a dream. One day I'll have enough wood. Day, not that day. Not day for wood. Alright. Gambling time! Gamble! I'm gonna gamble all my cash, and if I lose, I'm blaming chat! Yay! First things first, though. Let me get the white stuff. Nice. Alright, Reto. We gamble. Max bet of 10 gold? Alright, maybe I should hold on to my lucky roll until, because I know there's one new one that I get soon. There's a new guy that I get soon. Hold up. Let's go into the dark forest or whatever it's called. It will promptly shift the blame to killers. Yay! Vicious little fucker. Still no golden plant. No, I was only gone for like 2 seconds. Someone's shat themselves whilst I was gone. Multiple people have shat themselves while I was gone. Damn it! Valigor, it's you! I know it's only you doing this. This is stupid. This is some next level shitting. Buh. There's more poop somewhere, I just don't know where it is. Oh, finally, it did the thing. Oh, I get gold bars? Okay. Mushrooms. Poopy. Alright, there's Dookie around here somewhere. For the love of Jesus, I don't know where it is! Make some food. 3. Oh, there you go. Why is no one contributing to my thingy? Huh? What the fuck is this? Not a single person has contributed. You're broken? I can't pet you or anything. All right. The poop and then get the hell out of here. All right, we're moving on. Back to pick up flowers. Shit's in stealthy. Fuck's sake. Probably why I couldn't find it. Follower? No, I'm broke. No new follower. I'm broke! Nope, can't prove it. I will fucking see about that, buddy. Axe. Always seem to be getting the axe. Useless. Hello, buddy! Now, simple followers! She's gonna better decide mushrooms. And the scrolls we arrived. We don't know how to find Medicide mushrooms, and now we are too afraid to return empty-handed. If you were to bring him Medicide mushrooms, he would have spore grotto. Yay! Drugs. I like drugs. Not getting anything out of none of this? Oh, sorry. Wait, can they die? Oh my god, I can get mushrooms from them? Oh, that's dark. I don't know where the mushrooms are. Was literally just stashing them on themselves. You lying little bastards! Your death was deserved. There's no raccoon photo. Fine, I'll embrace the Canadianness. And what would that be? A moose? A moose. Alright, let me go. Oh, ah, fuck! These fucking things! Oh, I hate them! Ah! Ah! Oh, I hate those things so much. Missed completely. Thank you for your contribution, Ginger! Oh, Canada, oh, Canada! Something. Alright, what we got? Attack rate increased, 10% chance to do a crit. I want more fast. More fast. How you doing, by the way, Gamble? Alright. They see me rolling. The hell? Jesus fucking Christ, there's so many! What the fuck? Why are there so many enemies? Ah! He's down. He's out. He probably can't count. Yep, that way. Oh, hello. Have some bones, please. 5 points to a pentagon, 5 portents of doom, 5 siblings to the breast, 5 gods and 1 tomb. Shamura! We did not wish to bother you, but Shamura, the red crown grows stronger by the day already. It was succeeded where he has failed before, that she has been slain. Poor little rat though, he tried. Bow to me or you'll fuck you. No! You slut. My loot! You ruined it! Emerson chance of gate. Yay! I have had an interesting week, and I'm glad I can hang out in stream, though. Join me. I wish I got more into this game, but I hit a point where I, like, soft lock. No! How the fuck did you do that? Does this game actually have an end, or is it just you eventually unlock everything? There's essentially kind of an end, like, at least story-wise. I don't know now, actually, because originally there was, like, a hard end, but now there's a fuck ton of DLC, so I don't know. I don't actually know. Ah. Got him. It was like the first 2 weeks it was out. Uh-oh. See, I didn't really... I got soft locked in the way that I got stuck in the walls at one point, but once I restarted, it was fine. Hello. I do like the maelstrom. Oh, be nice, chat! What are you doing? 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 Woo! Guard! God, I fucking hate these things! Burn it all! Oh my god, are you kidding me? It actually just went in completely the wrong angle. Look at my health, dude. It's all because of those explodey things. It's so bad. For weapon damage, woo! Oh, I hate it here. Aha! Got him at least. To the heart, buddy. Up! You got hit. Hello there. Stuck. Alright, blue heart. Bones and blue hearts and good stuff. It's over here that looks suspiciously ball-shaped. Yeah. You fucking pain in my ass. Why? Alright, that's not what I thought it was going to be, a dead-end room, which means this is the dead-end room, right? Hello. Hapless Leshy, youngest of the fives, 'twas his eyes he lost, temperament hooket, throat cut needs, cowardly calamite ears, torn from his head. Shamura, once the brightest of five, till their skull were split. No evil, speak naught, hear nothing, think none. One who waits made it so. Just a little bit of lore, but nothing else, just lore, no loot. I don't know, it was like the, I wish for home so I can play Warframe and Fallout 76. Go home, little one. Meanwhile, Isaac has 2 ambiguous endings and 20 back. What the fuck? stuck here in Florida and not even the good part of Florida? Well, what's the point of it? You got this, Mouse. I need wood, dude. And skins, not decorations, skins! Hearts. I can heal. Ah, alright, next one. Hey Josh, how you doing? Alright, I'm heading to bed. Nighty night, guys. Good night, sad weep. Sleep well. No animals to hunt here. Why was there just one dude? What was the point of that? Extra bonus stuff? Hell yeah! I'll take it. For real? Bitch. You come here. Thank you. Oh, hang on. Almost left it behind. Damn! Would have been a waste. This fucking thing. Die! Ah! Ah! Fuck me drunk! Hiya! Whoa, let's go! Big X recycle! Ah! Wrong button! It lies about what button to press. Made me waste my shooties. Doing good. I got a new Xbox, by the way. Ooh, apparently a lot of games needed to be updated on my Xbox Series X. That's always the way you spend most of your first day just updating. Give me push. I'm back. Welcome back. Traitor. You left me. Fucking thing. You! Die! I hate you! You're annoying! So you. Ow! I gotta heal! Yay! Hearts! Another one! I don't care. I just want skins for my followers! Come on! There's so much to unlock! You're not giving it to me! Oh, by the way, Mouse, it's Krusty. I came out as a girly pop after keeping it secret, for so long. Yeah, so nice to meet you again. I knew it was you, it's alright. I didn't want to, does it count as dead dating when it's a VTuber name? Does that count? Does it? Who knows? But, I suppose congratulations on the coming out! I don't know, that sounds awkward. Like, congrats on revealing, question mark? Die, Froggle! Oh, hey, Cass! I'm here without headset. Oh, so no sound at the moment, but been participating in the cult things. Hope stream is going well. She can't even hear me! But it is going well, yeah. No, wait, I don't want that! It's ass! I don't want that, I don't want that. Take it back. Fuck off. Shit, I hate the poison thingy. I just keep calling my guests out to my home. I thought they were your friends. Hang on a minute. Fuck him. Fuck the lot of them. It's all about stealthy stream. Always has been. Thank you. I hope you're well too. I am considering what I can be. Ow, you wank. Fly frog. Let's make it a reverse frog, because frogs are meant to eat flies, but it spits them out. So I feel like that's a reverse frog. That is the... Wait, huh? No, I misunderstood. Okay. Boop. Hit a boop. Hit a boop. Ow. Fuck you, flies. Fly! Alright, back up this way. I need to do whatever this is. The dead bodies. Oh, okay, never mind. What? Okay, now I'm even more confused. Ah! That thing changes directions. Ah! Okay. Ah, the flies weren't killed by my fucking son! Ouch! Alright, this is not going very well. Ah, for fuck! Keeps getting me with that. Come on! Come on! Yeah. Ah, fuck! Oh, I ran into it! Fuck! Okay, I got it. Ugh. One always gave me trouble. A frog gone frog. Can you even call it a frog? Exactly. Don't want your stupid blueprint. I need the gold. Can I go back to the room that I apparently missed? Wait, was it just a spare room for no reason? What was the point here? What's the point of this room? Whatever. That naming VTuber name sounds like a graduated VTuber coming back on a new account, right? That's why it felt weird. I'm like, is that like the same? I don't know. Let's go back. And yes, I am culting. Oh. Alrighty. Oh. Oh, fuck me. My other half just dropped another electrolyte drink off for me and scared the ever-loving shit out of me. Oh, Jesus. Oh, me stealthy, he's stealthy. Vessel, do you not worship me? Do you not give offerings in hopes of gaining my favor? You find a new offering chest that can provide offerings that I, in my generosity, shall turn to gold, so that you might strengthen the cult. But I am not easily satisfied. The gift offered too frequently will blah 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 blah. I've got plenty of gold, buddy. I need to save up for a new chest. Oh, you do. Alright. Hope everyone is fine. Old person hasn't died. Good to see. Yay, we finally have an offering! Woo! Offering! Be nice, chat. Oh, look at all that wood. Hell yeah. Oop. Oh no, I missed it! What did it say? Ah! Was leveled up thanks to Twitch. Yay, Big Daddy! Hate it when the timing does that. Everyone's faith is a little bit low at the moment. Why? Oh, it takes forever to harvest. Hang on, Falangor, I'm busy. What do you want? Oh no, Falangor is old! No! Can I still bully him? Oh my god, I can. See if I can make him repent before he dies. He's so old. Everyone's having fun over here. What about with me? Yeah, that's what I like to see. Give me that gold. Nice level up. Level up. Everyone's leveling up. Whee! Oh, okay. I feel like I'm gonna need a crypt pretty early on. Let me just crypt this motherfucker. Bully failing. I'm trying to make him, like, not be an asshole. I don't think bullying's gonna help. I'm here. Oh my god. No, fuck off. Big Daddy, piss off. I'm trying to talk to shadows, please. No, I have matcha. You're so needy, Big Daddy. I'm trying to do shit. Did I just hear someone gasm? I swear I just heard someone gasm. Oh my god, everyone's starving. Hang on. Oh my god, food. I need to do food. I need to do food before everyone ends up dead. La 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 la. Ah, fuck. That'll do for now. Let's cook that. All right. They're getting fed. Okay. No one should be starving anymore. Oh my god, get off me! Nasty. Alright.
Let us collect the grass, Froggle.
What do we got? Sickly. Oh. Gain faith when building better sleeping quarters. Easy. Give me that. Start the raffle! Get in there! Become a cultist! Bullying always help. Yeah, sure. Bully the old man. You people disgust me.
Oh, have a roll, Flint. Have a roll.
I'm getting tired, so I'm gonna bed now. Good night, Wolvia! Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. Have a roll, Flint. Roll on my bed sheets. Dude, not cool. You should be able to do it on your phone if you're on your phone, Tammy. Nom. Stuff. Oh, battery low. There, so welcome.
Another monkey.
Oh. Funny how some of them have such deep voices. Ooh, so close on the Twitch contributions there. So close. Yeah, you level up. That's the best
When
version.
the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make your damn jaw drop. It's our Bass Pro Shop. What you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe their eyes because they think that they're on drugs. So really at the best place to shop, it's our Bass Pro Shop. You and me, the Egyptians like a million centuries. You gotta finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, working cutting on this fish makes me wanna shake my ass and it makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has been prophesized in all the hieroglyphics. It's a bluff city non-stop party.
That's a big ass pyramid, man. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop?
Yay, Pro Shop! Yay! I love the Pro Shop. I love the Pro Shop. Oh, where's my hair? Yeah, what did you do? Oh fuck, I was meant to spend that wood on a scarecrow. I'm stupid! Whatever. Oh, fish! Nice. Alright, let's send someone off. I love that the only ones that I have are level 3s. And everyone mouse is just too old. Ah! All right. I need lumber. Sleepy would do it faster, but a higher chance of death. Days, 1 day, or you're even worse. All right, Sleepy it is. Sleepy, you've got a job. Get that lumber, and you have 1 day. I better see your good loot when you get back, buddy. They added phone integration. Yeah, so good. I feel like I'm gonna need that healing bay real soon. What are my perks? So you, I actually forgot already. I actually already forgot. That's kind of pitiful. Where are you? There you are. First, we dance, or I scream at you. Then, I extract value. Then, I see what your traits were. You are materialistic, so you like fancy sleeping quarters, and you are sickly, so you get sick much quicker than others. Alright, let's quickly do this before it hits nighttime and everyone throws a tantrum at me. Sorry, I like the X-Sticks, and I love Bass Pro Shop. I'm gonna stick a fish in your bed, and it's gonna get all hot and stinky. Sure, why not? Yay! You heard me. Alright, next up. Ah! The crown. Okay. Let's go sustenance. I love the feasting ritual. Throw a grand feast for your followers to refill their hunger and gain 25 faith. Perform a ritual at your temple or fast. Followers will not eat. Perfect. Perfect! I take it! Starve, you little fuckers. We'll starve. Guess which ritual we're doing next? I feel like that ritual would go perfectly hand in hand with the one where everyone gets high. Oh, thanks, bud. Nice! We get to do another one! Oh, it's on cooldown. Never mind. Alright, let's sacrifice an old person real quick. I don't know if I want to do the feast. I mean, I could do the feast first and then ascend, quote unquote, someone. Please don't sacrifice me. First, we must starve. Important. Guess we're not getting food this week. Damn straight. Everyone's upset at me now. You get over it. You'll get over it, pretty princess. Alright, which oldie's getting it? Is Tuxikitpug or Falangor? Falangor gets me the most goodies. Oh my god, look at the goodies I get from him. Yes. Good looking goodies. Yes. Yes. Oh, it looks tasty. Falangor! You're an asshole anyway, so, you know, you'd kind of deserve it. For the greater good! Elangor's had it good for too long. It was necessary. Look, I got 3 gasms out of it. Like, buh. Everyone wanted you dead. I'm sorry. It is how it is. Oh. Alright, it's the middle of the goddamn night now. Thank you for your contribution, Apple. Oh my god, we're 1 away! 1! Alright. The old people just not sleep or something? Fuck off, spider! Peace off! I didn't want to do that, but sure. Now I am the senior cultist, yeah! The oldest, the longest lasted. I know no one can eat, I'm just trying to get them berries. This fucking spider keeps trying to steal my berries! It swoops in every time. Goodies. So many berries to collect. Oh, I love it. Fuck you, spider. Ooh, what the fuck? Oh, it's heavy. Why do I look high as a kite while I'm carrying it? Why is my face like that? Am I tweaked? I'm tweaking. Ooh. Okay. Right. Well, that was about. I feel threatened. Dude. Okay. We start our morning prayers. Morning prayers, everyone! No one joined in. Literally just Big Daddy. They're all of fake believers. Pet the dog. Fake believers, the lot of ya! I need to go to the Darkwood to get those flowers. Hey, you're right. Yay! If you bury the skull in a body pit, you get a cult. What? Do I? Hang on a minute. What? Excuse me, since when? Let me just trial that, the supposed thing. Let me just pick up this poo. Yes, alright. Oh, I should have thought about how far away this is. Whoa. Yeah! Oh, shit. Oh, okay. Damn. He came with loot. Fucking hell. Right. He got them Halloween loot. He just walks off. Hello? Weber. Rightio. Give me your money. What are your traits? No, I don't want work. I want to see your traits. Oh, gullible? Immediately gain 10 faith. We'll never starve. What the fuck? All right, you're gonna be... No, not you. You're gonna be nocturnal. Let me just give you a gift real quick. You're gonna be a nocturnal little fucker. Take this. VTube communities are kind of a cult when you think about it. I mean, you're not wrong. I'll give you that.
Thanks, Pupty, for gifting 5 subs to my chattos. A worthy tribute indeed.
Thank you!
Puppy
Thank you so much!
gifted a tier 1 sub to Sir Balto.
Congratulations on starting
That's
a
why
fucking
VTubers are so good at this
scam train. Congratulations
Yes.
on starting a fucking scam train.
We already know how to manipulate the masses, right? Something like that. Oh, someone contributed some gold. Oh no, my thing broke. And Alright. So many beautiful people. Hey, Apple got one, Cass got one, Gamble, King Big Chris, nice. And Balto, congratulations. Hey, you got hit everyone in chat. Nice. Okay, I still can't make a scarecrow. I'm living. Why no scarecrow, man? I need another wood mill. This is bullshit. But I don't have enough to even make a wood fucking lumberyard. Ah. Oh, it's purple. Here we go. Wood. Damn it. I don't need rock. You can keep your 18 rock. I need wood. Bollocks, I say. Alright, everyone can pray again. Damn, we're so close. Nice. Can I do the crown thing again? No, still on cooldown. Oh, sorry, hiccup burp. So Bolto's gonna be really mad with me because I haven't got his flowers yet. I should go get his flowers before he gets angry, shouldn't I? Alright, let me pick up this poop, wherever it is. See, I'm a good girl. I don't say naughty words. I only say poop. Different. Better. More innocent. Alright, first things first. I need to go to the Darkwood. I need to get flowers for Bolto before he rips my head off. No! He died the second I left! I turned my back for 1 second! And Textbook just fucking dies! Oh my god! I'm gonna harvest your meat. That's the wrong button. The follower has died! Your corpse is likely to cause all the followers to get sick. You didn't bear the follower. Actually, no. I'll prepare you for burial. You can get resurrected that way. Why am I so angry about carrying the dead body? Damn. Why are you mad? Okay. All crops! Yay! Thank you for shitting on my seeds. I appreciate it. I do appreciate a little bit of seed shitting. Not gonna lie. My mercenary minion person back yet? No. Alright, can I make one more lumber mill? I think I just got enough wood for a lumber mill. Lumberyard. Same difference! Finally. Got lumberyard number 2. I fucking need it. We'll upgrade again. I have perished. Yeah. Natural causes. Yep. What a shame. It's really a shame. It was sad to see you go. This up here. I want to do this first. Natural causes. No. No, he was the highest level. Why would he die from neglect? Silly. Silly thing to say. Alright, I gotta get the flowers before I get yelled at. Bolto's getting angrier by the second. I know he is. Excrement. That's very scientific. This is the Darkwood, right? Yeah, it is. And I shall depart to have a night. Oh, you're gonna go leave me for that other coal, huh?
Financially recover from this.
Thank you for the hype train!
Now, Leshy hath fallen, blah 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 blah. Can I have my weapon, please? Thank you. Real quick, get me some birds. Oh my god, he didn't swing the sword! What the fuck? Alright. I mostly just need flowers. Ah! What are you doing at the entrance? Ease Louise. I just need flowers! Flowers, I tell you! Oh, I'm all glittery and shit. Oh, I gotta put my thing on charge in a minute. It's gonna die. It's dying! What the fuck is that? Okay. Ah! I didn't turn that off. Stop it. I'm trying to bang Shadow, and not having 10 flowers is putting a damper on that. Alright. Trying. Oh, yes. I never remember to use these things. Boop, bloop, 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 bloop. Alright, can I skip it? Do I have to watch the whole thing? Fucking Jesus! Alright, cool, we done? Nice. Rain down a storm of lightning upon non-believers. Hey, yo. Yep. I will sure remember to use that. Surely. Yep. Awesome. Yes. Sure these things give me dead bodies. Ah! Stop spawning it! Okay. Yes. Yes, thank you. Get some meat out of this, some follower meat! Yeah! Of some fleshy bits. Anyway, proceed. Hey Charizard Lord, how you doing? Wrong button! Spamming this button is making my hands sore. Come here! Fuck it! Come! Here! Okay. Alright, how many flowers do I have now? I got 5! Oh, I'm gonna run out of time! Fuck! I need more flowers! Oh, fuck. Alright, this way leads to a follower, so let's go for heart route, I guess. Sacrifice for the greater good. Hello. Seeds is where me heart will be in her bed at the bottom of the sea. Welcome, Crusader. Take a moment to join me in my search and look for the heart that once beat in my chest. That is until I was taken by her. I have been sitting here for so many years. But dude, I saw you away from this place literally like 3 rounds ago. You were bullshitting. Sitting here for many years. You're so full of lies. It's like keep searching, always searching. I have a dozen hearts, you see, but none of them are mine. They are yours if you wish to have them, Crusader. They're worthless to me. I care not. Care only for the heart that was once mine, so that I might look upon her face one last time. Sigh. Ooh. Yeah! Thank you for the contribution! What the fuck was that? Oh, a new relic. Okay. I thought the bird just turned into a monstrosity. Unholy smitings! I'm going good, just chilling. How about you? Not too bad, you know, just killing things for their meat. I don't really need hearts right now, buddy. But I guess I'll destroy all this and see what happens. And I like... Oh, wrong button! Why does it say recharging? Does it mean I heal by just sitting there? I'm confused. Alright, whatever. It's whatever, boy! Alright, I think this lets me buy a... Oh, that lets me buy a fish. Oh, fuck! Choices are hard. Fish or follower? Fish, follower, fish, follower, fish, follower. Actually, I don't know what that is, so let me just check it out. Skin! Thank you. I I take that, and I also take these. Well, why not? I still haven't got the flowers that I need. Balto's gonna rip my head off. I'm gonna be in so much trouble. There's no fucking flowers around here. Why is it all hearts? I need flowers. Please. Oh, present. Sure, I'll take that. But that's not what I need. That'll be what I bribe him with once he's ripped my head off. I'll be like, please. But box? I have box. You like boxes, right? Why do I glow after that? A bit weird. I still haven't encountered any more flowers. Just saying. Where are they when I need them? Oh my god, just fucking... I got him. Ow, you wank. Alright, we got the, pangolin? Well, I'm fucked. I'm in trouble. Not a chance in hell. And I'm gonna get these flowers and then get them to him in time. Oh well. Oh well. How could you not like a good box? I hate boxes. You can do all manner of things with a box. You know how to use it. Still no flowers, dude. This is ridiculous. Oh, flowers! More flowers! Please, more flowers. Oh my god, no! Oh, rainbows? Sure, I'll take that. Oh, I had to go behind him? I'm not used to having to travel through that. Ah, no, Brilla! Oh, I thought I had stuff that I don't have. Still no fucking flowers. Please! Oh no, it's too late. I'm fucked. I'm ruined. Oh well. I have my bribery ready for him. This whole path. And I only got 8 flowers. And I'm now at the end, so it's like pointless. Hello. Whoop! Shit, I ran straight into that. Oh, I should have saved it for this, apparently. Damn, I'm moving speed! God damn! Ugh, not very hard hitting, but it's quite fast. Come here, you little fucker. Oh, I wasted it again! Ow. Oh, you fucking things. Always you guys. Ow! I'm screwed. I'm ruined. I can't see. Come here, fuck it. Oh, I almost had him. Oh, thank fuck for that. Okay. Yes! Okay, I thought I was gonna die, but I didn't! Suck a dick! And, yep, everyone's upset at me now. Sorry, I forgot your stupid one. I didn't forget your flowers. It didn't give me the damn flowers. I am a witness. What'd I do? Proceed onwards! Now you have defeated the bishop of this area, you may continue onward. Greater rewards awaiting further adventure. But But beware, if you don't have the Omnipresence Crown ability, you may not be able to return to cult until you reach another teleporter. Only continue onwards if you're prepared to leave your cult for a little while longer. No, I am not. Ew, that's a weird shade of green. They're already mad at me. I should probably go home. Two new followers to get angry at me. Lovely. Oh my god. Everyone is upsetty spaghetti. Damn, hang on. I just have to cheer people up real quick. Hang on. Fuck. Be nice, chat. I'm trying to cheer you up. Oh, okay. Wait, I need to see what chat did. Hang on. Hurry up. This is taking too long. I know it's unlocked, all right? Yep, cool. Yep, yep. Can we, come on. I need to see. What did they do? Get me out. Fuck! I missed it. Ah! Did you just kill someone, chat? Did you just murder someone? No, Bolto is revolting. Fuck! This is not okay! How did you guys all vomit instantly? Where's the dead body? Where's the fucking dead body? Ah! You guys could stop vomiting in the corner, that'd be great. I can't even bury him. Alright, you're just gonna go there for now. Stop vomiting over here! I got an item? Are you seriously? I got an item from cleaning up vomit. Who the fuck ate the necklace? Mind you, who did that? Oh my god, everyone is so cranky right now. Fuck! How do I fix it? No, they're all mad! I'm gonna do a ritual and stat. God damn! Oh god. I gotta kill Bolto. He needs to die. Oh god. Bolto! But I don't have many. What happens when Bolto doesn't get their flowers? Bolto. You've been misbehaving. I have so many dead bodies, bro.
So you bungle my bang quest, and I die for it.
Die for it! Yes!
So you bungle my bang quest, and I die for it.
What must be done, must be done! What does this do? I don't want the heavy attack. Sure. Alright. Okay. Alright. We're all happy campers now? Yeah, that's what I like to see. We're in the green! See? Wait! No. All cult members will gain the Faithful trait, generate devotion. All cult members will gain the Industrious trait, it will increase work speed. I want more devotion. Devote yourselves to me! Where am I? You're there somewhere, just wait a second. Ah! Hi, Sybil. Boom. Hell yeah. Alright. Happy days. Everyone's happy now? Fucking good. Damn. Welcome back. Welcome back, Sleepy. Good work. Go sleep, Sleepy. It's in the name, dude. After you pray. That's right, you level up. Hey, I'm not done with you yet. Why is this? Go follow a... Who's their loyalty? Okay. Why was that blue then? Whatever. Oh fuck, I forgot to tell you to go to bed. Go sleep. Okay. Finally, I have the wood I need. Alright. Quickly, another lumberyard, because me loves lumberyards or something like that. I'll upgrade a couple of beds. How much wood do I have? 3, that'll do for that. I need... Let's make a crypt. Huh? Hey, I thought you were talking about me for a sec there when you were saying go sleep. I mean, you should go sleep if you need it. Welcome. Sorry, Sir Bolto, but it had to be done, buddy. It had to be done. Look at them guys, they're all running along together. Such cuties. Alright. You. In there. Thank you. Truly divine. Oh my... chat, you do realize that means Shadows, the person that Sir Bolto was trying to fuck, was the person who reported Sir Bolto as a traitor and therefore got him killed. Oh my, it's like Bold and the Beautiful. Damn, boy. That's some next level backstabbing. Holy shit. It's like, I don't want the fucking flowers. Peace off. Fuck off, birds. Fuck off. Everyone's stealing my shit. Go away. No, my face tracking died. Damn it. Too busy trying to murder people. Put my shit on charge. And I stare into the abyss until I charge. I can't minimize. You'll like it when I stare at you like this, chat. Wasn't just the flowers, I needed them to bang Shadow! Yeah, but Shadow was the one who reported you as a traitor and then got you killed. So, just saying, I feel like they didn't want... feel like there might have been a bit of a rejection there. Fuck off, spider. You too. Oh my god, there's spiders everywhere! Go away! You thieving little fucks. Jeez Louise. Had to be done when we only needed flowers for him to not revolt. I tried to get the flowers! He specifically didn't want flowers I had grown. They had to come from Darkwood, and that's where the problem started. Because I was like, alright, cool, I'll grow the flowers. And then I was like, no, I want the Darkwood flowers. I'm like, fuck, geez, okay. And by then it was too late. It was too late. I don't want to plant. Niche for the win. Fuck ton of seeds in here. Xenos happily working his farm. Look at you go. Alright, hang on. Get this first. Look! I thought that was more flowers over in the corner. Okay, let's get the prison. I feel like we might need that later. I'm going to have free will and make a Sprite for you when I get back from Florida. I'm scared. Grab that. Alrighty. What is this? What's my little armadillo looking thing? Ooh. We have polyamorous. Does not get jealous if the lamb has more than one spouse. We have ignores dissenters and gains faith when building better sleeping quarters. Perfect. Who wants to be the perfect little bottom? Hey, you don't even care if I have multiple wives. Come on now. You know you want to. Don't worry, it will be dope. I'm sure it will be, but I'm still concerned. La. I'm stuck. It's a PNG, but I can't minimize to get my PNG tuber out. No. Mommy, welcome here. I thought you were going to bed. Am I tweaking? I thought you were going to bed. Come be one of my wives. Ah. Drop trees. Oh, that's right, there's two. I forgot about you. I'll deal with you in a second. Starting to run low on wood again. And gold. Okay, so I need to extract some value from these little fuckers. Okay, I'm broke. Let's all pray together first. Your gold. And you give me your gold. And Apple, give me your gold. And I give you a pet because you're a good apple. It's been like 4 hours ago, so you're just taking a nap, not asleep? Got the two monkeys chilling together? Sleepy, you're probably gonna go on another mission in a minute. Your wood collection was very helpful. Everyone is still fasting. Ba 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 ba. Wolfia will be the fastest wood collector. 82% chance of success. Right, don't die on me, queen. I need wood. Alright, let's bring you into the fold. That's not a nap, that's a sleep. 4 hours is a nap. A really long nap, but it's still a nap. I'm back from a 6-hour nap. See, that's a sleep. Alright, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Natural skeptic. Great, I get to lose faith. Gain faith when building better Hey, yo! Okay, I thought we were kinky. Never mind. I thought it was a kinky thing. Will break themselves and others out of prison. You little shit. I'm gonna beat that out of you. Alright. Who wants to join? I'm going for another wee break. I will be back very, very soon. Get a 3-minute ad break while I go wee. And, you know, yeah. I'll be right back. In a bit. You set up my iPad. Hopefully it doesn't die. I've got it on charge. How's she looking at us, lady? You got a problem with me, motherfucker? Don't you try me. I will be one of the best wives, and you could have not even worried if you cheat on me with someone else. You're a fucking doormat. Yo, we got a turtle! Mega Dragon Link is a turtle. Oh. In a minute, Sleepy. I'm busy. What? Rumor has it that Shadows is a spy sent by an enemy cult to undermine your great power. You go speak with them and see what's up. I call bullshit. I feel like Sleepy is out here causing some trouble. I think Sleepy's causing some trouble. Where's Shadows anyway? Wait, did I send Shadows out on a mission? No, I sent Woofia out on a mission. Ah, poopy. Kill Shadow! He's a traitor! This Shadow. Am I blind? Huh? Oh, there you are. You look extra glorious today. I can collect a reward just from talking to them? Nice. Well, obviously they're hiding something. You must believe me, Alita. I don't. You're suspicious. Very suspicious. Shadow is poisoning the crops as we speak. I think you're paranoid. Paranoia doesn't look good on you. Alright, I have the wood for my scarecrow. I have it. But do I have the cash for the scarecrow? I got the wood. Yes! At long last, we have a scarecrow! Woo! A very good spot to put it. There's never a good spot to put the damn thing, and I can't put it there, can I? No, I didn't think so. There? No. There? I can. Alrighty. Pity I don't have enough stuff to make another farm, because I feel like that'd be useful. Yeah, I do not have a... Oh, I mean... I have 1 gold left! A singular gold coin! Oh my! Oh, I've already extracted as much value from you as I can. Right, duly noted. No, Flint, stop it. Flint! He's just laying on his side like a lazy old dog that he is, barking at nothing. At absolutely nothing. Typical dog behavior, honestly. Hey, if you chopped off my hand, I would want some revenge. No one chopped off. Alright. I should go talk to our little druggie. You nice, chat. I love you, chat. Love you, chat. Love you, chat. You're so lovely. I remember. Were you the traitor one? I remember. Let me look. Yes, you were. Who was the extra yummy one? Tommy, wasn't it? Where's Tommy? Flint, enough, my guy. Stop. Oh, Donnie, there you are. It's you. What did I miss? What did chat do? I missed it! I missed it! I missed it! Did I break it? What did you do? Chat? You got no vote option? Did I break it? I could have broken it. There's every chance that I broke it. Alright. Fuck! Now I've lost track of Dummy. Dummy! I have bribery for you. Come here. Well, first we dance. I need to level you up, alright? You gonna be good little, my good little minion, alright? Let me just... Bribery. Just gonna buddy up a little bit. Alright, in that case, if you harvest bonus resources, your job needs to be the farm, which currently doesn't actually have anything to do. Thank you for your contributions, Zenos! I dropped my phone as you said that, did you do? Chat, what did you do, chat? She'll never know. I don't like that. I'm gonna get broke. Hell yeah. Oh, lag. Hello. Ah, thank you for the raid, Noxy! Welcome, Raider!
Noxivoxy with 11. How cute. Welcome to my froggy chaos. Get ready for laughs as Stealthy Mouse fumbles through everything. Bow down to your fabulous queen, Chato-san. Let's make this stream
not Tommy.
unforgettable.
Get out of the way.
Ribbit.
Damn it! Where's Tommy? I'm losing him amongst everything! No, not fertilizer, Tommy! Alright, that's Tommy. Jump. Bombing! Yes! Alright, I got it to work. Alright, Luxie! What were you guys doing? League of Legends, you filthy lol player. Filthy. Ooh, level up. Alright, what's we got? Flint, enough! No. Flint, I'm gonna fucking whoop your ass, boy. I swear, man. I swear on me, bub. Time flame? Harvest more devotion. The cleansing fire will draw. Rituals cost. Oh, yes, please! Bark. League, as always. And then I do art. Hello. Why are you over here? He's just bitching at me now. He's literally just looking up at me with puppy eyes and bitching. No. Got sides. Alright. Okay. He's decided he wants to go outside. A quick be right back again. I'm gonna pause that so like no one dies or something stupid. Alright, no go. Try and keep him quiet today. We gave him 2 big bones. Please let me in. My face ID didn't work. We got him 2 big bones to upshut his yup. Problem is, if he leaves them for too long, they get covered in ants and he doesn't want it. So you have to go out there and tap all the ants off for him, clean it up, and then he'll eat it. I love the only reason that I can't build half the shit that I need to build is literally just because I'm too poor. Too poor or not enough wood. Kind of pitiful if you think about it. Please put me next to Tiger Bee. Yes, Mila, just a moment. Please, just a moment. That. Another level up already, or is it just went pew for no reason? It went pew for no reason. Okay. Alrighty, Mila, I can't see. Blind. Where's there's Tiger Bee. Ashvale. Let it be known, I don't do this very often because I have to move people around all the time for this shit. It ends up too messy. But you're lucky. You're lucky. Why are you guys sleeping on the ground? You have fucking beds! Whatever. You have more than enough beds, actually. Right there, Dom. Having a hard time. Alright, let's go see our druggie. Huh? Uh-oh. Ah, fuck. Oh, you- wait! Uh-oh, I broke it. Yeah, I broke it. I remember having this problem previously. Uh-oh. Yep. Alright, we stuck. Alright, let's hit save. And then I gotta quit and come back. I remember running to this issue playing this previously. If I do certain things whilst you guys are voting on my fate, it just locks me in and I can't do anything. It borks it. I'm lucky because I'm your favorite. Yeah, you lucky little fuck. But Noxie, if you need a raid and run, feel free to. Sorry, I kind of brain deaded there after I said hello because the dog barking. You guys have no audio again. Okay. Cold, cold floor feels so nice compared to that filthy, warm bed. Alright then, jeez. Jeez. Come in. Come in. I want to come back. Twitch is still connected. Not settings! Alright, we're still signed in. Good stuff, I say. Yes? Nowhere to poop around here. It needs more outhouses. You want 2 of them? Greedy little fuck. Need more money for that. I'm broke. Too poor for outhouses, man. Make some refined wood too. Oh, I did send someone out. Almost done, Warfia. Alright, can I leave now? Okay, good. We're not soft locked anymore. Hello! To the mission! A whole shop set up this time. The decorations! You sell them to raise money for mushrooms must always have more. Okay. You sell cards. Do. I have no money. Snail. Give me your drug, Shaza. Oh, so mushrooms, Shaza. I have more than enough mushrooms for you, buddy. I don't know where I store him, but I got him. That's not what I wanted. Do what? Are you spying on Shaza? Go away. Go back. Okay, fine. Fine. I see how it is. Oh, it's a face! I never noticed the face on the mushroom before. Has that always been there? Madness grows! One of the bishops of the Old Faith said I didn't think it possible. Yeah, about that. Might be my fault. Just saying. Alright, Wolfia should be back. Wolfia is not back. I set myself up. Let us do our prayer. Very nice. Oh, time for Tinder level up. Yeah, all over the place. Alright, let me out. Let me out. Go away, Cinder. I'm done with you. Done. Hey, another one. Boo. Aha, there you are. 34 woods. Perfect. Girl, you do so good. So good. Now, oh, hello. Right? I need this. 1, 2, 3. I don't actually know how many I need, so I'll just put those 3. Yes! This one. Oh, I need 5. Okay. Which means I need 10. Fuck! No, I don't want to talk to you. I'm trying to... Yeah. Alright. Oh Jesus, Wolfia! Too tired to go back out again. No. Oh, Shadows, you old man. When did you... Hang on, when did fucking Shadows become decrepit? I remember that. Good night, Karen! Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. Is there a broken bed? No. Oh, it's just that one person's tired. Where's Wolfia? You're supposed to be in bed. Wolfia. No, Wolfia. Not work. You sleep. Go sleep, my child. You too, Karen. Thank you for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Alright. Good stuff. Level up. Let's go! Right. Conduct a sermon with my children. Oh. Well, that's apparently the dog wanting to come back in, so it might be opening it. Cat's trying to chill on the damn couch, and the dog decides he's gonna clean his nose on the couch and almost push the cat off with the fucking process. Like, dude, what'd they do? Sure, why not? The cult of retirement. All my people are old, man! Stop aging! Ah! If I keep doing afterlife stuff, can I eventually resurrect? Link, you stank. Perform a ritual at your temple that allows you to bring a dead follower back to life. Perform a ritual at your temple to conduct a funeral. Nope. Bring you back to life. Bring you back to life. Call your name and bring you back to the cult. You will worship me even when you die. Ah. Ow. Do they come back old or not? I died! No! I don't even know how you died. I forget. How did Big Daddy die? That was one of the spontaneous deaths, I think. You did it, chat. You fucking did it. If I bring Balto back, will he still be I'm gonna try. Let's find out. It'd also be nice if they come back young. Oh, he's a zombie. Oh, he's fucked. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Whoa, hold up! Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? What the fuck? Thought brought back who, me? Is this because... What? Curse corrupted by their resurrection will need to be specially healed. Oh, fuck me. Okay. Oh, we got another one back to life. Yeah! Woo! Oh, Shishian, how you doing? Oh, so you're young. I have a dead body walking around right now. All right, hang on. I gotta figure out how to fix Sir Balto. He's kind of fucked. Will a healing bay help? Do I lay him in the crypt? What do I do? Temple. Did I not unlock a healing bay? Or was that the next thing I was gonna do? Oh no, I have a healing bay. I don't have enough refined wood for it. Fuck. Work faster! I need the refined wood! Oh, it was random? We didn't choose? Ah. Yo. Oh. Don't really need gold that desperately. Wait, can I send off my half-dead? Oh my god, I can send Sir Balto out. Oh, it says unavailable! No! I was hoping I could send the dead guy out and it'd be fine. But apparently not. So sad. I'm gonna send you out on a meat mission, which means you're gonna be gone for like 3 days. So that should be fine. Perhaps we don't let Balto make food for now? Don't want to be eating seeds or something and find some chunks of him in there as well. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Getting a little bit hungry at me though. Who the fuck are you? Brettina. Bretna? Who the fuck is Bretna? Hello? The leader, I heard you. Who the fuck are you? Hello, Applebon wife and Nightmare Wolfie are sitting in a tree. K-I-S-S-I-N-G. It's not that good, is it? I need more Who the fuck are you? Who? Who are you? Who are you? I don't have a Bretna. I do not have a Bretna in my fucking collection. Who the fuck are you? Hello? Gain 10 faith when falling ill. Recruiting this vulnerability gains writes poems instead of working. Has not been indoctrinated into the cult. Will try and take what they can. What? It's a spy. Who the fuck? It's a spy. Does this mean I can kill them? Does this mean I can kill them? I'm gonna make another bed and then I'm gonna kill them. Hell yeah. Watch me this. Watch me. I'm onto you, fucker. Oh, Bretna, you're fucked, buddy. You're fucked. I'ma fuck you up, Bretna. Thought I could be bamboozled. No, I'm too big-brained for this shit. Wait for everyone to go to sleep. And then we murder, yay! Running out of dookie. Why is no one pooping? Alright, let's do a healing bay before anything else and try and heal our little Balto. This is scaring me a little bit. Oh no, someone might have to tell them. Oh boy. Eva Stream will have sprites hopefully starting Wednesday. I'm so excited, H2O. Are you gonna go to bed? Good night! Sorry I missed your messages. Alright. Don't talk to them. Dummy. Oh, Balto. He's screaming! He's screaming! How do I heal you? I love he still enjoys the fact that the cult grows even though he's like fucking half dead. How do I heal you, Balto? Who wants to be my Googler? Anyone want to Google for me? How do I fix him, please? Everyone go to bed so I can kill Bretna. I refuse to feed Bretna. He must die instead. Don't torture them. I'm certain you said to take their knees. I mean, I could do that if I could. Oh my god, so Balto's creeping me the fuck out, dude. Stop screaming. Please, stop screaming. Oh, wood. I'm just waiting for everyone to fall asleep. Oh no! No! How do I get rid of him? He killed Sleepy! Sleepy, no! Sleepy! Bro! I thought I could heal him, apparently I can't. Alright, where's that fucking Bretna? There you are, you little fuck. How come I can't murder you? Ugh, fine. Sorry to wake everyone up, but we have some problems, and we need to solve them. Like now. No, they're all on cooldown! All my murder options are on cooldown! I'm fucked. I'm so fucked. Healing? I tried! It won't let me send them to a healing bay. Oh my god, are you kidding me right now? You need so much shit for that. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Damn! Okay. I'm in a pickle. I'm in a little bit of trouble, chat. I did not expect this to be an issue. I'll admit. I need to get rid of it before it kills anyone else. Please. You should have completed my quest. I can't believe you came back to life just to murder people, dude. This is not okay. Oh, I don't know if I want that. I think I want the confessional. The confessional. I'm sure Balto wants to be put into the ground again, at least until we can temporarily bring him back from death once more. Ooh, buddy. I'm in a fucking pickle. Oh, I'm in a pickle. Ooh, buddy. Ooh, buddy. Alright, I'm gonna send Weber to go refine some shit. Go refine. Oh, Baldo. Gonna eat someone, I know he is. It's not safe to leave my minions. I just know it. Alright, let's try this again. Oh god, how much longer? This one's the closest, but I don't know how long is left. Fuck! Wait, can I do a crown thing? God, even the crowns are on cooldown. Revenge! Cannibalism! Never thought I'd see that type of revenge. Like, god dude! Give me a break! Thought I was giving him a second chance to fuck my shit up. Don't you dare! Bad! Stay out of it! Yeah, you leave him alone. Oh, sorry for the interruption, my bad. But I want to dance. Let's dance. Nice. More wooden planks. Now I'm broke. Okay. I gotta extract money from everyone. Glenn, don't start. Oh my god, if I got... Oh no, Dick's just looks different. Okay, okay. Freaked me out there, buddy. I thought you were another invader. Balto's just off doing his thing. I'm gonna fuck your shit up so bad, dude. Ugh. I'm miffed. I'm so confused on what to do next. Chad, help. Love Shadow's just watching them do the farming. No, Flint! Enough! You stay in your corner over there, bud. Alright. I'm screaming! Please! Make it stop, please! Having the poopy too far away from the farm is annoying. But I don't want to buy the healing bay, damn! Fine. Put it over here. Whoa, what's that? Angel dookie? Devoted fertilizer. No dog wisdom allowed here. He's noisy enough without it. Oh, come on. Work faster, Weber. You're too slow. I'm desperate. I'm desperate, Weber. Please. Please, Weber. Alright, let's see if I can murder. Please, 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 please. Fuck! I can do a crown thing, though. Now. Oh, do I need to? I need another afterlife thing. Please let me murder in another method. All clan members will gain the Good Die Young trait. Gain 10 faith of an elder is sacrificed, murdered, or consumed. Oh, but lose faith of an elder dies naturally. Let's go with the Good Die Young. It's just easier that way. It's easier to just kill old people, no? You watch Shadow immediately die of old age after I implement this. Oh, Balto still prays even though he's, you know, indisposed. Ah! Oh, someone just leveled up. Pig! Leveled up. Please, please. Fuck! It's right there. I. Oh, what are you donating? Yeah, nice. What are you donating? Oh, some gold. Not what I was hoping for, but I'll take it. Thank you, Dami, for your contribution. Oh, I'm so scared to leave the cold. I'm scared. I've got a spy and I've got a zombie. If I leave, something bad's gonna happen. I know it. I feel it in me waters. Want something, dummy? No, you just came running for no reason. Fair enough. I'd hope Balto eats the spy shit. You'd be so fucking lucky. Can I sick him on someone? That'd be real nice. Can I, like, tell you to go talk to... I can't make you do anything, can I? The leader blazes, shining bright, casting off the shades of night. It's not that good, is it? I need more practice. I keep talking to you, will you just convert and then I don't have to worry about? Correct? What if I give you a gift? I give these. Look, big box. Wow. Wow, big box. Real follower now? Eh. Didn't work. Still a spy, motherfucker. I was a hoping. Alright, got my wood. I should now be able to make the last outhouse that I need to make people happy. You build a prison? Can I put him in a prison? We'll try. Let's take a look. Also be good. Oi, oi, get away from the main area. Go somewhere else. I don't have the money for a prison, but... Do I have it unlocked? Yes. Need one more wood and a fuck ton of gold. Okay, who can I extort? Mommy, have you paid your titties? No, you have not. Oh, bet you. What about you, Weber? Have you paid your titties? Tithes, titties, whatever. It's the same difference. I got 11 gold now. Level up! Woo! You have been paid! Yes, you have been paid. Alright. Please, 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 please! Fucking yet! Literally a slither! Ow! Alright, I built your outhouses, now give me your money. I need it for reasons. Oh, you're right. Sorry, Pebble! I didn't mean to double dip. Alright, can build prison now. Put him right near the oh, someone's pooped over there. Now I got a whole fucking toilet and they're still just shitting wherever they want. Come on! What bullshit is this? Yeah, I'm keeping my eye on you, buddy. Oh, they stopped building! Gross followers can be put in prison to keep them from eating others, but you will take a faith hit. Also, unlawful cultists can break them out. Turns out I rolled bad and got cursed. Fuck. I do have one unlawful getting around as well. Oh, God. Yeah. You little fuck. Oh, don't act sad. He's a fucking lying little git. This boy. Where'd Weber go? Weber? Hello? Did Weber decide to go to bed today? Weber? Weber? Where the fuck is Weber? Oh, he's in there. Really not coping, are you, Sir Baldo? You imprisoned a loyal follower who is not dissenting. You're a fucking liar bastard spy! Ah. Fine, I'll put Sir Baldo in here. Get in there, Sir Baldo. Don't need anyone. Shut up with your complaining. Ooh, my foot. Spider's trying to steal my food. Get your munchies, Weber. Everyone's always complaining. Everyone's a critic. Hey, I fixed it. Stop your bitching. Oh, I have no wood left. But who wants to bring someone out of jail when they smell like shit? I don't understand. Sheesh. Alright, let's do our prayers, and then I'm... Yeah. I might keep Sir Bolto locked up. Don't know if I should delete the spy first? Or if I should delete... I probably should delete Shadow first. Shadow's gonna die, and it's gonna be a problem. You can do a run now to get materials to heal. I can't, because I can't get the crystals yet. I can't get the crystals! Alright, Shadows. I'm sorry, but you need to go. You need to go. You must die young. Well, old, but, you know. I like the way they all giggle when they get sacrificed. Straight up giggling. Oh my god, they all gave way at once! Hell yeah. Oh, another crown. I think that's on cooldown still. Yes, it is. Alright. Straight out of bones now, so. Oh, alright. Oh. Oh, we're upgrade. Okay. My numbers are getting less instead of more. This is not going well. You gonna revive someone for me, chat? Preferably someone that's not fucking cursed? Next missionary can't fail! Whoa! Fuck yeah! This is what I'm talking about. Oh, I got a broken bed. Oh, that's right, I didn't have the wood for it before. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, yes. Hang on, there's poop over here. I must collect. Golden Dookie. My brother and I were traveling together. You only just now remembered that you had a fucking brother? Bruh. That's some next level bullshit. If I was your brother, I would never talk to you again. Just saying. How much does it cost to upgrade my missionary? I can't yet, because I didn't unlock it. Confession booth. We got a crypt. Ho-hum. How's my wood situation going? Ain't got jack shit. Oh god, I just choked on my saliva. Gotta stop doing that. So close. Oh, I'm sorry I keep interrupting Apple every time she's having a conversation with someone. What's this? Oh, about all prisons. All prisons are full. At least someone... Oh. Why was it blue? Nobody knows. Alright. Okay. We'll go get your brother. Into the Darkwood we go again. I'm scared of leaving that spy there, but you know, whatever, I guess. Let's see how fast we can go. Hello, ass. scream at me. We go speed, chat! Oh, another one, okay. Ow! Ooh, I was lucky with that. 100% should have taken that hit, but I didn't. I know. Probably should have read what it does, but oh well. Ah! Thing. Oh my god, you're so annoying to kill. Die! Thank you. A coin! Where's the damage? Woo! Alright, alright. We got some hustle! For a tarot card. Sure, why another one? We got this, we got this. Oh, fuck, I was backdated! It landed on, bitch. Oh, I'm stuck in the water. Oh. Ugh. Okay. Bones. Full speed ahead! Fast, gotta go fast. Go, 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 go! Oh, fuck, I got excited. I thought it was the skin. How many people have you sacrificed? No one? What are you talking about? Definitely don't have a zombie in my cult right now. Definitely not. This is the right way. I hope this is the right way. I wasn't paying attention. Hey, we got a red panda. Nice. Got you, bird. No goodies. Okay, that is the right way. Okay. Hello, friend. Your brother sent me. Or something. He did forget about you for like 6 months, but it's beside the point. Die already. Gotcha. Gotcha. Up. Oops. Ooh, I thought I was gonna take that hit. We're fine! Alright, little turtle. I love that they made your brother match your skin as well that you made. Perfect. Very nice, Mr. Lang. You're safe with me, I promise! Three down low, careful of zombie may they eat others. Oh, I've learned that. That's why he's in prison right now. Bird flesh, fuck. Gotcha. Gotcha, bitch. Hello. Chaos, famine, pestilence, the conspiracy, abstain, irresistible, truly peculiar, but the purposes of traditions are nonetheless doubt tears faith asunder. Okay, Hara. Very deep. Mouse bungled my bang quest. Someone happened to die. I got mad. You got sacrificed. Felt bad. Res me, and now I'm a zombie. And I regret it all. Now I kill birds for dinner! Alright. Oh, I'm getting lag all of a sudden for some reason. Damn. Not a fan of either of those, I'll be honest. I don't want them. take this for now and then like just swap it back. I don't want the dagger. Michael. Wrong button! God damn it. I did it again. Hello. I wasted my item. What did that do? I was paying attention. What did it do? I was paying attention. I didn't read the thing. Alright, we're good. Another one. Squirrels! Squirrel! Squirrel! What? Fuck you. My health is not doing great. Kind of my own fault, though. Down to 1 heart. Can I get some healing up in here? Yes, please. Okay. I'm fucked, chat. Unless I... Oh, no. I was hoping I'd get some healing before I saw him. What is that? What does that mean? What's the thing on him? What does that mean? That didn't fucking work very well, did it? Birds! Ow, he landed on my head. Ah! I'm not gonna get this one, I can sense it already. Fuck, there it is. There it is! I still get the follower, it's okay. Everyone's just gonna be mad at me when I get back. It's my first time dying, alright? Fine, Big Daddy brings me back. I'm alive. All right, upgrade. I wanted the upgraded refinery. Missionary. Yes. Ah. Oh, 2 more Twitch followers! Come on! 2 more Twitch donos! Give, please! Please, chat, I beg! Gold. Yes! One last one! Hey, Solomon! How you doing? Wait, it's only your first time dying? I'm surprised. What the fuck is that supposed to mean exactly? This gift. Gold necklace. Give it to the follower, increase their loyalty. Follower will live twice as long. Alright. Thank you, little friend. Now, you. You better appreciate this. Oh, no. Alright, glad no one's angry at me. Hey, mushrooms! Mushroom. Oh. I still can't heal I still can't heal poor Sir Bolto. Fuck, that was hard to say. Sorry, buddy. Yippee! Yippee! Solomon's just having fun with the redeems over there. Means nothing, oh glorious leader. I had nothing but faith in you. Where's that Burton? Where's my spy? They leave? My spy leave? Oh, there you are. What are you doing amongst my dead bodies? Sus as fuck, boy. Recruit Finna! Eyes like stars. How beautiful your soul. How lucky we are. I'm so moved by my own words. It's a bit sus, but okay. I got no wood. Alright, who wants to be Omega's sibling? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Oh, another. What the fuck is wrong with you people? You all enjoy when you're sick. You're gullible and a night owl. Whoa, sleeps during the day and works at night. Helpful, helpful, helpful. Alright. Start the raffle. Who wants it? Cult of the Bull. Bite my ass. I like sickness. Well, you better get in there, turn it. Get in there. Fuck it up, turn it. Moving my shit around so I can get my hydrolyte again. Wait, here, poop. No, there is a separate trait that is for people that enjoy eating shit. It's separate. This is different. They just enjoy being sick. It's different. Get down with the sickness. Is this because I have ulcerative colitis? Is this literally like my whole chat has just been converted to little fucking germ philiacs or something? Like, what happened? 7 weeks of mass! Yeah! I appreciate you. I didn't change your form, turnip! You stay turtle. Join this. Nurgle approaches us, the Nurgle. You can... I don't know, chop wood, I guess. That's not where the wood is! Oh, you gotta go to bed, right? Fair enough. One more contribution to my totem chat. It's right there. Alrighty. Find stone and refined wood. Yes! You got this, Chet. 5. Stone. And lumber, that's alright. It's better than nothing. Maybe lumber altogether. Let's do it, spin! Meat or wood, meat or wood, meat or wood. If you give me stone again, I'm actually fucking livid. Why do you always give me rocks? I don't want your fucking rocks, dude. Keep your stupid rocks. What's that point of you? Rock and stone, this pants grab. Alpha Stream Streak, Big Chris! Oh, I don't want to plant. Nope. So what does this one do? Nobody knows. Nobody fucking knows. I'm gonna plant a pumpkin, and then I'm gonna fertilize it with this shiny shit. Find out what it does. Oh, everyone's hungry. Hang on, everyone's starving to death. My bad. Sometimes I forget that people need to eat, you know? It's hard to remember. You wouldn't understand. Let me feed the followers real quick. Magnificent mixed meal. Need turnips for that. Alright, let's cook. What's cooking good looking, eh? You get it? Hey, no! You're not allowed to have it. Stay here chatting with me while someone else is eating that dish. You're not even a real follower. You can fucking starve. No? Be good. Red dinner. Your titties. Go to bed or something. No, you bitch. Eat your Cinder level up. You haven't eaten today. Well, fuck you. Alright, what's our next thing? Extra big beds. I'm getting dizzy swinging around in this stuff. Jesus Christ. I'm fucking dizzy! Oh my god, I wish it didn't ping around so fast. Ah! I'm level 2. I'm level 2. Oh my god, it's giving me a headache. I hate how that moves. Oh, yes, Omega? What? We caught Ginger Sister stealing from another cult member! We demand justice, please, leader! Imprison them! But then I have to let Balto leave! Ugh. Alright, Cinder. Thievery is bad. Someone left their food laying here. What the fuck? Where's Cinder? Oh, you're back! Lieutenant volunteers being janitor? I don't know if I trust you with the shit. Oh, good job, Tin. Oh, he's tired. You poor creature. Read mind. I want to tell you to go to bed. Are you okay? Okay, I can't tell them to sleep for some reason. In there. Did you steal? Cinder. Did you steal? I give you a pet. Indy's not okay. Indy is not okay. And I can't tell you to go to bed. Tind, please go to bed. Why are you like this, Tind? Go to bed. Maybe I should just build another prison. I really don't want to let him out. Dangerous. Just make another prison. She def stole. She steals a lot. She definitely... definitely not a prank, huh? Maybe my sus on you fuckers. You guys keep building that. I'm busy. Go to bed! Ah! I need more refined wood. One more refined wood. Just one. Don't stop, Flynn. Why do you just stand there doing that? For what purpose? Alright. Ginger, I'm sorry, but I was told to do it. Get the poop sniffing. Alright, Omega, you little fuck. Thank you, leader. My faith in you is justified. And I immediately let them back out again. Peace. You're gonna fucking die! Go to bed! Oh, yep, you're passed out. That's good enough. Long as you didn't die. Let's upgrade that. And quick sermon before everyone goes to sleep. Wait. I didn't do my sermon for the day. Wait. Come back, guys. Guys, I'm not done yet, guys. Any curses? Yeah, sure. I don't. Nice. Working us till we drop. What a way to live. I'm glad you guys appreciate the way my religion works. Feel truly feel accepted. Ah! We can finally kill the betrayer now, I think, actually. Long last, they can fucking die. No possessions. Belief in materialism traits. All cult members will gain a materialistic trait. Gain faith when building better sleeping quarters. All cult members will gain the false idols trait. Gain more faith when placing a decoration building. That one. Thank you for your contribution, Mila. Let's hope that when I roll this time, I get some goddamn wood. Oh! Can kill? No. Can only resurrect, but don't have the bones for it. Alright, that's it then. Oh, why are you upset? Woke everyone up. Oh, whatever. Stop complaining. Nice chat. Be nice. Lent, no one asked you. Nobody asked you. You didn't ask. Nope, didn't ask. Spider! No, I didn't mean to do that. A deadly dish has spawned somewhere in your base there. Oh, fuck. Where is... Where's the deadly dish? Chat, where did you put it? Chat. Where the... Oh, rainbow. Rainbow baby. Where's the fucking dish? It's too dark. I can't see anything. I actually can't fucking see. That it? That's it. How do I get rid of it? Wait a minute. Where's Bertie Nurinin? Bertie? Oh, Bertie. Wake up, bitch. I have a job for you. Tweet that. You turnip said the no turnip. Only this one. I won't have snack. Oh, you survived. That's wonderful. I love that you survived. Fucking lucky bitch. Like, damn. Oh no, Woofy 8-year-old. I'm sorry, Queen. Oh my god, are you still tweaking out of your fucking mind? What happened to you? Disturbed by mission, has seen too much, will need to be specially healed. Fucking trauma. Hold up, poor little Tinder's traumatized. I don't have any crystals! Fuck me! Crystals. I didn't realize I could traumatize them. I didn't realize that was even a thing! Oh, that's right. The next thing is 100% chance. I sent Tind out while he's still traumatized! I should... Okay, so we don't risk traumatizing someone else 100%. I should just send Tind back out. Hell yeah. What do we want, though? What do I want? Oh! He is traumatized. PTSD is a bitch. I can't even unlock the area that has the crystals. What do I want? Do I want another follower? Followers be useful. Oh, he's tweaking. He's fucking tweaking off his mind. Get some more meat. Meat is always useful. Get meat. Can zombies be sent out on missions? No, they cannot, sadly. My zombie is stuck forever in the prison cell. Thank you for the raid!
Rainius with 6. How adorable.
Yes, Cinder?
Welcome to my froggy chaos. Prepare for entertainment while Stealthy Mouse stumbles through. Bow
There's some
down
folks
to
who are
Chatter
starving and need a
Sam.
place to call home.
You're
We must let them-
fabulous,
All right.
Queen.
You
Let's
bleeding
make
heart,
this
Cinder.
stream unforgettable. Even with a tiny party,
It's a
Ribbit.
piggy! Welcome to Ramius! How was stream? We got a little piggy. All right, who's the... Oh. Why do I get a warning that they haven't had enough sleep when they're not even indoctrinated? Why is that? Not even indoctrinated. God, please. Oh, lady, you. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to double up. My bad. I don't actually need that for anything right now, but I figured I might as well set it up. It was good! I was unlucky at Reaper, but I had fun. You had the bad pulls. Oh. I'm running out of shit, bruh. Who's the sleepy bee? All right, we're gonna raffle Nano off. What do we got? What do we got? Ooh, gullible and a strong constitution. All right, you're gonna be useful. I might give you the long-lived talisman. Raffle. Whoever you are, you're probably gonna get my little long-lived talisman. So just FYI. Live long and prosper. I think there should be 2 people. There's another one coming through. Gang up and Chris! Get in here. Oh. To these. I'll feed you in a minute. I gotta bring this guy into the fold. Nah. What are we? We a skeptic? Uh-oh, I see a shiny dick. Shiny poop! Oh my god, that's not what a skeptic, gullible, and a royal pooper. All poops are gold. Hell yeah! We got a golden shitter. That's like the golden goose. Fuck yeah! Who wants to be my golden goose? What? No, I said the wrong thing! Yep, wow. No, I was wrong! Said the wrong thing and it just slipped out of my mouth, man. How much does this game cost? Base game is 20 quid, base game plus DLC is 40 quid. After, that's the newest DLC, right? Because there's like 3 DLC that came with it free. Yeah. Okay, how much is that in USD? Anyone know the USD price? Anyone? Anyone at all? Who is it? Mila! Of course you're my golden goose. Why am I not surprised? Even if you're a skeptic. Let me feed you, my child. First you must pray. Oh, stop getting upset at me because there's not enough beds, dude. I just indoctrinated them, alright? Give me a minute. There we go. Get fed, my pretties. I hope you die of sleep absence or whatever it's called. Puppies. My bed's by me. He's just dead. He's out. He's out like a light. Oh, now I'm out of gold, man. And wood. Wait, did my really hungry go and eat? Must have. Oh, there you are, Cinder. Thank you, darling. Hey, come pray. Oh, no, wait, come on! That was completely unnecessary. Bruh. Why would you do that? Thanos, you haven't prayed in a while. Bit more food, then we'll pray, we'll do a ritual, and then we'll pray, and yeah. Look. Go. Alright, ritual first. Oh, fuck's sake, there's still a cooldown. They take forever, dude. Do I resurrect someone? Oh, I don't have the bones for it. Never mind. Never mind. Just do a salmon then. Fuck. I get it. I'd contribute to the totem if I was alive. You're alive in chat, aren't you? Huh? What's your excuse? None. Ah. Hell yeah. Please. Blend enough. Another offering statue. Because they're useful and I get free stuff out of it. Ooh, loot, loot, loot! Yeah! That's what I like to see. You growing? Are you done growing? Take it forever. Take it for fucking ever. I need seed. I left that food behind. I know someone's hungry. Why aren't you eating? Who's fucking hungry and not eating? Grana is glitched out. Alright, whatever. I need 12 people to open this. Uh-oh. Oh, okay, we're back. I thought I broke it. Bang! Flashbang! It won't let you unless you're alive. Really? Yeah, I didn't realize that was a thing. How many people do I need for this one? 9! Look at that! I can unlock them all! Nice. Where do I get the crystals from? Okay, well, let's just finish this first, and then I'll move on to the next bit. You asking us? Yes. Oh, Mila bamboozled. I hate the claws. Stupid. Man. Oh, not these fucking things. Oh, thanks. Blah 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 blah. You're fucked. No! No! You starved him! I just fed those! What the fuck, dude? I just fed them! Bruh. I just fed them! Wrong button! Wrong button! Oh, that's the button I wanted. You're off the map. Oh, wait, I didn't read what that... What's the toe do? Hang on! Anchor Deep Dungeon is the one, so the one on the left. That's what I'm getting. Oh, wait. This way. Hello. Thank you for the meat. Spawn better chests, please, seeing as I'm leaving my minions to starve to death while I do this. I missed. Alright, my ghosties will get him. Ow, yeah, corn bag. Ow. I'm going off the map. It's cheating. Come here. A flower arch. Oh my. Yep, the one on the left. Okay. Ooh, good stuff. I now have a whole new crown. Oh. Okay. Oh, lumber! Oh no, but if I get the lumber, I can't get the follower. No, why do you do this to me? What the fuck? Fine. And for ourselves, right? Oh god, you're gonna preach at me again? On some familiar duty turned instead of change, most voracious of appetites curbed and contained, most infectious of ideas are cut off and cauterized before given chance to rot and spread. Rule, verily, alas, the recourse is gonna block. Give the hydrate. One cannot. Immune! Thank you for your contribution. Meat. Need to visit Balto at the stocks. I got an itchy ear hole. Oh, okay, that's good. Sorry, it was a very good scratch. Heal. Fuck! Can't see what's going on. Too much going on. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. I hate these things. You are annoying as fuck. Die. Ugh. I'm not gonna make it in this one. Stonehenge. Can I have some hearts, please? I'd really like a heart, please. Mushrooms. Fucking flying little pest. Oh. Oh. Oh, you're so annoying. God, Jesus. Okay, all I keep getting is decorations. I thought when it said I'd get luckier chests, I'd get, like, hearts and gold and stuff, but... Sure, I'll take that. Get over here. Oh, can't use that. Mushrooms. A blue heart and a tarot card. Woo! Okay, never mind. That's better. That's more like it. Oh my god, there's so many choices. Got for me. Deal damage to all enemies based on the amount of tarot cards you hold. Sure, why not? The meat. It's still not working. It has to be you, because I haven't... No one else seems to have had any issue, really. Oh, that doesn't work. Let's see what this does. Ah! Nice. They all died. 4 tarot cards! Oh, was it a one-time use? I'm stupid. Oh well. Oh, deal poison. Nice. Hope you guys aren't eating yourselves alive over there, by the way. Trusting you to not do that to yourselves. Oh, you fuck. Ah! Alright, got you. Okay. Be nice, Chad, please. Finally. What are you gonna do, guys? What are you gonna do? What you gonna do, huh? 30 seconds. Oh, wait, no, wait! Wait, I can't use it right, wait! Fuck! Oh, no, it was pointless. Yes, come with me. Quick, hurry. To the next spot, fuck! No, I'm gonna waste it! Ah! It's gonna disappear! I'm flashing! Alright, I got a little bit of use out of it. It's alright. Oh, Jesus! Ah, fuck! Jump straight into his bomb. That one. Wrong button! Sorry. Hope the invincibility helped. I mean, it did, kinda. Ica. Path of Righteous. Hounds of Fate. I guess. Hello. This way. Hope no one's dying over there. Rocks in a heart, thank fuck. Alright, what's this way? Oh fuck, I'm gonna lose my health here. I'm in trouble. Oh, thank fuck. Alright, it's alright. I got some mushrooms for my trouble. Justice must reader? Did I... What? Okay. I got this. I got your bitch ass. Ow, he landed on my head. I jumped into it! Ah! Okay. Well, this guy's just chilling over there. Oh. Ow! Landed on me head. Oh. Yay! Nice and easy. Get him. Fucking dead. Gimme. Go feed my starving community. Oh god. Pumpkin, please! Minions are gonna eat me alive. Alright. Let's get out of here. If only you had invincible, right? That'd been right fucking useful. Just as smut reader. Oh, just a smut reader! Holy shit! Yep. Can I claim dyslexia? Can I just be like, oh, I'm dyslexic? Just a smut reader. Right, okay. You got it! It took me way too long. Alright, everyone's still kind of happy. We're fine. Everyone's hungry, but happy. Thank you. Oh, you stole 5 gold coins? Wow, I'm so... Oh, no. How horrible. How horrible. Hang on, let me make some food before everyone dies. I pressed the wrong button. Hit the cook button. Cook. 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 Alright, there we go. I've got Ginger, Cinder, and Wolfier as old farts now. Alright, we go kill some people, just saying. Okie dokie, what do we got next? Ran shelter or shared shelter? Ritual cooldowns, what does that do? Yes, please. No, they made Cinder too tall in that art. What do you mean? She's fine! If you make her VTuber model, make sure she's super tall. You're bullying my Cinder, be nice! Got old people to murder. Loot, loot. Hey, you're back, Weber! Traumatized, but back. Thank you. Appreciate the meat. Oh, my stone. Oh, 2 of them died. Alright. Oh, they all broke! What the fuck? My lumberyard's back, please and thank. Oh, that's all I can afford. Great, okay. This is fine. This is fine. There's a poopy. Wait, has my golden shitter been shitting? Mila, have you been leaving dookies for me? Mila, please be pooping the gold. Because I have an outhouse, does that mean I no longer get the gold poop? There it is! Beautiful. Stunning. Alright. Got no fucking seeds, but... Roma builds character, it's fine! Won't help if you don't have the bones. I'm not too tall, you damn corn dog. You damn corn dog. I need to make beds before I can indoctrinate some more people. Beds? I have a bed. Oh, that's all I can afford, apparently. One singular bed! Happy days! What are your... Oh, gods. Oh, gods. Terrified of death, cynical, and a jerk. Holy shit. Who wants to be the absolute fucking most pain in the ass you could ever possibly be? Anyone at all? I'm entering this one. Let me in. I go for that. I go continue. I go for that. Even though it's not the mouse, but it's fine. It's good enough. Yeah, that works. Let me in. It's another Falangor, but worse. Holy goddamn. How's you been doing, mouse? I'm coping my life, you know. Get her in! With a bloodied horn too. How befitting. Get your sorry ass in here. Yeah. Help build or something. Someone is starving still. Why did you not eat? Are you better? Yes, you're a little bit better. What do we got? Zealous, petable. Oh, but you're a lazy bitch. Work and devotion generation speed reduced by 10%. What the fuck? Get in there. Who wants to be the lazy bitch? I know you do. I know you do, chat. I know you want to be a lazy bitch. Yo, so am I... Though it's creepy... What? You look terrifying with that pop-up? What pop-up? What? Use on my though, it's copium for days. If I had the points, I would. The one right now. I'ma stick one in there if you don't stop talking shit. A whole corn dog? Damn. I really go to bed. Good night, Catherine. That's a singular person. Who is it? My finger twitch, sorry. The Ramis! Join. Oh. I wait for everyone to wake up so I can kill someone. Alright, I don't know who's starving. But you gotta eat. Cook. Okay. Wow, 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 wow. Okay. I'll tend. What do I need to heal tend? I think I need the crystals, don't I? 15 crystals! Right. Who's starved? Oh, you are. Go eat. Oh. I'm missing wood is the reason why I can't make a lumberyard right now. Alright, before you guys go build that, come pray. Come conduct ritual. I must kill. For reasons. We resurrect first? No, I don't have enough bones to resurrect and then kill. So, straight to death we go! Sorry, old people, it's time to go! Who was old first? It was Wolfia that died. Ah, that was old first! Sorry, Wolfia, but, must be done. You said you were sleeping a couple hours back? Yes, I was in bed, lol, just waiting. Got opportunity to heal over with sleep. Light of the devout. Alright. And for a crown ritual, let's talk about work and worship. Inspire. Inspire a follower to significantly increase their loyalty. Replaces the bless action. Intimidate a follower to slightly increase their loyalty as well as make them work 10% harder for 2 days. Replaces... Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Would it be nice? Naughty or nice? Oh my. Alright, I'm too nice. I got bully! No! Don't be mean to my followers. They're just my babies. Save the sermon for later. I'll probably need it. Ah, I'm stuck. And for the love of Jesus, can you close your eyes a little bit? Like, blink, please! Oh, I got delay on my audio cues there. Alright, who am I sending out and what am I sending you out to do? I think we're going wood searching. Who can do it within a day? Nobody? Oh, Xenos can do it within a day. Both Xenos and Weber can do it within a day. You can too, Mila, but you are a higher chance of dying. Way higher chance of dying on King Vigorous. Damn! Alright. I'm gonna send out Xenos because Weber has the nocturnal thing. Oh, gold! You like gold? works. What in the Neura Summer ass title is what? No problem with my fucking title, bitch. I got a problem with your titles. Then everyone's happy before I leave. There's a dish laying there, even though apparently everyone's hungry still. Don't understand why that is. Webber, we must... Fire. Alright, that's the thing that I just got. Oh. Inspire you. My title is Court Jester. Happy for you. Okay. I'll check something. This. What do I need? Oh, ingredients that I can't get. Right, fair enough. You know what? Makes sense. They see me rolling. What can I buy? Here we go. This is what I want. 5. Very much. La 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 la. La 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 la. La la la. Yeah. Fertilize you for an instant reaction. Hell yeah. Perfecto! Don't with that, I give you that so you instantly grow. Perfecto! I love it! Another beetroot. Some cauliflower. And some beetroot. Some cauliflower. And some beetroot. Some cauliflower. Why not gold fertilizer? Why not? Get the mealer shit on there. Good stuff. Good stuff, eh, champ? Ready to go. Just to see it. Why is no one eating that dish? Who's starving themselves? Fuck's sake. Why is someone starving themselves? There's a plate of food here. Fucking hell. Come eat your food. Someone, please, anyone. And for fuck's sake. Subbalto just hasn't moved an inch. Dude is fucking stuck. Alright. Got no gold to do anything. Whoa! Mila, I haven't given you the immortality thingy yet. I need your golden goose butt cheeks to stay alive! Yes, you are the golden butt. Hey, hey, hey! No walking off. Here you go. Live long and prosper. Hell yeah. I only need 2 more contributions to the thing, and then I can do the thing, and then the thing. Yippee! 1 wood. Yay. Oh, wait. No, I think I got enough wood to build another lumberyard. Hold up. I lied to myself. Oh, okay. Let's go, inflation. No, we didn't fish it, Mom. You needed help, right? What was scared? Sacred, scared, whatever. He's in the darkness, and listen, and I didn't pay until the lighthouse and almighty. Some. I forget how to fix it. Just fix the lighthouse. Sure, I'll just fucking do that. I'll just do that. I remember correctly, there's wood here. Why is it so silent here? There's no music. It's wigging me out. Wait, there's a snail statue around here, right? Or am I crazy? There it is! Bow! Just need wood, right? Oh, there we go. Press Thank you, I suppose. Oh, that one minion is still starving to death. Let's do some fishing! Whee! Pufferfish. Ah. A skin? A skin! A sharky fishy looking thing. Do I have one of the fishies you want? No, I don't. Of course I don't. There's too much light on my screen. I can't see it when it gets dark like this. La la la. And a crab! Here's your crab. Happy days! Thank you! Let's go! Give our sins, Lamb of Light! Old faith is dead! Guide us, mighty Lamb! I have shit to sell you! 25 each. I'm too broke. I have decorations to sell. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, thank you. I still don't have anyone else to bet with Knucklebones. Man, I haven't unlocked the other dude that does the gambling. Okay, who got summoned? Oh, Killer's got summoned. We're all friends here, right, chat? No one ate the dish. It's still just sitting there. And someone is still fucking hungry. It has to be tinned. Only thing I can think is that it's tinned. Oh. I saw that, Neramius. Get out of the way. Why does it look purple? Why it's glowing? Okay. Wait, what are you guys doing? I was paying attention. Fuck! I'm gonna stop zoning out when that happens. I don't know what you guys did. My beds are all fine, so you didn't destroy the beds. Suppose I'm safe to leave to go heal Tinned? What do the orbs do if you catch them? I do believe they contribute to my totem, I think it was. Chasm. Apple. Oh, if I don't catch them, I don't think they do anything. I think they just float around. Doing absolutely nothing. Can I do a ritual now? I have another person to kill. No, I don't want to fast. I have people to kill. Oh, fuck. I want someone to eat my follower dish that I made first. Come on. Made this whole fucking tasty dish and ain't no one eating it. I'm gonna make you eat it. You're gonna go eat that. You're gonna go eat that. Eat it. Eat it. Fucking eat it. No one appreciates my cooking around here. Glitched out a little bit, that's okay. One more contribution, chat, come on! Feed the totem! I don't know if I want a shared or a grand. Grand would make him feel fancier. Fuck it, let's go shared shelter. You're all sharing. Now I can get to level 4. The next one. Yes, yes! Thank you, Mila. Rocks again? What the fuck? What is my luck on this stupid goddamn thing? Always with the rocks. Every fucking time. I don't want your damn rocks, boy. You keep your fucking rocks. Apple, go get me some lumber. Ain't no one else getting me lumber around this godforsaken place. Alright, let's go get some crystals before Tind, like, just offs himself from trauma. Feel like it's an advisable choice. Potato, thank you! Zigam for the 5 stream streak. Alright, let's go Crystal Land real quick. No, I'm not supposed to be here yet. Not saying you're under-seasoned it, but it does look like it was made with hopes and prayer. That's supposed to be. A jellyfish! Wonder what that does. What happens if I harvest jellyfish? Anything? Alright, I got some glass. We begin! The glass hunt. Poor little... Oops, I wasn't paying attention. A poor little Tind. Right, there's a jellyfish over there. Ah, I missed it! Alright, I got too close. Any more jellyfish? Dear jellyfish. Good jellyfish. Ah, I forgot they're suicide bombers! Ah! Wrong move. Up. Up. Poison little fucker. Up. Jellyfish. Get the jellyfish. Alright, I got it. Oh, it gives me salmon. Ah! Poison. Gives me salmon? That's what I need. The crystal shards. Do it for Sabolto and for Tind. They need it. My poor babies. You're suffering. Oh, God. Ah! Gotcha. Oh, jellyfish. Yes. Bugs floating around. Alright, so I need to backtrack. Potato, potato. Reclama, I hope you're having a good day. Ah! Fuck me! Oh, God, it follows me! Ah! That's cheating! Fuck you! Alright. Oh, wait, this one continues on as well. I'm confused. Oh, that was it for this room? Okay. Jellyfish. Any fish around here. Hot damn! Fish and bones and crystals. This way, I guess? Oh. I love that the jellyfish look like they're like pouting at you. They're doing No? Got that sassitude. Oh no, he's a dissenter. Alright. How can I respect someone too afraid of blood and fire? Is your path forged in blood and fire, or do you believe in peace and kindness? I seek war. There we go. I got him, he's mine. Oh, I didn't realize there was jellyfish there. Oh, I missed that jellyfish too. Whatever. Lore? Lore. Someone to battle! I can gamble. So... Ada, if you make it through the next... taking no damage? Oh, God. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh, God, no damage. I'm screwed. That's not gonna happen. I ain't getting shit today! No, sir! I do see the jellyfish. Jellyfish. Oh, I missed him. Didn't see him there. Oh, well. Oh, there was another two! Where the fuck did they come from? Huh. Bomb guy! Bomb guy! Bomb guy! Bomb guy! Bomb guy! Guy with bombs! Ugh. Oh, he killed his own guys. That's fine. More bones for thee. Alright, let's move on. Oh! Ah, no, I took the damage. Damn it. I knew it was gonna happen. Come here. Thank you, Tommy, for your contribution. I'm working to heal my little minions, alright? I'm being really nice. Ah! Ow! The back of the head. Alright, a better axe. Yes, please. Oh, recycle. Wrong button! Get him, get him, get him before he gets me! Get him! Oh, that guy's big! Oh, okay, we're good. Crystals. Oh, crystals. Bones and crystals and this guy. Hold the rope from... No! Mila, please, no! Made him sick, Mila! Well, it's alright. I got a bunch of Healy stuff ready to go. You're fucking bamboozled, buddy. I'm already ready to heal. An eruption of ice pillars that freezes enemies it hits. That one. Wrong button! Thank you. It's the wrong button. Alright, whatever. Oh, why me? I don't know, Mila. He's like, oh, the golden shitter. Perfect. Damn. Whoa! Okay, you're a bit speedy. Ow, bitch! I missed! Ah, fuck, this is not going good. Oh my god, my lag is really bad. Okay. Alright, you got frozen. Good, good. Okay. Come on, come on. Yes! Got him. Woo! I unlocked the golden shitter on Clover Pit. What the fuck is the golden shit? Wait, Clover Pit? What's that? I don't know what it is. Damn, had a camp full of people that would love being made sick and they got the wrong one. They knew exactly what they were doing. Oh, I need the wood. I need the wood bad. Always in need of more wood. Fish. Perfect. Alright, now we leave. Hope Mila didn't die of sickness. Please, 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 please. Please don't kill my golden goose. Please, please, please. What was that sound effect? Mila. Oh, everyone's sick. Okay. Mila! Juice you up! Get healed! Yeah! That's what I like to see. No, I didn't want to click that. I want to... Oh, I pressed the wrong thing. I meant to hit bless, not feed. Bless! Or inspire, or whatever you want to call it. Okay, now everyone's really fucking hungry. Dude, I've been feeding you! Ah! Eat! Oh, yes, Mila. Not about all this. If you were a truly great leader, wouldn't this place look nicer? Sure, I'll put decorations up just for you, Mila. Just for you. Hey, I'm talking to you. Ramius! You're avoiding me. What the fuck was that? You were straight avoiding me. Am I still alive? Yes. You are still alive and strapped to the prison so you won't eat anyone else. Oh, welcome back! Yay, wood! Alright, now go to bed. Alright. Oh, not what I meant to click! Look at me getting back on top of everything so quick. Oh, I'm so skillful. There's people still fucking hungry. But people aren't eating. Where's my traumatized tent? Weber? Tent? Where did you go? Do I have a dead body laying around here that I'm not... Where the fuck is Tent gone? No Bolto. Where did Tent go? Chat! Us? Chat? We lost him. He's gone. He's fucking gone. He's just gone. Did he leave? And said no? Both of my missionaries are back home. he's gone, chat. I don't, I can't see him anywhere. Oh, not you. Oh no! Fuck! She died of old age! Everyone's gonna be upset! It never happened, chat. It never happened. You didn't see nothing. No, 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 no. No! Out of there. What happened? I'm so confused. Has to be. Oh, fuck me. Okay. Thanks, I guess. They literally have outhouses, but you just shit wherever you want. Oh, everyone's been vomiting. Clean. Okay, okay, so I guess I'll just heal Balto instead. Because Tinder's just gone. He's gone. Oh, I have to unimprison you first. Sorry, my bad. Please. Oh, I wish there was a sprint option. Gonna make his house a home. Puts up live, love, live, laugh, love sign. All right, you happy now, Balto? You back from the dead? You good? I don't know what your traits are. I forgot. No, not work. I want to see your traits. Just zealous. That's it. Just zealous. All right. If I die, I die. I'm EP. Speaking of EP, you go to bed. No, not work. Go to sleep. Alright, what do we got here? We got a spoonbill. Looks like a spoonbill. Oh, fuck me drunk. Cynical. Who wants to be the cynic? May or may not murder you within an instant. It's good night, mouse. Don't forget to hydrate and eat. I'm drinking. I haven't eaten, but I'm drinking. Who's your bang mission this time around? That's what I want to know. Who is it? Oh, it's me! Whoa! The fake mouse. I don't know. I didn't think that far ahead. You can, I don't know, worship or something. Oh shit, we got another one. Hold up. I forgot about you, Salius. What do we got? Gullible germaphobe. That's the way, I like it, Who wants to be a gullible germaphobe? Is anyone free to even enter at this point? Because fuck! So many minions. A nice indoor. Oh, we got someone available. My gullible little germaphobe, you. Oh, hiccup burp. Gallows! Get in there. But first, you must pray to me. I mean, be inspired by me. I know you get to worship too. Oh no, I didn't want to talk to you. I'm trying to... There we go. Fix the bed. Still, they haven't eaten. Like, something is broken that they're not fucking eating. When they're hungry. Why are you people not eating? I'm not hungry at all. You're hungry, Naramius, what the fuck, dude? I know you're a sloth, but you gotta eat, my guy. fucking eat. God damn, that's next level lazy. I've never met someone so lazy they didn't want to eat. Like, god damn. Dead as far as I know. I'm pretty sure you're still dead. Yes. Upgrade! You can take the perk where they fast after a ritual. I did, but I haven't done the ritual to make them fast, and that locks off the hunger thing. Doesn't make them constantly hungry. Don't know why they're not eating now. Ooh, look at the shadows. What the fuck? That's creepy. Okie dokie. Lumberyard number 2. Upgrade some beds. Oh, wait. Ah, I need more refined wood for a confession booth. Alright, that'll get me my confession booth. I'll make that. Oh, I need more gold. Right. Let's fix the beds no one is sleeping in. We have Fight Club yet? No. Where do I even unlock that? Thank you for your contribution. I don't think I've run into any of the DLC content yet. Like, zippity zero. Talking about Fight Club is against the rules! Calm down, Lord. Your rules, fucking guy. Jeez. People do what they want. My dog's dead. He's so sleepy. Pink, what does this do? Let's find out what the glowy fertilizer does. Guess it'd keep the bugs away? I'll stop breaking beds. Alright, everyone's happy? Everyone's happy. Let us be inspired. It's literally the only rule of Fight Club and you couldn't even keep it. No, I didn't mean to feed you! Fucking... I wanted to inspire! God damn it. It should be in Law and Order. You know, okay. Guess that's where I'll put my next upgrade. Okay. Oh, fuck! No wonder I couldn't find you. Enough beds. Wait, are you guys breaking shit? What did you do? Oh, they're knocking things down to rebuild. Okay. I found where I couldn't heal Tinned. He's an old fuck now. Great. God damn it. All right, Law and Order, you say? See if we can get there. Law and Order 2. Let's go! Ritualistic fight pit or a wedding! Oh no, does mean I can't do any marriages after that? What? Or a ritual at your temple in which 2 of your followers fight to the death unless you're feeling... Oh, come on! I mean, I can't do weddings without if I do fight pit! There's no way! Ishmael! Oh, that is bollocks! I'm doing a poll. Do poll. 'Do. 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 Fight Club. Or harem. Fight. This is cruel. That is not a fair choice. And I can only do one or the other, bro. What a cruel world. How was stream, Shemaya? You were streaming today, I think. Retirement home fight club. Make the oldies fight to the death. Can you imagine if I make an oldie fight a youngin and the oldie still wins? Like, damn. It was good. Only crashed out the normal amount. Oh, okay, good. Good to see your anxiety is still up there. Proud of you. I'm proud of you, eh? Beating the shit out of each other with our walkers. The whole reason you get a walking stick is actually so you can just beat someone to death with your cane. It's the real reason. Oh, someone saved it. Oh god, that was you, wasn't it, Dommy? Someone saved it right for the last second. I was this close to threatening to tie your ball sacks together and use your wall as a boomerang. I was this fucking close. Bye, Pete. Bummer. Oh well. I think as we get further into DLC and stuff, I should be able to have like at least individuals get married to each other, even if I can't marry them. Ah! Alright, problem is, I only have one person that I want to die right now, like want to die. Alright. There's only one oldie, and that's Xenos. Actually, where did Xenos... Did Xenos disappear again? Oh no, no, Xenos fucking... Tind. Where'd Tind go? Okay, so Tind has disappeared again. What the fuck? Tind has literally disappeared again. What happened? I need to find Tind. Tind, where did you go? Where did the old fart go? There he is. What are you doing out here? I can't heal him. Can't do nothing with him. What are you doing, chat? What are you doing, chat? Huh? What are you doing, chat? Yay! No resources. Let's go. You. I know you're traumatized, but why the fuck can't I heal it? Oh, there. Okay, he's back. Now I don't have enough crystals. Oh my fucking god. Are you shitting? I don't have enough crystals now because he pissed off when I had them. Oh, I'm so mad, but I can't fucking kill him either. Ah, is he catatonic? He's just a little bit shell-shocked. Don't worry about him. I can't buy crystals from you. Ah, this is some next level bullshit is what this is. Everyone's starving to death, actually. Let me just feed them real quick. He's gonna die long, right? Now that he's old, he's just not gonna make it. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I cook. 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 Cook again. I cook. Cook. There you go. Get fed, little babies. Tinder's gonna drive me up the wall. Can I just kill you, please? He's a nightmare. Oh, golden dookie. Mila shadow self again. Alright, let's send someone off on a mission while I'm also off doing mission stuff. Let's send... Further down. Not something that I want. You get to go on a lumber mission. Tally ho. And then, who gets to be the meat collector. Weber! You go get me some meat, eh? Good stuff. Sounds like a plan to me. Someone gasmed. Hang on. Yeah. Good stuff. Alright, let's do a rush. We're doing a rush for the crystal collection. I believe, chat. I believe. Wasn't that song in Shrek? Well, there was a song like that in Shrek. Okay. Oh no, 2 shitty ones. Fuck's sake. Whatever, I guess. Ah! Not this fucking thing. Oh, I hate this place. Oh, didn't mean to poison myself. My bad. I hate you. Everyone's throwing projectiles in this place. Ah, don't hurt me. Oh, thank fuck. I need crystals. Oh, it's a tick. Ah, ah, ah. Got it. And another crystal shard, another. Oh, we got the crystals we need. Okay, technically I can just leave now. Fuck it, I'm going. I'm out. This button. I'm out. I must heal Tind. I don't know how badly it's gonna break if I let him die whilst catatonic like that. Priorities. Why the fuck are you... Then else, this is not the place. What are you doing? Whatever, bro. Why is everyone just sleeping on the floor? And Tinder's disappeared again. He's gone. He just disappears. So weird. He's gone. It's like one of those drunks that just goes off on adventures as soon as he gets any alcohol in his blood. Runs just pass the fuck out. Alright, now, has Tind returned? Is he back? Can I see him anywhere? Thank you, Mila, for your contribution. Where the fuck is Tind? Where are you, old man? Here he is! Alright, he's back, he's back, he's back, he's back, he's back, he's back, he's back. I can heal him, I swear! Yes! Get the crystals! Oh. Alright, now I can murder him. Alright, cool. Heal him just to kill him. I'm a merciful god, if nothing else. Alright. Alright, let's go with this one. I'm an old man. You're gonna die before anyone else gets old. Here you are, my pretty. Finally! Can you imagine finally getting over your PTSD and then just being murdered immediately afterwards? That'd suck ass. He's back! He's fucking dead. Is this where I take my chances of trying to resurrect again? Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm a glutton for punishment. Let's bring him back! Actually, I'll let chat vote who gets to come back from the dead.
Guys, who do you want to bring back from the dead?
Who gets a second chance at life and hopefully doesn't turn into a fucking zombie, because I ain't dealing with that shit again. A sleepy puppy. Didn't knew what they were signing up for, maybe. I don't think they were expecting such a large tentacle. They were hoping one that fit I mean, what? Wait, please don't come back old. Please don't come back old. Please don't come back old. Oh, thank fuck. No, it's just a zombie! Fuck's sake, what's with the RNG on this? Do a sermon, because everyone's gonna get upsetty spaghetti with me. Mouse, what? Ninja Zombie 13. What are the chances that she'd come back a zombie, man? Isn't it meant to be like only sometimes they're zombified? Ah, fuck! Katarin, you cunt! I bully me, I'll bully you back, wanker. Oh, you liked that. Eh? What happened? Oh, Cinder! Fuck's sake! It took you all of half a second to eat someone! What the fuck? For God's sake, Cinder! Bro. I think that was Woofy. Woofy is gonna be mad. Woofy, you're not gonna be happy because she can't be resurrected now because she got eaten. I don't think anyone that gets eaten can resurrect. Bruh. I got 20 gold coins on Balto winning. What? Oh, what? Sleep, who got eaten? I could have been. Who got eaten could have been resurrected. They can be resurrected. No, I'm pretty certain you can't. I could have sworn getting eaten by a zombie was the only way you can't get resurrected. Oh, so Sleepy was one of the options to be resurrected? I need to get into the cult! Sorry, I'll head out in a second. Shemaya's like, fuck, let me in! Sorry, I'm distracted playing the farming sim game. Out of the way, birds. That one on the top left. Ah, okay. Kuka, kuka, kuka. Everything kuka. Gold dookie. Always the gold dookie. Alright, let us dance! The new babies have yet to be indoctrinated. I mean, educated. Oh, thank you for the donations. Oh, thank you for the donations. Nani? Alicard, Bird of Hermes. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny position and get... I didn't mean to go in there. Get comfy. Why is no one eating when people are hungry? This game is fucked. Brogan! I think someone who dissents cannot be resurrected, but they can be killed in crusades. But Sabolto was descending when he got resurrected, so that can't work out. Alright. The ring in his nose. Okay, whatever. I just wanted to read it. I thought I could see his stats if I clicked on. Okay, whatever. I just got ripped off. Oh, I haven't built my decorations yet. I'm gonna get yelled at. God damn it. I wanted to read his goddamn stats. Oh god, his shit. Snorer will wake up nearby followers. I'm not raffling this one. This is Flint. He snores. That works. Let me click. Hello, yes, Flint, thank you. McDog. McDog. Dog. Am I blind? Where's the dog? Dog. I'm fucking blind. There's a scruffy dog. I want the normal dog. No. Oh, it's up further. Okay, my bad. Hold up. Make it blue. Sure, whatever. Sorry, Flint, but you're gonna join Fight Club soon. You need to take special actions for a cultist to die with no possibility of resurrection. All these special actions will warn you that they cannot be resurrected. Okie dokie. He can be a stone muncher. Go eat the stones. Ah, people not eating their food again. The decorations! You're getting a little bit. I'm busy. I'm out earning money for the family. Oh. Heavy attack button to perform heavy attacks. Each weapon has a unique attack. Blah, blah. Hello. You're waiting for me at the door? Oh, how sweet, Heket. I see you there, friend. He's so excited he came to greet me at the door! Ah, so cute. A big X. Big X. Hi, Sneaky! Hi! Rattles. What about you? Sticky Knucklebones! Finally! Someone else to play Knucklebones with and get more money from. Guess where I'm going next. Hell yeah. Mushrooms! Bye, Nicky Nag. Ah, what are we ding donking? I can't look at you right. I'm busy. Oh, okay. Ah, hello. What? Larb, how you doing? How's the lobster? Tasty. Oh god, not you. Not you. Oh, thank fuck for that. Ah, it's always the flies. It's always the projectile ones. Ah! Fuck that guy. Yeah. That'd be nice. I guess I'll backtrack. What? Yay, gold! Can be nice sometimes. Oh, I don't have any stuff. I always do poorly in this place. There's too many projectiles. Ah! Fuck! Ah, fuck! Already half dead, dude. Decrease in size. Oh, small hitbox. Always nice. Funny enough, majority of the time it seems to be that way. We've been nothing but nice to you, except for that one time you murdered one of my followers. Hmm? Was that being nice? I don't think it was. And flies. Ah, fuck, he got me. I get so wrapped up in their projectiles, I forget that they can move! Quest is not gonna go well. Hearts, please. No hearts. Oh, God. Ah, I'm in trouble. This way. We put them out of their misery? Boh. No sacrifices, it's mine. Oh god, this thing is so slow. Here, froggies. Ah! Oh fuck, I went the wrong way! Oh, there's lag on my controller. This is not helping me! Alright, we're good, we're good. No, no flies. Fuck. I'm gonna die. And at least get my follower before I drop dead. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, come on! We murdered one person! Yeah, and I'll remember it forever and ever and ever. Lumber. Can I get some hearts as well as some lumber, please? Yay! I got half a heart. I'm still not in a good place, but at least I'm not on death's door anymore, you know? I do so much better in that water section than I do here. Hot naked damn. Ah! Ah! There's projectiles everywhere! Ah! No, not these guys! Oh, I fucking suck at these guys! Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good. I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive. Blue heart! I'm alive! Ah! Hey, froggy. Little guys, it's fine. I get out of. Okay, we're fine. Fine, I'm fine. Stealthy, you're good. Everything's okay. Everything's going great. Huh? It's not going great. Frog. Frog. Buck of frog. Thank you. My heart. Hello. Got for me. Mind Blight knocks back poison. And poisons. What's this do? Death's Attendant! Devising a melee attack that will also summon ghosts. Yoink. Can you give me some hearts? Please? Please, sir? No? Okay, I didn't want it anyway. Time to backtrack. I leave my shrink ray until boss fight, I think would probably be a good idea. Whoa, damn, alright. Ow, fuck, I got hit. It gave me my half heart back. Hello. Wait, I need mushrooms. Ah, my mushrooms! Kill my brother Leshy, but you will not kill me! Close to the other bishops of Old Face, you little powerful brother. gonna cause me to fight. He is. Huh? Oh, fuck me, alright. Oh, I still got hit. I'm so bad at games when they have projectiles. Oh, I still got hit. Ah, fuck me. I'm hopeless. Please heart. Please half a heart. Decoration. All right. Oh. Wait, how long do I remain small for? I mean, I'm not complaining, but... Shielded enemies. Enemies holding shields will resist damage until their shield is broken. Use a heavy attack. Oh, I hate that. I forget how to do a oh, wait, how do I do a heavy attack again? I forget. I already forgot. Oh, button. Like that, apparently. Okie dokie. Projectiles! Ah, fuck! Waste the projectiles! Ah! No, I'm gonna keep what I got. I'm back to 1.5 hearts. This is just how my life is gonna be from here on out. Ay caramba. Provided I don't fucking die. Where are they? Yeah. You little froggies. Alright. They're hard. What you got? Yes, please! Yes! Another heart! Yippee! Ah, come on, where's the boss fight when I need it? Oops! Fuck that up. What you doing over there, frog? Wrong bastard! Fuck, fuck, fuck. 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 Oh, I hate those things. I prefer being small. If I get this, do I lose my shortness? I think I prefer being little. I prefer being little. I'd rather stay little. Thank you for the offer. Wait, what? Ooh, little guy. I'm ready, Hecate. I'm prepared. I love a Harikiri situation. Oh, big chunky folk. Hi. You also need to wipe your mouth. Damn, dude. Ow! God damn! Oh, I missed. That was stupid. Alright, I'm not able to move fast enough like this. This might have been a mistake. Oh, not the flies. What? I didn't swing! Why didn't my character swing? Ah! Fuck you flies! Again, I'm not swinging when I'm telling my character to. Too much lag, bro. He landed on my head again. Where am I? I'm too small to see myself. Oh fuck, I got half a heart. I'm screwed. Oh, buddy. Oh god. Ah! I'm stressed! I'm stressed! I'm very, very stressed! Ah! Damn it. Ah! Just lock in. I'll lock you in, buddy. Whatever, boo. Hello, I'm back. Yep, death number 2. Death number 2. I know I'm an embarrassment. Oh shit, everyone's faithless, damn! Hurry up and make your vote so I can cheer everyone up, chat! They're all mad at me! For the wood. Trying not to break the game again. You turned him into a zombie! What the fuck? Right! Hey, wait. Wait, Killers is... Wait, when did... Fuck! Killers is descending? When did that happen? Re-educate. Is this not okay? I'm not okay! Everything is not fine! Yep, cool, yep, alright, let me out. I need, everyone needs, everyone, come, Sherman, come on. We're gonna pray, we're gonna pray the gay away. It's alright, my chattos. Come on now, pray. Mousy, I will fight the zombie. You gotta deal with the one that's just like you. Why did you zombie them? You're praying what away? Nothing. Nothing, lobster. Nothing at all. Rituals. Can I make the zombie fight to the death? That'd be pretty funny. I can! I should have left killers in here. King Big Chris versus... Where am I? Where's Stealthy Mouse? Stealthy Mouse. Let's go! Oops, someone burnt their dinner. I can smell smoke. The bitch slap fight? Yeah! The false idol wins. Sorry, Big Chris. Wait, what is... Does down mean he dies? Or does that mean he dies? I'm so confused. It would have been a lot easier if they just fucking... Bye-bye. Be happy, King Big Chris. Everyone set you up for death. This is their fault. Alright, everyone should be happy now. Much happier than they were, at least. Alright, let's feed. Feed them all. It should have been me! Sorry. I wanted them both to die, so it was the one I was willing to risk. No. No. Ay. Oh, it's me. Hello. Oh god, you're pastel now. Everyone's so angry, man. Oh, what blue? Go to bed. We're sleepies. I can't re-educate you right now. No. Okay. I love the yard, but oh fuck, I gotta decorate before everyone gets angry at me. Let's go with a flowery arch. I can't put it. Oh, that's frustrating. I can't decorate properly with it. What the fuck? What's the point of ya? I'll put the arch leading to literally fucking nowhere. Let's pretend it's the entrance to the sleep zone. Yeah, we'll do that. Sure, why not? Ah, honey. You follow! I like goth mummy thighs. I hate to break it to you, but this is my dark mode. I'm not normally this color. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for the disappointment. A science machine? Aye. Aw, vase of vanity. A weeping shrine? I like that. Look at that. I like that. Someone shat golden again. Mila! You're dookie everywhere.
Good night, Stealthy. I hate
control
the
yourself.
fucking ocean. Good night, Stealthy. I hate the Nam Ocean.
Where are you? Big bag of shrooms. Fuck yeah. Let's put it with the... yeah, there. What? I missed it by... Fuck off! I missed it! That is some next level bullshit! You didn't deny the mummy and the thigh spot. If you don't mind a complete failure at life. Hello, Zizonix! How you doing? Oh shit, the bird just flew at me. Sure, I'll fast. I'm so mad! What the fuck, dude? I was literally in the middle of making the decor! The ocean sucked balls? What are you doing that has you upset about the ocean? Go to dry land. There's plenty of dry land to be had. Now everyone's mad at me and I've already done the prayers. Man. Oh, it's not cool. Hey, it's not cool. How do I fix this? I don't know how to fix this. was in the middle of decorating! Come on! Oh, I know. I upgrade their shelters. They like when I do that. You guys like when I fix your shelters, right? Let's fix the broken bed. Oh, look at your fancy shelters. Woohoo! Yay, fancy shelters, chat. Come on. You guys like fancy beds? Subnautica? Oh, you're playing Subnautica. Why do you do that to yourself? With a low payment of 700 crumbs, she can be goth whenever we want. Damn straight. Wouldn't give Bolto his flowers for his conquest. Mila didn't get pretty decorations. Destroying hands. Where's Mila? Mila, I'm so sorry. Mila, please love me. I love that they all choose to not work on the thing that I'm working on. I felt that. I felt that in me heart. Now they're happy. They got fancy beds. See, that's all that they needed was a fancy bed. Such simple creatures. I'm trying to fucking help build. No. Let me help. Ah, whatever. There we go. Nope. When can I make them fuck? Some point. I know it's a thing. I know it's possible. Do I have to make the big things? Multiple times on the same. Hey, wait, what? Dami? Okay. Build. Channel. How many can I put on the same situation? All right, let's. Now that everyone's kind of happy again, at least a little bit happy, despite my one dissenter over in the corner over here. Let's add someone else to the family, right? Ooh. Gullible! Easy to level up. That's what I like to hear. Anyone there that wants to be a gullible little asshole? Oh. Sorry. Greasy nose from having my glasses on my face. Boop. Wait, chat, does that... Would the... What? Wait, chat, does that... Would the kid be a group project? Does that mean the kid would be a group project? Will we know, like, which one's the real mother? Design! Oh my god, that's so cute. He's a little... It looks like a mayfly. Something like that. Really nice. Go build something or something. Okay, we're okay. We're on track. Kinda. Lumberyard level 2. I need glass stuff. I need gold. I've actually got plenty of gold. I need refined planks. So let's get the refined planks on the run. Yep, we'll get that going. Let us send someone on a mission of some variety. You get to go lumber hunting. Congratulations. You are the chosen one for lumber hunting. Why does Weber always look upset? What is his problem? Whatever. I want to send someone on a meat hunt. Like it's gonna be Xenos at the moment, though he's hungry. Alright, you going on a meat hunt. Off you go, Xenos. It's fleeing. Oh, gold poopy. I have no who you decided to fuck up. All I saw was you starting a massive brawl. You started everyone dissenting because I didn't decorate the fucking place. Like, no decorations, blood. Now Killers is dissenting. Well, thank you for the donation, Soboldo. No, not you. Alright, let's make the first giant bed. See what happens. Oh wait, you build the giant bed from scratch? Oh, okay. Maybe when I get to fancy beds? The bed's gotta be fancy for them to feel in the mood, maybe? Who bloody well knows. No one's eating, but they're fucking hungry. Why does this keep happening? They're literally on the verge of starvation, but they won't eat! Ah! Alright, let's see if I can do a cheat to see... Eat. Dommy! Dommy, Sobolto? Oh, everyone's fucking hungry. Alright, so Dommy and Sobolto. Dommy! Not now, buddy! Go eat the fucking food that I made. Where's Sobolto? You go eat the fucking food. I can't believe I have to tell them to eat. What is this? Not your mum. I wanna work! I must build... What do you got, ADHD or something? Forgetting that you need to fucking eat? Make another level 1 lumberyard. Why are so many of you like this, just refusing to eat? My god! Just fucking eat, dude! If I come back here and y'all have starved to death, I'm going to be knocking heads together, I swear to god. Food to stop dissenting? Please. Guess who's getting that? Seeing as everyone's in bed, it's perfect. Release. But also, eat that. Go on, you'll love it. You love my cooking. I promise, Killers. You'll fucking love it. I promise. It's good. Hey, turn it. Christ, dude. Wasn't for you. There we go. Yeah, happy little guy. Happy now? Good. Good lord. Half my commune is still starving to death, but whatever, I guess. Am I dead? You gotta go eaten alive. Was that King Big Chris who got eaten alive? No, Big Chris turned into a zombie. Warfia got eaten alive. King Big Chris was a zombie, and so we sent him away. Mind you, chat turned him into the fucking zombie. Because I didn't have any gallows left to sit you in. Because at the time Killers was dissenting too, and I had no space. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna make everyone fast, because this is getting annoying, the whole not eating thing. Bitches! No eat! Oh no, you're right! We beat you to death in Fight Club, right? Don't worry, you'll enjoy it. Everyone likes going hungry. Half of you are going hungry as it is anyway. Practically nothing's changed. cannibal trait. All cult members will gain the cannibal trait plus 5 head. Oh, cannibalism. I've got lots of follower meat to make use of after all. I have to make use of the meat somehow. Come on. Oh, Tommy really liked that. Hey, oh. Alright, now we do a little salmon because you're gonna get upset at me the minute you leave this room. Ron's always yelling at me. Ah. Happy little Mila? Oh, it's alright, it's fine. Rejuiced you before you all left. Ah, what the? Okay. That. A morgue! That does. Liz can collect and store bodies while you're a- They can do it themselves! Ah! Oh, this makes me dizzy. I hate how it moves. Hate it, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. Alright, let's get a grand shelter. Don't you look at me like that. Complaints that I don't eat enough. Then complaints when I try to eat the meat of a dead. When they're already dead, that's when there's a problem. Ah. Processed wood for that. Ooh. Oi, 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 Catarin. Fuck! Catarin! I will bring you back to us. I love you, Catarin. Yeah. Alright, let's upgrade at least. Oh, actually, how's this going? No, I need the glass for that. We'll upgrade one bed and see what happens. A singular bed will be upgraded. What about you? Why not? Also upgrade the last bedroll. Finally! Oh, wait, you got a quest for me? What did I do? What did I do? I don't remember, I don't know what I did. Sure. Please, 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 please. Lumber, 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 lumber! Ah, whatever, I'll take the meat too. That's good. Whoa! Alright, that was actually a lot of food. Oh, wait, Bolto got really excited. No, Bolto. Fucking stop! Turn it! Oh my god. There we go. Happy days. I'm blessing everyone, alright? Bless you, bless you, bless you. Golden Diggy! Poor Ginger Cinder is just stuck there forever until I go get myself some more glass. I just realized something. Is... Did I not unlock it? I swear I unlocked it. Am I blind? Might be blind. Maybe I'm just blind. Where's my demon summoning circle? I swear I unlocked it! Apparently I did not. Okay. That's my next step, I suppose. I swear I fucking unlocked that. Did I build it somewhere weird? I'm losing my mind! Yeah, I'm losing my mind. Awesome. Love it. Oh. Everyone's happy now. I'm safe to leave. And Gabbo! Finally! Oh shit! Cut!
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make a damn jaw drop.
Next level
It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh, what you think it was? Cause I never shitty have a big ass pyramid by the mud. Yeah, some people wipe their eyes cause they think they're on drugs. But they're really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop.
Bass Pro Shop. Don't look at me like that. It's disgusting. You
Gotta
disgust
finally
me.
make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, working cotton on this bitch. Makes me wanna shake my ass and it makes me wanna bitch. Yeah, it has them prophesize in all the hieroglyphics. It's a blood city non-stop. Party Bass Pro Shop.
That's a big ass pyramid, man.
Party Bass Pro Shop.
Why is it a Bass Pro Shop?
Party Bass Pro Shop.
I don't understand.
You know what? I'm annoyed. I finally get to play Knucklebones, but I can't bet yet. I'm not allowed to place a bet yet until I've defeated him at least once. So now I'm miffed. Ow. I need to get animation of Stealthy doing this dance to edit. No. Fuck you. Never gonna happen. No, my 6. Aw, my 2s! Dude, what happened to the lucky rolls? Much for that. But like, it'll be funny! Please, no. Don't put me in on this. He's gonna take out my 4s, isn't he? Oh, he didn't use his 6. That was kind of stupid, but you do you, buddy. Oh, shit. Uh-oh, if he gets one more 6, I'm cooked. Uh-oh. Oh, game broke. Game's broken. Game is broken. The game broke. Why? Okay. Chat, you broke it. Chat. I was gonna win. It's broken. Bruh, that's some next level bullshit. It's your fault, you broke it. Now I gotta defeat Flinky again. Alright, let's try again. Please just work. I think the odds thingy broke it. Ah, I wasted my 6. It's your fault for denying us mouse pressure. The game was like, actually, I would like that. I would like that. Another 3, damn! Alright, I win. My perspective, going to the shops and coming back, it looks like you've been gambling for hours. It never stops. Yay, I get the card. Cat, you want to gamble with me? Even though we don't get to gamble. I really wish it would let me gamble against you guys. That'd be so fun. Even though technically it means you'd be able to like set it up so that I'd always win and gamble and win money, but gamble with me, chat. Come on, come on. Go around and then I'll bet against the Slinky or whatever. How? Oh, Mealy, you don't know how to play? So essentially what you want to do is you want as many of the same number in one row as you possibly can. And if you place, so I've got 2 2s here. If you happen to roll a 2 and you put it in the same row as me, it'll delete all my 2s. Whoever has the highest score once one side is full wins. Hey, yo. You guys roll a single 2, I'm fucked. Yes, totally would be nice and let you in. Come on, chat. I know you're all squishy on the inside. Why the fuck do I keep getting 2s? Anyway. Hi, Sybil. Roll a 2, roll another 2, and another 2, and another 2, and another 2. Oh, I thought I was gonna get another 2 then. I was about to flip my lip. Look, a 3. What? I'm fucking... I get really bad luck with these rolls, man. I thought I was gonna get another 2. I was ready. I was ready to have a meltdown. Oh, but I just got my 3. Wait. Doing, Sybil. Fuck you. Oh my god. Why are you guys doubling up so easily? Ow! Oh, yo! 444! Yo-ho! Oh my god, it's gonna, like, we're both gonna be stacked on each side. You're gonna get, like, 555 and 333. I got 444, 222. It's all gonna come down to the last. Oh, I can't delete you. Fuck. Oh well. Please, 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 please. Ah, I don't have a 6. See? High rolling is actually setting you up for failure because I don't roll that high. Looks like I just barely win. Let's go! I win, bitches. Alright, now I'm gonna gamble against Slinky. Or Blink, whatever the fuck he's called. Blinky! That's what he's called. Max bet of 15? That's a pretty low bet. That bullshit! Nah, you lost. Just accept your loss, eh? Don't embarrass yourself. How embarrassing. No point deleting his 3 when I can multiply. You! Very nice man. Another 3, let's go. My mouse went to Australia like 2 months ago, and she thought she would see kangaroos. How you spell kangaroos? In the middle of the big city? I mean, technically, sometimes you can. Sometimes, depending on the day, they will randomly just wander into the city because they're kind of stupid. Not very intelligent creatures. He pulls a 6, I'm fucked. Oh, thank God. I win! What? I'm rich! I suck. Yes, you do. Let's go. You are out, Mom. If we are embarrassing, then what are you? Rematch! What, you want a rematch, chat? Now, let me check on you guys first. Hang on. Let me make certain no one's fucking offed themselves real quick. I can hear some of you arguing in the background there. goodies. Ah, thanks for the fertilization, Chad. Even though almost nothing's planted, big sad. Alrighty. Then everyone is okay. You're still dead, as to be expected. Refine some more wood. Yes. I do have people out on missions, right? Yes, I do. I know. Alright, rematch it is! Let me just save real quick. Look here, fuckface! Behave yourself! Meow, wow. Alright. Rematch it is! You always complained that where chat poops outside the outhouses, so we figured we'd poop in the crops instead. I appreciate it. At least you control where your butt does bees parting. Alright. You're on, chat. I'll prove to you that it's about skill, not chance. No, wrong button. That button. Come at me, buh. See what you can do, chat. I'll fucking won ya. Right, someone's shitting on the carrots. Look, if it wasn't gonna be you guys, someone else would have shat on the cow. Fucking won again! It's all about skill, chat. You wouldn't understand. A 2. So much better! I'm so glad I rolled a 2! Yippee! I think this game decided I wiped the floor with you so bad last time that it needs to give you like a free pass and only give me 1s and 2s. That's literally all I've pulled. And y'all are just like 4s and 5s and 6s and shit. Wow, a 3! My numbers get bigger, chat! Oh, fuck off. Oh my god. Another 5, yeah! Oh, come on! Alexa, play crap for me, but I am. No. You wouldn't agree to this. You guys are trying to fucking finish it. Oh, I'm fucked. No! That is not fair! What the fuck was that hand? You get a 1, you get a 1, you get a 1, you get a 2, you get a 1, you get 69. Bite me. Fucking bite me. I call rigged. I'm going fishing. Let my anger out on the fish. Go collect, this. I'm at what? In despair, we need to replace the crystals that reflect the light to see. Would you? Okay, I can get you crystals. Where I was gonna go next, because I need to heal Cinder, because she's all zombie and shit. First I go fishing. How big these guys are now? What the fuck? Why are they so humongous? Oh fuck. Pufferfish. Can't even eat it. Oh look, our skill beat you. You're completely fucking skillless. Don't even try me. You're luck. More fish, more fish. Look, I'm out here getting your goddamn dinner, and you guys are too busy trying to rub salt in my wounds. To even care. Have a squid. Octopus, sorry, my bad. I totally knew that was an octopus. One more piece to unlock this thing. How you doing, little rat, by the way? I didn't notice it was from you. Here, fishies. Ah. Oh. Oh, these goddamn pufferfish, dude! What? Oh, they change each day? Harvest bonus resources. Suppose these are all ones that I have to purchase to unlock. I don't have a whole lot of gold though, so I don't want to be doing that again. Alright, back home. I hate you all. I hate you all so much. You want a rematch? We would love to beat Mealy. You're supposed to be one of the favorites. Look here, you fucking golden goose. Pull your head in, mate. I know where you live. I know where you sleep at night. I know what comes out of your asshole. Clean it. Fertilize my crops with it. Made you eat it afterwards. You didn't even know. Hey, they're back home! Thank you for that wood. Thank you for the meat. Now you go sleep. Oh no, they broke my stone meal! Ah, still gonna have the level 2 lumberyard. Alright, Xenos is heading off to bed. Where is... Oh, yes, Dami? What's the matter? Mila's safe because they shit gold and the rest of us are done for. You're all fucked. Struggling with the urge, Kurt. Don't you fucking dare. I always wanted to eat a meal made of poo! Yo, Dami! Caught red fucking handed. The darkest desires? Yeah, I can feed that dark desire. Hang on a minute. Wait, you guys are fasting. You're not even supposed to eat. How the fuck am I supposed to feed you shit when you're fasting? Let's see if I can. See if it'll let me. Where's the dookie? Poultry, meager, stringy, hearty, tasty, cheery, deadly. Hello? Bowl of poop. Let's see if I can make Dami eat it, even though we're in a fast, so I don't know how that works out. Dami. No! If that quest fails because of the fucking fasting thing, I'm gonna flip my shit. Like, that is not fair. Going anyway? Okay, so he's going anyway. Okay, I just couldn't tell him to eat. Praise the Kakakazuma. Oh, god damn it! You're so happy now, though. Look at you. It was truly divine. He doesn't even know what shit it was, whose tapeworm he ate. He doesn't know, chat. And he exploded all over the place. No, 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 no. fucking get out of the way, killers! Bollocks. You thought you were safe, but that's not what I meant to click on, but okay. Healing bay, a leader tent. Yeah. I didn't unlock the summoning circle. Ah. Well, now I have. Clearly, I need the help. Doing weird things. I need gold. I'm broke, chat. I need gold. Alright, summoning circle, let's go! I want to put it by the dead bodies. I want it over here by like the morgue and shit. And there. There's a bunch of wood down here. Oh, there it is. Poor Cinder. At least she never goes hungry because she's, you know, not really alive. Alright, that's how that works. Gives you goodies. No, not that. A singular cauliflower seed. You don't know what the shiny poop did, but... Oh, I thought they were fighting. Guys, they're arguing! No, Mila! Bamboozled! I know what comes out of your fucking ass! I know what it is! Oh, not what I meant to do. No, come... Here, we're all friends here, yeah! Stop being an asshole! Alright, what do we got? Only attacks closest enemy every seconds. Ooh. No, you're a collector. Why are all you guys the same fucking thing? Meow. Flies away and returns with red hearts. That's what I'm talking about. I seek permission before submitting a link now. Should have known better. Juice. I like juice. Alright. In it. I would resurrect another person, but I can guarantee they're gonna be a fuck-ass zombie. I won't stand a chance. Alright. I want to complete... I know technically I want to get glass, so I can, so that I can, yep. Glass so that I can heal Cinder, that's right, and build a couple other things. But! I'm almost done here, so we're gonna go do this first. There was very little upside to me eating poop other than knowing it wasn't golden or shiny. Yeah, sorry about that. Missed out on the golden shiny dookie. Oh, why are they flaming? Oh, it's because of you. Oh, get out of the way, Mushroom, you fat ass. Okay. Alright, that's not what I thought it was. Ooh, increase. I don't want to be big. I mean, I'll take it, but I don't want it. Does it mean I at least hit harder? Come on. No. No. Not necessary. Do I hit harder now, or am I just a bigger hitbox for everyone? myself up for that. Me, Froggy. I move so slow, it's painful. Alright. They see me rolling. Oh, there's 2 choices again? Ugh. No, Bass Pro Shop! Bad! Oh, fuck. Just a second, guys. Yes. We'll probably be ending stream soon. There's some kids in the neighborhood that are like, they appear to just be ding-dong ditching. Oh, my controller disconnected. But we're also slightly suspicious they might be checking houses to try and break into them. So yes, we'll finish. Might actually just exit. Oh shit, I've been streaming for almost 10 hours anyway. Fuck, damn! Apparently they've been going down the whole street doing it, so... run away. Gamer, choose violence! Well, I was just like, I'm half tempted. Because Flint's a big dog, man. He'd scare the shit out of them, but also it's just like, all it takes is one kid to trip and hurt themselves and blame the dog. 24-hour stream, let's go! No, Devil Blade. No. Bang. Be nice to me, chat. I was being bullied by children. I don't actually know what they look like, but... I'd assume they're relatively young to be doing... teenagers? I don't know. I spooked my baby dog! Right? It's not fucking fair, dude. Let me inspire! Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Milo. Leveled up Flint! Yes, go! Where is Flint? He's somewhere. I don't know where he is. Oh, Sybil, you scared me sniffing my toes like that, dude. Sniffing my toes. It's weird. Okay. Let me hit save. Fine. 48-hour stream. Oh, you twisted me arm. Alright. Sorry for the abrupt ending, but alas, I didn't realize it's been as long as it is. And I kind of got forced out of my lock-in with the banging at the door. Like, hot damn. Toe sniffer, he scared the shit out of me, dude. Sniffing me like that? You fucking foot sniffer? If someone tried to break into my house, they wouldn't get past the Wendigo I have locked in my basement and feed nothing but Pop Rocks and Red Bull. I can imagine you can hear the creature just approaching you like the popping noise of the Pop Rocks. It just gets closer. It's getting closer. Alright, we're gonna raid out, but I must see who is live. Okay, as long as you and the dog are okay, we are okay at the moment. May or may not take the blood of children. My stream is glitching out on my own feed. What the fuck? Okay, there we go. I'd be scared. This is a scary noise. Let's see. Well, there's several choices. Let's go with Bento. Our subathon went. You're gonna have to wait till July for that. Because that'll be do my 2.0 debut. I'll do straight into a subathon. Hopefully, should everything go alright. That's the plan, at least. Gabe from the well. The fuck is Gabe from the well? Froggy is live? I did see Froggy is live. It's been a hot minute since I've raided Bento, so I figured I'd raid Bento today. Yes. Oh, wait a minute. Cass is also playing Cult of Lamb. Hang on a minute. My design baby. She's not ending stream, is she? I don't think she is. I think she was just saying hello to someone. I think she was just okay. Oh, fuck! I keep doing that! I keep going to send the raid... I keep going to write the raid command in the person I'm raiding's chat. It's not how it works, Stealthy! Alright, raid message 2. Here you go. Get your raid messages, guys! Rolling raid if you are subscribed to the Creepy Smiling Frog. If you are not, as per usual. Thanks for hanging out. Cass is also playing Cult of Lamb, so that works out. Honestly, happy stream is ending because I have to go anyway. Bye bye, love you, best. Bye, chatters. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Sorry it ends abruptly, but alas, sometimes shit do be happening. So I gotta stop. We gotta stop, chat. We gotta stop. We gotta go. Let's attack. Get out of here.